and 100,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones are prepared for Langyun. Because the upper-level Jiupin red blood pill and Ningfu pill are aimed at the blood and organs in the body, which exactly correspond to the high level in the body refining period. They are the best pills to improve the cultivation of high level in the body refining period. Brother Chu, there is no problem with the two kinds of pills, but there are some difficulties with 100,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones. After checking the collection in his storage bag, Lu Yuan said with a slightly embarrassed look. However, a sly look flashed in Chu Zhongshan's eyes. Brother Lu, don't blame me for not giving you face. 100,000 7-grade medium-level spirit stones are my bottom line. Otherwise, I'll kill Lin Aoqun and still get his storage bag. I think the wealth in his storage bag should be more than that. The cunning in Lu Yuan's eyes made Chu Zhongshan quickly understand what he meant, so Chu Zhongshan continued to threaten. Give it to him. Although Chu Zhongshan and Huang Lao used the attack array in the cave to break the strength deliberately reserved by the strong man at the peak of the spirit period, the strength after the array was broken has been weakened to the limit. With Lin Aoqun's cultivation at the peak of the Qi period, the weakened strength can't really hurt him. Just now, he didn't answer before, and his expression has been dull because he can't accept the reality that his hand was broken in the end. After a period of adaptation, he has now accepted the reality. After hearing the bargaining between Chu Zhongshan and Lu Yuan, he immediately broke in and agreed to the compensation required by Chu Zhongshan. Elder Marshal Brother Lin, I don't have so many spirit stones. Hearing that Lin Aoqun agreed to compensate 100,000 7-grade medium-level Lingxi, Lu Yuan showed an expression that I was very short of Lingxi. I don't need a spirit stone, younger Marshal Brother, I have it on me. Standing up from the ground, Lin Aoqun took out a storage bag from his arms, threw it directly to Chu Zhongshan without expression, and said at the same time. Chu Zhongshan, this is an unowned storage bag, with a space area of more than 70 square meters. There are nearly 110,000 7-grade medium-level spirit stones in it, which is enough to pay for the spirit stones you need. After Chu Zhongshan took over the storage bag thrown by Lin Aoqun ordered Lu Yuan before he could check it. Younger Marshal Brother Lu, I don't have any junk pills like Jiupin red blood pill and Ningfu pill in my hand. I'll lend you 20 pills temporarily and return them to you later. You're welcome, Elder Marshal Brother. These 2 pills happen to be here. Lu Yuan knew that Lin Aoqun was in anger at this time. Some words were blurted out without thinking, so it was inconvenient for him to care too much. Give you pills. Lin Aoqun took the 2 pills handed by Lu Yuan and threw them to Chu Zhongshan without looking at them. Hey, that's weird. I just like garbage, and I clean up someone by relying on garbage. Chu Zhongshan also didn't check the pill bottle thrown by Lin Aoqun when he approached it. He smiled a few times after collecting it in the storage bag. As for the garbage mentioned by Lin Aoqun just now, Chu Zhongshan didn't care. Perhaps for Lin Aoqun, who is at the peak of Qi transformation period, the upper-level Jiupin red blood pill and Ningfu pill are garbage, but for Chu Zhongshan, these 2 pills are the key to his rapid advancement. Chu Zhongshan, I have given you the spirit stone and pill. Can I leave here now? Seeing Chu Zhongshan happily putting away the spirit stone and pill, Lin Aoqun asked coldly. Of course. Just now, after Huang Lao's reminder, Chu Zhongshan knew that Lin Aoqun still had 2 powers reserved by the strong at the peak of the spirit period. It was very difficult to kill him completely. What's more, he has to look at Lu Yuan's face and is not easy to continue. Therefore, in the face of Lin Aoqun's proposal to leave, he readily agreed. With Chu Zhongshan's consent, Lin Aoqun ignored the people around him, directly exercised his body method and martial arts, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Younger Marshal Brother Lu, what should we do next? Seeing that Lin Aoqun ignored himself and others, he turned and left directly, leaving the disciples of Huashan's sword sect and the followers of Lin Aoqun in the same place. Suddenly, he was 6 gods and had no choice but to focus on Lu Yuan. Don't worry, everyone. Let's go find Elder Marshal Brother Lin now. Although Lu Yuan is also very angry about Lin Aoqun's selfish behavior, he also understands that in this completely closed cave, Lin Aoqun with the highest cultivation is their safety guarantee, and they should find him anyway. Brother Chu, Lu Yuan is very ashamed of what happened today. If he has a chance in the future, he will repay today's kindness. Facing Chu Zhongshan's swordsman etiquette, Lu Yuan said very formally. Brother Lu, today's business has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. You and I are still good friends. From the beginning to the end of what happened today, Chu Zhongshan didn't resent Lu Yuan. He even appreciated his cooperation just now. For people like Lu Yuan, if there is not much conflict of interest in the future, he will always admit this friend. Brother Lu, don't forget your appointment with me in the challenge, and you have to work hard. Seeing that Lu Yuan and the others were going to leave, Chu Zhongshan warned loudly. Brother Chu, don't worry. In a short time, my accomplishments will catch up with you and surpass you. Don't cry if you are defeated by me at that time. Lu Yuan was warmed by Chu Zhongshan's reminder. He knew that Chu Zhongshan reminded him to put down his obsession and face the next practice with a new attitude. 3 senior brothers, how are you recovering from your injury? After Lu Yuan and others left, Chu Zhongshan asked with concern to Dongfeng Yangping. Alas, the hand of Wolf Cloud is too cruel. I can't use real Yuan without a day. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, Zhang Yanan, who closed his eyes and recovered from the injury, opened his eyes and complained with a curse in his mouth. What about elder martial brother Yue? While Zhang Yanan was swearing, Yue Zhangzong also opened his eyes. Facing Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, he clenched his teeth and said, if you don't care about the foundation, you have the power of a war. Regardless of the foundation, you can barely hold the Wolf Cloud. Without waiting for Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, Dongfeng Yangping directly replied. In that case, you should stay here for the time being to heal your wounds. When your injuries recover, you should seek revenge from Wolf Cloud. Regardless of the loss of the foundation, that is, overdraft the potential, this will undoubtedly dry up the river and fish, burn the forest and hunt. How can Chu Zhongshan scrap the 3 promising senior brothers? Therefore, he can only bear the pain and consume the spirit stone to create a healing environment for them. Consciously collude with the token, mobilize the magic array with the lowest grade among the tokens, and make Dongfeng Yangping and others completely disappear in the eyes of everyone. Did Chu Zhongshan just perform the legendary teleportation and leave here directly? One of the most knowledgeable 10-layer peak challenge masters in the training period guessed that he was self-righteous. Cut. You really dare to imagine. You know, the cultivation must exceed the power of the divine soul period to use the blink technique. He can use it as a martial artist on the 4th floor of the small body refining period. Daydream. An early-stage challenge leader of the Qi transformation period, who obviously disliked Chu Zhongshan, said sarcastically. If it wasn't blinking, how did he disappear in place? Maybe the power behind it is very strong. This challenge master at the top of the 10th floor in the physical training period is not afraid of the first-class challenge master in the Qi transformation period. Well, don't quarrel. We'd better hurry to find Chu Zhongshan and ask him to help open the cave. Let's leave this damn place early. The high-level challenger in the Qi melting period with the highest on-site cultivation shouted angrily. Younger martial brother, what's going on? Looking at the noisy crowd not far away, Zhang Yanan asked curiously. Dongfeng Yangping and Yue Zhangzong are also looking forward to seeing Chu Zhongshan and hoping that he can give an answer. It's nothing great. It's just a magic array that can cover up the environment. He waved his hand, and Chu Zhongshan said with indifference. Mobilizing the magic array in the cave really doesn't care about Chu Zhongshan. Because he has experienced the transmission method, the surveillance method, the defensive method, and the attack method, he has already had a very strong ability to mobilize the consumption of Lingxi's tactics. Originally, he thought that mobilizing the magic array needed to consume at least thousands of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones, but just now old Huang kindly reminded him that it was to mobilize the lowest-level magic array in the cave, which only consumed 107-grade medium-level spirit stones at a time. For Chu Zhongshan Laizhu, who is worth more than 100,000 Kippen medium-level spirit stones, the consumption of 100 Kippen spirit stones is drizzle. Oh, that's what happened. Perhaps it was the mysterious means of experiencing Chu Zhongshan. His explanation convinced Zhang Yanan and others. Since no one can find their existence, Dongfeng Yangping and others calm down, try their best to recover the injury, and gradually recover the consumed genuine with the help of spirit stone. One day and one night later, Dongfeng Yangping, who tried his best to recover from the injury, took the lead. A momentum that forced Chu Zhongshan to step back slowly rose from him. After feeling this amazing momentum, Chu Zhongshan had a deep understanding of the strength of Oriental Yangping. The momentum rising from Dongfeng Yangping did not stop, but gradually increased, forcing Chu Zhongshan to continue to retreat. Moreover, Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan, who were trying their best to recover from the injury, had to get up and leave temporarily because of the momentum rising from Dongfeng Yangping. When the momentum of Dongfeng Yangping reached the top, Yue Zhangzong, who retreated to Chu Zhongshan, showed a shocked expression on his face and muttered to himself, "Half a step in the sea of qi. Half-step gas sea period." Hearing that Yue Zhangzong mentioned that the state of Dongfeng Yangping at this time was half a step in the cultivation of qi period, Chu Zhongshan felt both admiration and excitement. With the help of this failure, Dongfeng Yangping's psychological quality is far higher than that of ordinary martial artists. Under the influence of this psychological quality, his future achievements will never be low. At the same time, his cultivation has broken through the half-step period. That is to say, among the more than 80 competitors participating in the qualifying this time, his cultivation and combat power have far surpassed Lin Aijun and become the strongest. Then Chu Zhongshan doesn't have to deal with Wolf Cloud or Lin Aoquin's provocation. The half-step Qihai period is only the promotion of the small realm in the Qihua period. Dongfeng Yangping has made a smooth breakthrough without taking much time. Taking back his strong momentum, Dongfeng Yangping opened his eyes, stood up and bowed deeply to Chu Zhongshan, which startled Chu Zhongshan without any preparation. "Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, what are you doing?" Seeing that Dongfeng Yangping made this great gift, Chu Zhongshan quickly dodged away and asked in a high voice, "Younger Martial Brother Chu, it's entirely because of you that I can save my life and break through the period of half a step. If you hadn't made a strong move, I'm afraid I would have died in the hands of Wolf Cloud. Without the safety environment you deliberately created, younger Martial Brother, I can't successfully break through the half-step gas sea period, so you can afford this gift. Senior Brother Dongfeng, if you are like this, I will be angry." Although he knew that what Dongfeng Yangping had just said was the truth, Chu Zhongshan could not accept this gift anyway, because next he wants to prove one thing to Dongfeng Yangping. If the matter of verification is false, then it is proper and affordable to bear his gift. If the proof is true, Chu Zhongshan not only can't bear his gift, but also needs to salute him in the future. In addition, he also needs to ask Dongfeng Yangping and others for a large number of spirit stones in case of emergency in the future. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan resolutely refused to accept his thanks, Dongfeng Yangping had to straighten up, but the gratitude in his eyes was not concealed. "Senior Brother Dongfeng, there's one thing I wanted to ask you for a long time, but I didn't dare to ask for fear of your misunderstanding." When Dongfeng Yangping began to consolidate the cultivation after the breakthrough, Chu Zhongshan thought about it and asked, "Younger Martial Brother Chu, if you have any questions, just mention it. Elder Martial Brother, I'm not stingy." Having experienced so many things, when facing Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yangping's original arrogant and cold attitude has disappeared. At this time, he treats Chu Zhongshan kindly. "Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, your surname is Dongfeng and you come from Tianlong Imperial Dynasty. So what's your relationship with Dongfeng Yuner?" After thinking about it, Chu Zhongshan finally asked the biggest question in his heart. "Younger Martial Brother Chu, do you know Yuner?" Hearing that Chu Zhongshan mentioned Dongfeng Younger, Dongfeng Yangping, who had been chatting with him while stabilizing his accomplishments, stopped practicing directly and looked at Chu Zhongshan in surprise. "Well, I'm familiar with younger martial sister Dongfeng," nodded. Chu Zhongshan admitted that he knew Dongfeng Yuner. "How is Yuner now?" After being recognized by Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yangping hurriedly asked, "Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, I need to know your relationship with Dongfeng Yuner, and then I'll tell you about Dongfeng Yuner's current situation in detail." Without answering Dongfeng Yangping's question, Chu Zhongshan continued to verify his relationship with Dongfeng Yuner. "Elder Martial Brother Chu, Dongfeng Yuner is the sister of Dongfeng Elder Martial Brother's father and mother, and also the favorite sister of Dongfeng Elder Martial Brother." Chu Zhongshan didn't lower his voice when talking about Dongfeng Yuner with Dongfeng Yangping. Zhang Yanan, who has almost recovered from his injury and eavesdropping on their conversation, interrupted. Zhang Yanan's explanation made Chu Zhongshan look at Dongfeng Yangping in surprise. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had always maintained a respectful attitude towards Dongfeng Yangping and never provoked his disgust. "Younger Martial Brother Chu, Yuner and I are close brothers and sisters of a mother's compatriots. We have been close since childhood, but I am several years older than her. I left the Imperial Dynasty and joined the sect earlier. We haven't seen each other for several years." Seeing that Zhang Yanan has explained for himself, Dongfeng Yangping explained in more detail the relationship between him and Dongfeng Yuner. Younger martial brother Chu, I don't know what kind of relationship is between you and Yuner. After explaining his close relationship with Dongfeng Yuner, Dongfeng Yangping looked directly at Chu Zhongshan. The gratitude in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by examination. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, don't get me wrong. The relationship between me and younger martial sister Dongfeng is innocent, not the kind of relationship you think. Before crossing, he experienced the influence of countless film and television dramas and novels. The examination and vigilance in Dongfeng Yangping's eyes immediately made him understand that Dongfeng Yangping had misunderstood the relationship between him and Dongfeng Yuner, so he immediately explained. Although he and Dongfeng Yuner have a good impression on each other, the time they have contacted is too short and they don't know each other. It will take a long time and deal with many challenges to finally develop that kind of relationship. Therefore, killing him at this moment can't recognize that kind of relationship. Really, Chu Zhongshan's explanation didn't convince Dongfeng Yangping. He still looked directly at Chu Zhongshan with a look. Seeing Dongfeng Yangping's constant eyes, Chu Zhongshan felt that he was really asking for trouble. In desperation, he had to explain in detail how he knew Dongfeng Yuner. In addition to the contradiction with Yan Jinghong and the fact that Dongfeng Yuner, the trial peak of Liyun sect, didn't say anything about her, the rest of the process was explained in detail. Oh, that was the case. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's detailed explanation, Dongfeng Yangping was relieved. Although Chu Zhongshan is excellent in all aspects and the best young man he has ever seen, in Dongfeng Yangping's view, Chu Zhongshan still has a certain distance to become the partner of Dongfeng Yuner. Since they were not the kind of relationship they imagined, his attitude towards Chu Zhongshan returned to normal. No, it's not normal. It should be more grateful. Because Chu Zhongshan not only saved his life, but also saved Dongfeng Yuner's life. When the two lives were added together, he had completely regarded Chu Zhongshan as the most trusted person. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, since your injury has recovered, and your cultivation has broken through the half-step Qi period, should we go to find Lang Yun to avenge being surrounded and killed by him just now? For fear that Dongfeng Yangping would continue to ask about his relationship with Dongfeng Yuner, Chu Zhongshan quickly changed the topic. Of course, only I have a question now. Younger martial brother Chu needs to answer it truthfully. Looking for Wolf Cloud revenge is what Dongfeng Yangping wants to do at this moment. He even wants Wolf Cloud right in front of him. Therefore, after Chu Zhongshan reminded him, he immediately left the problem of Dongfeng Yuner and Chu Zhongshan behind and began to consider how to revenge Wolf Cloud. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, if you have any questions, just ask. Seeing that Dongfeng Yangping is not investigating his relationship with Dongfeng Yuner, Chu Zhongshan is secretly relieved. At the same time, he also decided to give a positive answer to his next question and try not to let him think about that aspect. Younger martial brother Chu, Lang Yun is different from me. When I went out to practice, in order to fully stimulate my potential, I didn't let the powerful imperial family leave a life-saving card on me, but the cunning Lang Yun must have the power reserved by the peerless strong. Younger martial brother Chu, I don't know if you can continue to use the means you just broke Lin Aoquan's final card. If we can continue to use it, then we will try our best to kill Wolf Cloud and his companions, and let them be completely buried in this cave. If we can't continue to use it, we will ignore him, but look for a way to leave the cave and wait until later to find an opportunity to revenge him. Facing the tentative interrogation of Dongfeng Yangping, Chu Zhongshan bowed his head and thought for a while, considering how to answer him. As long as there are enough spirit stones, he can use the array hidden in the cave without limit, but this secret can't be known to Dongfeng Yangping. People are separated from each other, and they don't know what to do. Who knows if Dongfeng Yangping will become greedy and want to take it from himself after learning that he has mastered the most precious secret of the cave. If this happens, Chu Zhongshan doesn't know what to do. In order to avoid this situation, Chu Zhongshan had to answer his questions with lies. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, the reason why I can easily kill the experts in the Qi transformation period is mainly because I got a spell left by a peerless strong man in the cave. This spell can mobilize most of the hidden arrays in the whole cave. It can let me transmit freely and mobilize defense and attack arrays freely. Looking at the light in the eyes of Dongfeng Yangping, Chu Zhongshan immediately changed his tone, which showed a trace of regret. The only pity is that to give full play to the power of this spell, A huge number of spirit stones are needed, and they are used only 10 times. After 10 times, they completely disappear and can't be used anymore. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan stretched out his fingers and counted the times he had used, bending his fingers one by one. In order to save you as soon as possible, I used a transmission array, a defense array and a magic array to kill 3 masters in the Qi transformation period, defeat Lin Aoqun and scatter his cards. I used it 8 times in total. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, I still have 2 chances to use the spell. As long as you can consume the power of Wolf Cloud and force him to use the final card, I will have a chance to kill him completely. After hearing Chu Zhongshan saying that there were only 2 chances to use the spell, Dongfeng Yangping's bright eyes suddenly dimmed. At the same time, his heart began to calculate how to get rid of the Wolf Cloud. Younger Martial Brother Yue and Younger Martial Brother Zhang, how many 7-grade medium-level spirit stones do you still have in your hand? Just now Chu Zhongshan clearly said that the more spirit stones are consumed, the stronger the power of the spell. Until then, he also understood why Chu Zhongshan asked Wolf Cloud and Lin Aoqun for a huge amount of spirit stone. In order to ensure that the Wolf Cloud is finally removed, Dongfeng Yangping hopes that the spell in Chu Zhongshan's hand can play its strongest power, so he plans to help Chu Zhongshan collect enough spirit stones. Elder Martial Brother, I have 70,000 pieces of Kippen medium-level spirit stone in my hand. Elder Martial Brother, when I participated in the qualifying, I just bought a medium-grade spirit stone. At this time, there are only 27,000 medium-grade spirit stones left. Younger Martial Brother Chu, I have 120,000 7-grade medium-grade spirit stones in my hand. In addition to the spirit stones, in the hands of the 2 younger Martial brothers, there are a total of 21,700 grade medium-grade spirit stones. I don't know whether these spirit stones can exert the strongest power of the spell and break the final bottom card of Wolf Cloud. Take out all the 7-grade medium-level spirit stones in your storage bag and stack them with the spirit stones taken out by Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhangzong. Dongfeng Yangping looks forward to Chu Zhongshan. Senior Brother Dongfeng, plus I got 100,000 7-step spirit stones from Lin Aoqun. I can give full play to the maximum power of the spell. As long as the card on the Wolf Cloud is not left by the strong man above the level of the Divine Soul period, he will die without doubt. Looking at a pile of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones in front of him, Chu Zhongshan resisted his inner excitement, looked calm and sounded indifferent, and made a move that he also contributed to the spirit stone. In that case, younger Martial Brother Chu put these spirit stones away first, and then we went to find Langyun and used all means to bury him completely in this cave. Chu Zhongshan's assurance of 100 times confidence immediately inspired Dongfeng Yangping's ambition, stood up, and showed a posture of going to work hard with Wolf Cloud. Looking at a pile of 7-grade spirit stones emitting strong aura in front of him, Chu Zhongshan secretly congratulated himself on the storage bag given by Wolf Cloud and Lin Aoqun. Otherwise, he could not take all the more than 300,000 7-grade spirit stones away. Chu Zhongshan looked at the prepared Dongfeng Yangping and others, immediately put away the spirit stone on the ground, and then said excitedly, 3 senior brothers, when Wolf Cloud and others left yesterday, I had left tracking marks on them. Next, as long as you follow me, you can ensure to find them within an hour. Chu Zhongshan is only the cultivation achievement of the 4 layers at the peak of the physical training period, while Langyun is already the 10 layers at the Qi transformation period. How can he have the ability and opportunity to leave a mark on him? What he said was just to hide the secret of his secret use of tokens, because when he put away the spirit stone, he had secretly colluded with the token, mobilized the monitoring array in the cave, and saw the position of Langyun and others at this time. Okay, then younger Martial Brother Chu will lead the way. Hearing Chu Zhongshan say that he had left a tracking mark on the Wolf Cloud, Dongfeng Yangping had no doubt. After all, Chu Zhongshan has been very mysterious since he entered the cave. He can kill the experts in the Qi transformation period with the cultivation of the 4 peaks in the body refining period, and leave a mark on the Wolf Cloud, which makes people feel very normal. Boy, you are cruel and poisonous enough. The target of blackmail is your 3 senior brothers. Led Dongfeng Yangping and others, Chu Zhongshan fully displayed his body skills and startled the wind legs, and quickly ran to the place where Langyun and others were hiding. On the way, Huang Lao, who had no words in his mind, suddenly said sarcastically, Old Huang, you misunderstood the boy. Those spirit stones were taken out by 3 senior brothers on their own initiative. How can I blackmail them? In the face of Huang Lao's sarcasm, Chu Zhongshan hurriedly explained for fear that he might misunderstand his original intention. Cut, boy, I don't know how many years I've lived and what kind of people I haven't seen. You just thought carefully and tried to deceive me. Daydream. Chu Zhongshan's explanation didn't convince Huang, and even he taught him a lesson with damage and scolding. Boy, how dare you deceive the old man? I don't know how many spirit stones I need to consume if I want to kill Wolf Cloud and others next. After my cultivation talent is improved, I need more spirit stones during cultivation. I don't prepare some in advance to meet my needs. Seeing that Huang could not be persuaded, Chu Zhongshan had to tell the truth. Boy, it'll be all right if you say so long ago. Chu Zhongshan didn't continue to argue and chose to tell the truth, which made Huang very satisfied. Boy, I don't blame you for blackmailing your 3 senior brothers, but I want to tell you through my own experience. If you want to climb to the peak of life and the limit of martial arts, you must have many loyal subordinates to help you, so you can take care of yourself. After saying the last inexplicable words, Huang was completely silent. Since being defeated by Chu Zhongshan, and humiliating to compensate a huge amount of Lingxi, Lang Yun and others who finally have to escape, are hiding in a dilapidated attic. Looking at the frustrated will of more than a dozen companions around him, Wolf Cloud could only sigh in his heart. This time, in the qualifying match of Purgatory City, he can be described as stealing chicken instead of eroding rice, and suffered heavy losses. In order to compete for a limited number of treasures in the cave, before entering the cave, he offended many challenge masters in the Qi refining period and the early stage of the body refining period. Although he was not afraid of those low-level challenge masters with his cultivation, the forces behind those low-level challenge masters gave him a headache. If he gains enough in the cave and improves his cultivation with the help of the harvest in the cave, he can bear any headache and has the confidence and ability to resolve it one by one. However, not only did there not be any harvest in the cave, but even because of his selfishness and resentment, he lost 3 middle and high-level companions in the Qi transformation period and a huge amount of spirit stones. At present, these companions around can't leave the cave for the time being, so they can only choose to follow them. After leaving the cave, I'm afraid these companions in the Qi transformation period will leave themselves directly and will not have too many intersections with themselves in the future. There is no solution for this Wolf Cloud. At this time, his hatred for Chu Zhongshan had far exceeded that of Dongfeng Yangping. It was Chu Zhongshan's unexpected appearance that made him not only fail to get rid of Dongfeng Yangping, but also hurt himself. Try your best to restore Zhenyuan and find a way to leave the cave. In the face of frustrated and listless companions, Lang Yun can only remind such a sentence. As for what they do next, Wolf Cloud can't pay attention to it for the time being. Sitting on the ground, trying to recover the Wolf Cloud of Zhenyuan, I suddenly felt a burst of upset, as if something bad was about to happen. Considering their accomplishments and the forces they now have, general dangers cannot threaten them. However, the feeling of upset made him unable to quietly restore Zhenyuan. In desperation, he had to get up from the ground, go to the window of the ragged attic and look into the distance, hoping to calm his upset heart. Where is it? Looking into the distance, Lang Yun felt that his upset heart was gradually quiet. When he wanted to take back his sight and continue to restore Zhenyuan, he unexpectedly found that 4 figures were rushing to the attic where he temporarily stayed. With the 4 figures getting closer and closer to the attic, Wolf Cloud finally saw the appearance of the 4 figures, especially the leading figure, who Wolf Cloud can't forget all his life. How did Chu Zhongshan get here? Seeing Chu Zhongshan's impact on the attic like a strong wind, a trace of doubt rose in Wolf Cloud's heart. However, this doubt didn't last long, so he woke up completely and knew that the goal of Chu Zhongshan and others was himself. In other words, Chu Zhongshan didn't intend to let go of themselves at the beginning. Thinking of this, the Wolf Cloud didn't hesitate. He turned directly to his companion who was breathing and sleeping in the attic. All the people got up quickly to prepare for the battle. An enemy was approaching. After telling the people to prepare for the battle, instead of drawing out weapons to prepare for the battle, Lang Yun directly crossed the people and jumped out of the windowsill behind them. Looking at the action of Wolf Cloud, the people at the scene immediately fell into confusion. They didn't know what he meant by doing so. The wolf cloud jumping out of the windowsill waited until it landed, turned around and looked at the attic behind him, and shouted helplessly, "Brothers, I'll run for my life first. Pray for each of you. Pray that Chu Zhongshan and others will eventually be kind and let you go." After seeing Chu Zhongshan and others, Lang Yun completely understood that their goal must be themselves, that is, they didn't want to leave the cave safely at all. At the beginning, I let myself leave temporarily, probably because I was worried about the people around me and the existence of Lin Aoquen. Because Lin Aoquen is the strongest person on site and has a good relationship with himself. If they dare to be cruel to themselves, Lin Aoquen will certainly intervene in this matter. At this time, there were no outsiders around, and Lin Aoquen didn't know where he was. It was the best time for them to kill people. Unfortunately, Lang Yun was eager to leave at that time and didn't see the fight between Chu Zhongshan and Lin Aoquen. Otherwise, he wouldn't think so now. He has seen the horror of Chu Zhongshan. Although he also has a life-saving card, this card can only be used once. That is to say, after the card is used, he can't resist the joint efforts of Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yangping. In this case, he can only escape desperately. At the same time, he has seen clearly the sinister intentions of Chu Zhongshan and others, so he plans to escape temporarily, and then go to find Lin Aoquen and join hands with Lin Aoquen to deal with Chu Zhongshan. No, the wolf cloud escaped. In order to get to the attic where Wolf Cloud is hiding as soon as possible, Chu Zhongshan tries his best to display his body method and martial arts. In this state of moving forward at full speed, he must be unable to hide his figure. Since there are not many spirit stones consumed to mobilize the monitoring array in the cave, and he has more than 300,000 7-grade medium-level spirit stones in his storage bag, he has always used the monitoring array to ensure that he can pay attention to the situation of Wolf Cloud anytime and anywhere. Lang Yun found himself waiting for others, and selfishly used his companions to resist himself and others, and fled in advance. Chu Zhongshan saw it clearly. Where is the Wolf Cloud at this time? Although Chu Zhongshan's medium-level body method and martial arts have entered the realm of great success, due to the limitation of cultivation, his speed is still slightly slower than Dongfeng Yangping in the half-step Qihai period. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan said that the wolf cloud had escaped, Dongfeng Yangping immediately became anxious and wanted to temporarily leave Chu Zhongshan and others and stop the wolf cloud alone. Elder Marshal Brother Dongfeng, don't worry. Don't worry, Wolf Cloud can't escape. Speak to stop Dongfeng Yangping's rash behavior. Chu Zhongshan motioned him not to act rashly and obey his own command. Although the wolf cloud with the strongest cultivation escaped, there was also an expert whose cultivation reached the peak of the 9th floor of the Qi transformation period, and an opponent of the digital Qi transformation period. If Dongfeng Yangping, who has the highest cultivation, leaves temporarily, Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhangzong alone are certainly not their opponents, and even themselves may be in danger. After all, in order to eliminate the greed of Dongfeng Yangping, he has set his ability to use as a spell, and there is only a second chance to use it, that is, he can't continue to use the power of the array for the time being. In this case, how can Dongfeng Yangyu leave alone when his cultivation reaches the stage of half-step Qihai? Thinking that he was tens of miles away from the wolf cloud, Chu Zhongshan could accurately find his location. The worried Dongfeng Yangping calmed down. Thinking of the pursuit, Chu Zhongshan once said that everything should obey his command. Dongfeng Yangping fell one step behind, a posture dominated by Chu Zhongshan. Although Lang Yun ran away alone, his companions remained in the attic. Because the space in the attic is relatively narrow and does not use fighting, these people jumped out of the window one after another. The people who jumped out of the window just met Chu Zhongshan and others. Seeing that the person who chased and killed Lang Yun was Chu Zhongshan and others who let them go a day ago, these people immediately understood why Lang Yun ran away alone. After all, in the face of Chu Zhongshan with mysterious power, no one dares or wants to face him. The only expert on the 9th floor peak in the Qi transformation period immediately turned around without hesitation and wanted to run for his life alone like Wolf Cloud. However, how could Dongfeng Yangping, who was so angry, let him leave easily? Take out the middle-class top spirit weapon he is good at using from the storage bag and rush to the top opponent on the 9th floor of the Qi melting period. In order to frighten the wolf cloud, Chu Zhongshan successively killed 3 middle and high-level experts in the Qi transformation period, and one of them reached the peak of 7 levels in the Qi transformation period. At this time, Among the people on the scene, except for the master who escaped from the peak of the 9th floor of the gasification period, there was only one master with the highest cultivation of the 8th floor of the gasification period, and most of the rest were the cultivation of the junior middle school of the gasification period. When Dongfeng Yangping chased the opponent who wanted to escape, he took advantage of the situation to bring the only expert on the 8th floor of the Huaki period into the scope of his attack, so that Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan could easily deal with the rest of the people. Junior brother Chu, please step back and have a rest, and see how senior brother slaughters these people. The only two experts who can pose a threat to them have been dragged down by Dongfeng Yangping. Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan just take the rest out of their anger. Considering that Chu Zhongshan only has 4 levels of cultivation during the physical training period, if he rashly joins the battle, he may encounter life danger at any time. So before starting, Zhang Yanan specially told Chu Zhongshan to stay back. Without Zhang Yanan's special advice, none of the companions belonging to Lang Yun dared to fight Chu Zhongshan. After all, the way Chu Zhongshan reached out his finger a day ago to kill the experts in the Qi transformation period is too mysterious. These people don't want to die rashly. These companions abandoned by Wolf Yun selfishly at the scene have reached the peak of the middle level of physical training. Although Chu Zhongshan's cultivation has soared, he is still very reluctant to deal with experts who can challenge higher levels. Although somewhat reluctantly, Chu Zhongshan still wants to test his strength and see how much his strength has increased after breaking through the 4th floor of the body training period. In order to avoid Chu Zhongshan being attacked secretly, Zhang Yanan pulled all the opponents below the 3rd floor of the gasification period on the site. Therefore, if Chu Zhongshan wants to find an opponent, he must let Zhang Yanan go. Younger martial brother, these people are all talents who can challenge higher and higher levels. You must not take risks. If something happens, how can I explain to elder martial brother Dongfeng? Hearing that Chu Zhongshan wanted to pick an opponent at the peak of the 6th floor in the physical training period, Zhang Yanan refused with concern. Elder martial brother, don't you know what means I have, so you don't have to worry about my safety at all. Even in order to avoid causing the greed of Dongfeng Yangping, he still left a second chance to use the spell when lying. One chance to use the spell must be left to the wolf cloud who has the final card, while the other chance is left to himself. It is certain that Dongfeng Yangping and others can believe and understand it. Well, be careful. Chu Zhongshan's reminder made Zhang Yanan think of his mysterious means and immediately put his heart down. Then, the opponent with the long mace in his hand, who has the lowest strength on the spot, and has reached the peak of 6 layers in the body training period, is directly ejected from the battle circle by the long mace without any reaction. Seeing the opponent ejected from the battle, Chu Zhongshan rushed up with a steel knife without any hesitation. Without any martial arts skills, the first move was to split Huashan in the basic saber technique and directly attack his head. Physical exercise period, as the name suggests, is to exercise the body. During the exercise period, the 1st to 3rd layers are to exercise the bones in the body, and the 4th to 6th layers are to exercise the body. Whether it is to exercise the bones and body, it will significantly improve its own strength. The reason why Chu Zhongshan chose to use the basic saber technique was to test how much his strength increased and how much his body strength increased after he broke through the 4th layer of the body training period. As a 6th level peak in the physical training period, he is also a genius who can fight beyond the rank. Although the opponent was stunned by Zhang Yanan's ejection from the fight at the beginning, the martial artist's instinct still exists. When the sharp steel knife is about to reach the top of the head, the opponent at the top of the 6 levels in the body training period has noticed and made a quick counterattack. Instead of avoiding the sharp steel knife, he waved the long sword in his hand, transported the spiritual power in the elixir field to the weapon, and blocked the cleavage of the basic saber technique of Chu Zhongshan with the back of the sword. Boom! The sharp steel knife slashed on the back of the sword and made a clear roar. Because Chu Zhongshan was in mid-air, the rebound force generated when the weapons collided made him retreat more than 10 meters in the air, while his opponent retreated 5 or 6 steps. Looking at the gap cut by the long sword on the blade, Chu Zhongshan showed a trace of fear on his face. Just now, they had a brief fight with each other, which made Chu Zhongshan roughly understand the strength of his opponent. The cultivation of the 6th-layer peak in the training period, and the combat power of the 8th-layer peak in the training period. In other words, if we only talk about combat effectiveness, there is little difference between them. The only disadvantage is that the weapon used by the opponent has reached the level of half-spirit weapon. The steel dao in the hands of Chu Zhongshan is only the best refined steel dao given by the sect, which is one level different from each other. If he knew that the opponent had half-spirit weapon in his hand, he would not use the basic saber against the enemy. Fortunately, the opponent's combat power is similar to him, and the result is only that his weapons are damaged. Otherwise, if the opponent's combat power is a little higher than him, the final result must be that his weapon is completely broken, and he himself will be seriously injured. Chu, if you want to improve your strength through me, you can't use the means to kill the experts in the Qi transformation period. Otherwise, I'll stand in place and wait to die. After repelling the opponent at the top of the 6th floor in the physical training period found that the person attacking him was Chu Zhongshan, and he felt a burst of panic in his heart. After all, he once witnessed the process of Chu Zhongshan reaching out his fingers to kill the experts in the Qi transformation period. Later, he was surprised to find that Chu Zhongshan, who had mysterious means, didn't seem to intend to use that means, but wanted to fight with himself with his cultivation. Proficient in human accidents, he immediately understood what was going on and knew that Chu Zhongshan wanted to improve his strength through him. Therefore, in order to avoid the power of Chu Zhongshan's hands, he thought he was smart enough to set a trap and let Chu Zhongshan fight with him honestly. No problem. Although the weapons in his hand are not as good as each other, Chu Zhongshan is not afraid. Because he just used the basic saber technique, and the basic saber technique cannot be added to the Qi melting period, so as long as he used his martial arts, the attribute power contained in the martial arts is enough to offset the gap between weapons. The scorching sun. The disadvantage of weapons made Chu Zhongshan not continue to use the basic saber technique, but began to use the primary saber technique he was most familiar with and gained the essence. Strong wind transit. Originally, I wanted to defeat Chu Zhongshan step by step with the advantage of weapons, but after Chu Zhongshan showed his primary saber skills, I felt the attribute power from the saber peak, and the opponent's face at the 6th level peak changed during the body training period. Because what he didn't expect is that Chu Zhongshan, who has only 4 peaks in the cultivation period, has mastered the attribute power that can be exerted in the realm of Qi transformation period in advance. What a monster's understanding! However, after all, he was a master who had experienced many battles. His surprise was just a stupefied skill, and he returned to normal in an instant. At the same time, he also changed his way of shooting and showed his primary sword skills to offset the sword style of Chu Zhongshan with a move of strong wind. The wind is traceable. After counteracting the attribute power of the scorching sun, the opponent on the 6th floor at the peak of the body training stage immediately showed a wind-traceable sword technique, which went straight to the heart of Chu Zhongshan at an incredible speed. Chu Zhongshan felt that his opponent had 2 physical attributes as early as he was crossing the border with strong wind. One of them, like him, was the wind attribute in the variation attribute, so he had long been on guard against the speed of his opponent's attack. Just when the opponent attacked his heart with the wind-traceable sword technique, he had already used the wind feat that had reached the state of great success to avoid his sword technique at an incredible speed. Then, take advantage of the other party's old strength, and take the other party's 5 limbs when the new strength is not born. Damn it. The opponent at the peak of the 6 levels during the physical training period didn't expect that Chu Zhongshan was not only a physique with variant wind attribute, but also the medium-level body method and martial arts had entered a state of great success, which led to Chu Zhongshan's counterattack after dodging the must-kill blow, so that he didn't have time to dodge at all. In desperation, he just tried to avoid the important part of his body and avoid being injured too much. Poof. Although the opponent at the peak of the 6 layers in the training period avoided the attack of important parts, the arm holding the longsword did not escape. It was scratched by the steel knife containing attribute power and ejected a blood. Although the fight just now was very short, the process was extremely dangerous. As long as there was a little mistake in the fight, or the reaction was a little slow, it must be him who was injured in the end. Chu Zhongshan was shocked by the fresh air. Seeing that the other party had been slightly injured, he did not stop. He continued to perform the group attack moves in the primary saber technique and began to keep the opponent busy. In essence, the weapon containing attribute power has exceeded the weapon of half-spirit weapon, so after the only advantage of the other party is offset, it has no ability to counterattack in the face of the rainstorm like attack in the middle of Chu. The 7 moves saber technique in the primary saber technique was used dozens of times by Chu Zhongshan in just 1 minute. With the help of the flaws inadvertently revealed by the other party when he was desperately defending, he directly penetrated his heart with a move of Mars Chain Saber. After using Mars Chain to kill his opponent, Chu Zhongshan squatted on the ground and gasped heavily. In just 1 minute, he used dozens of saber moves intermittently, which consumed a lot of spiritual power, physical strength, and energy. At this time, he can only recover the consumed physical strength and energy through continuous breathing. Pa. After breathing for nearly a minute, the rapidly consumed physical strength and energy recovered temporarily. At this moment, the sound of applause came from behind. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng. Attracted by the sound of applause, Chu Zhongshan quickly straightened up and looked around, but found that Dongfeng Yangping was applauding with admiration on his face. Younger Martial Brother Chu, although I know you are a genius with outstanding talent, what I didn't expect is that you not only have the combat power to surpass your 4 small realms, but also master the realm of Qi melting period on the 4th floor of the body training period, so you can use attribute power. At the same time, through the swordsman you just showed, I found that you are very skilled in using attribute power. It must be a long time for you to master this power. It seems that the word genius is not enough to describe you. Dongfeng Yangping is a cultivation in the period of half-step Qi Si. The military products used are the top middle-class spirit tools. His opponent is only the cultivation of the 9-layer peak and the 8-layer peak in the Qi transformation period, and the weapons used are only inferior spiritual weapons. Because of the weakness of cultivation and weapons, they were killed by Dongfeng Yangping's simple 5 moves without holding on for long. It is also because the opponent is solved in a short time that Dongfeng Yangping can have time to see clearly the shooting process of Zhongshan from beginning to end. Having the fighting power beyond its 4 small realms, such talent is definitely among the top talents even in the power of Big Mac like Li Yun sect. At the beginning of the physical training period, he mastered the attribute power skillfully, which can make him enter the ranks of the top talents, second only to those cultivation talents, reaching the 4th grade. At the age of 22, he broke through the demon of the Sea of Qi period. However, such a monster was born in a small family of the kingdom under the Tianlong Emperor, which made Dongfeng Yangping very interested in him. He wanted to know the secret that happened to him and how he achieved such achievements in a short time. What's more, there is a relationship between Chu Zhongshan and his sister Dongfeng Yuner, which makes him want to know more about Chu Zhongshan. Elder Martial Brother, I'm flattered. Facing the praise of Dongfeng Yangping, Chu Zhongshan was modest, but there was a trace of joy in his heart, because Dongfeng Yangping is not an ordinary person. He is not only the brother of Dongfeng Yuner, but also an important figure in the Tianlong dynasty. His appreciation is not only beneficial to him, but also beneficial to the Chu family behind him. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng and younger Martial Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to solve the battle so soon. When Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yangping were polite to each other, Zhang Yanan, who quickly solved the battle, ran over and said excitedly, 4 opponents at the beginning of Qi transformation period and 5 opponents at the middle and high level of body refining period were slaughtered by Zhang Yanan in just 3 minutes, which not only made him report the hatred of being besieged a day ago, but also made him gain a lot. At the same time, it also made up for the deficit after he gave Chu Zhongshan a large number of spirit stones. We also just solved the opponent. Seeing Zhang Yanan smiling, Chu Zhongshan continued to be polite. When younger Martial Brother Yue has solved his opponent, let's continue to chase Wolf Cloud. In Dongfeng Yangping's view, these people just killed are just some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The real big fish is still Wolf Cloud. The main reason why they continue to stay in the cave is to kill Wolf Cloud. At the beginning, Yue Zhangzong fought against 4 opponents, 3 of whom were weaker than him and had been killed. The only remaining opponent was an expert with 6 levels of peak cultivation in the Qi transformation period. His combat power was not much weaker than him. Therefore, it may take some time for Yue Zhangzong to kill him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Zhongshan hurried to collect his own combat products. After greeting Dongfeng Yangping and Zhang Yanan, Chu Zhongshan went to the opponent he had just killed and took the storage bag from his arms. Consciousness connected with the storage bag, and a space with an area of more than 30 square meters appeared in his consciousness. There are not many items in the space. After a few days in the middle of Chu, it was found that there are 30,008 grade lower-level spirit stones and 6,007 grade middle-level spirit stones. The cultivation of the middle level in the period of physical training can have such a number of spirit stones, which is enough to show that this person's origin is not simple. In addition to the spirit stone, the storage bag also has some medicinal materials and minerals of grade 9, several different types of refined military products, and more than a dozen bottles of pills. Chu Zhongshan didn't expect much about the pills in the pill bottle, so he didn't open them one by one. After classifying these things, all of them were transferred to the storage bag, with an area of 70 square meters presented by Lin Aoqun. Looking at the empty storage bag, Chu Zhongshan didn't abandon it, but folded it carefully and put it into his arms. Chu Zhongshan has got accurate information from Huang Lao in his mind whether the storage bag contested from his opponent has a special logo and whether it will be recognized. The storage bag won't be recognized basically. Because the storage bag belongs to a space spirit tool, it is very difficult to leave a unique logo on it. Unless it is a space spirit tool used by those evil characters, it will have a special logo. Chu Zhongshan regretted that he had lost the 2 storage bags of Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei. Although the space area of the 2 storage bags is not very large, they can exchange at least more than 10 sect contribution points after taking back the sect. Even if it is not handed over to the sect, it is also a happy thing to send it back to the Chu family and give it to the patriarchs and elders who have never used the storage bag. After Yue Zhangzong collected the booty, Dongfeng Yangping turned his eyes to Chu Zhongshan. Before Dongfeng Yang could speak, Chu Zhongshan knew what he meant. Secretly collude with the token and mobilize the monitoring array in the cave. Chu Zhongshan soon found the figure of Langyun, but was a little surprised at the root of Langyun at this time. Because through the monitoring array, Chu Zhongshan found that the ultimate goal of the wolf cloud is Lin Aoqun, who is in a valley and is trying his best to improve his cultivation. At the same time, judging from the increasing momentum of Lin Aoqun, he is also likely to break through the half-step gas C period in a short time. Thinking that Lin Aoqun still retained the power of the peak of the 2 spirits, Chu Zhang was naturally afraid that Wolf Cloud would meet him and there would be uncontrollable changes, so he turned his head and said to Dongfeng Yangping, "Senior brother Dongfeng, Langyun is in the north right now. My speed is too slow, so I still hope senior brother can take me." The Wolf Cloud who wants to meet Lin Aoqun is not sure about the exact location of Lin Aoqun, so his speed is not very fast. If you want to stop Langyun before he meets Lin Aoqun, you must let Dongfeng Yangping do his best. At this time, Chu Zhongshan regretted that he had kept the token more times when he lied. Otherwise, it would be more convenient to use the transmission array in the cave to directly transmit it to Langyun. "Okay, younger martial brother, just point out the direction." Dongfeng Yangping felt that the speed of Chu Zhongshan was too slow. If it wasn't for Chu Zhongshan to point out the aspect, but also for him to break the final card of Langyun, he would leave Chu Zhongshan and pursue Langyun alone. At this time, hearing Chu Zhongshan's proposal, without any consideration, he grabbed Chu Zhongshan's shoulder directly and disappeared in place. As the existence of the half-step gas C period, the speed of Dongfeng Yangping has reached an incredible state. In just 10 seconds, the figures of Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan have been far behind. Under the guidance of the direction provided by Chu Zhongshan at any time, in less than 10 minutes, they vaguely saw the shadow of Wolf Cloud. "Younger martial brother Chu, you'll come later. I'll stop the Wolf Cloud first." After seeing the figure of Wolf Cloud, Dongfeng Yangping directly left Chu Zhongshan. After telling him quickly, he rushed to Wolf Cloud as fast as possible. Looking at Dongfeng Yangping who stopped the Wolf Cloud alone, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help shaking his head. At this time, it is only kilometers away from the Wolf Cloud. With the cultivation and speed of Dongfeng Yangping, it only takes more than 10 seconds to successfully intercept him. Can't he wait for more than 10 seconds? It seems that his patience needs to be polished. However, although some complained that Dongfeng Yangping was too impatient, Chu Zhongshan hurried to speed up his legs to pursue the 2 men in consideration of his safety. As both of them are the top ones in the Qi transformation period, Their speed is amazing. When Chu Zhongshan started, they could not be seen. By the time Chu Zhongshan arrived, Dongfeng Yongping and Lang Yun had handed over their hands to each other. Although the strength of Dongfeng Yongping before the breakthrough is stronger than that of Lang Yun, the gap between them is not very obvious. To defeat Wolf Cloud, the two sides must fight at least hundreds of moves. To kill Wolf Cloud, the two sides must fight at least 1,000 moves. However, after the cultivation broke through the half-step Qi period, Dongfeng Yongping's combat power was fully increased several times. After a short fight, Wolf Cloud was in a disadvantageous position. Brother Dongfeng, it was wrong before. I apologize to you and am willing to contribute all my wealth. I just hope Brother Dongfeng can let me go. When Dongfeng Yongping came after him, Lang Yun was startled directly. He thought Chu Zhongshan came together. When he looked around for a week, he didn't find the figure of Chu Zhongshan, so he immediately put down his heart. Although his strength is not as good as Dongfeng Yongping, it is not easy for Dongfeng Yongping to beat him in a short time. What's more, he and Lin Aoquen have a spirit tool that can roughly determine each other's position. Through the spirit tool, he knows that he is not far from Lin Aoquen, so he plans to fight with Dongfeng Yongping and approach Lin Aoquen's position at the same time. When he meets Lin Aoquen, with their joint efforts, he can definitely leave Dongfeng Yongping. It was under the influence of this mood that he directly met Dongfeng Yongping without fear. However, after the two people really fought, Lang Yun was frightened to find that Dongfeng Yongping, who was originally similar in strength, broke through the half-step Gas-C period, and his strength soared several times. He was able to stick to the invincibility of 100 moves. After only 5 moves, he was completely defeated. Seeing that Dongfeng Yongping's offensive was more and more fierce, and the power of his hand was stronger and stronger, Lang Yun couldn't help asking for mercy. Wolf Cloud, don't think I can let you go. You will die today. As for your wealth, it won't be mine after killing you. In the face of Wolf Cloud's request for mercy, Dongfeng Yongping refused directly without even considering it, and made a gesture that he had to kill you. Brother Dongfeng, my younger brother, was born in the royal family of Sirius, and is the 3rd successor of Sirius. The royal family of Sirius is a peerless strong man with divine soul period. When I went out to practice, the old ancestors of the family left a force on me. Dongfeng Yongping, if you don't let me go today, I will use the final card to see who will win. Seeing Dongfeng Yongping's attitude of not entering oil and salt, Wolf Cloud threatened fiercely. I think it must be you who died today. Just when the Wolf Cloud threatened Dongfeng Yongping fiercely, Chu Zhongshan, who was on full march, just arrived and just heard the threat of the Wolf Cloud. Chu Zhongshan. If the Wolf Cloud encountered the right hand in his life, who impressed him the most, I'm afraid it must be Chu Zhongshan. Wolf Yun, who is born in the royal family of Sirius, has achieved the top 6 grades of cultivation talent. Since the beginning of cultivation, he has always been in the wind and water, and doing anything is basically inevitable and disadvantageous. Until he met Chu Zhongshan, there was a turning point in the fate of Shunfeng and Shunyu. First, he easily solved the trap he had carefully set, and then killed his 3 companions in the cave. He forced himself to pay a huge amount of spirit stone to save his life. At this time, the only final card that can save life may not be useful in front of Chu Zhongshan. Therefore, in the view of Wolf Cloud, Chu Zhongshan is likely to be his nemesis. In the face of the hit nemesis, Wolf Cloud's first practice is to plead bitterly. He begged Chu Zhongshan to let him die and agreed to take out all his wealth. Chu Zhongshan's answer is the same as that of Dongfeng Yongping, that is, after killing you, all your wealth is still your own. He stood up and stared at Chu Zhongshan fiercely with an unusually gloomy roar. It's obvious. How can I let you go? With a swing of his hands and a shrug of his shoulders, Chu Zhongshan made a clear move at a glance. Surname Chu, maybe you have mastered the secret of this cave and can give full play to the combat power at the peak of the Spirit C period. But don't forget that I have the power deliberately reserved by the strong men in the Spirit period. The Divine Soul period is called the Peerless Strong Man, and the strength of the Peerless Strong Man is beyond your imagination, so you'd better let me go obediently, otherwise, even if I'm finally killed, I'll definitely take a cushion. At this point, his eyes turn to the East Yongping. The meaning is very obvious. After using the final card, it may not be able to threaten Chu Zhongshan, who has mastered the secret of the cave, but Dongfeng Yongping, who has no card to protect himself, is difficult to escape the killing of the Peerless Strong Forces. Using Dongfeng Yongping as a threat, Lang Yun hopes to gain a glimmer of vitality. Boy, don't be fooled by him. The power he retains is only the power left by the strong at the beginning of the divine soul period. You can easily break that power by consuming 30,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones. The last threat of Wolf Cloud did not make Chu Zhongshan give up his confidence to kill him. However, I was really worried about the threat of his last paragraph. After all, a day ago, he had just experienced the power of Lin Aoqun to use the final card, and he was worried about the safety of Dongfeng Yangping. However, Huang Lao, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke and gave Chu Zhongshan the motivation and confidence to start. Only 30,000 pieces of Kippen medium-level spirit stone can break the final card hidden on him. After hearing Huang's reminder, Chu Zhongshan not only breathed a sigh of relief, but also looked at Wolf Cloud with contempt. The power reserved by the strong at the peak of the Divine Soul period can be broken, and the power at the beginning of the Divine Soul period is not threatened at all. Wolf Cloud, use the final card, otherwise you will die in peace. Do not want to continue to delay, Chu Zhongshan directly asked Wolf Cloud to use the final card. You forced me. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's resolute attitude, Lang Yun knew that things could not be good today, so he gnashed his teeth and used the final card. Use the Wolf Cloud with the final card to raise an energy that changes the color of heaven and earth. However, the energy that can change the color of heaven and earth is more than one level different from the power rising from Lin Aoqun. Not only does Chu Zhongshan's face have no change, but even Dongfeng Yangping, who has always been worried, breathed a sigh of relief. Die. In order to completely kill the Wolf Cloud, Chu Zhongshan didn't care about the spirit stone. He directly asked Huang Lao to use 40,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones to strive for a successful strike. Who attacked me? The power of the attack array, which consumes 40,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones, has reached the high level of the Divine Soul period. When facing the power left by the strong ones at the beginning of the Divine Soul period, it didn't take long to be destroyed directly, so that the residual consciousness in the power dissipated in the void, without even saying a word. After dispelling the power left by the first-class peerless strong man in the Divine Soul period, most of the power formed by the array is left. Most of the power is directly blasted on the Wolf Cloud, making him completely turn into dust and dissipate in the world. It's broken! Looking at the Wolf Cloud completely turned into dust, Dongfeng Yangping breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent who had been aiming at himself finally died. It was a good result for him and the Tianlong Emperor behind him. Chu Zhongshan is the absolute main force to finally kill Wolf Cloud. Originally, Dongfeng Yangping also wanted to thank Chu Zhongshan for getting rid of a major future trouble for himself and the Tianlong dynasty. When he suddenly heard Chu Zhongshan scream, he rushed to him and asked eagerly, "Younger martial brother Chu, what's the matter? Are you hurt? Damn, I knew I wouldn't use so many spirit stones. Otherwise, how could I not even leave the storage bag?" Without answering the interrogation that Dongfeng Yangping cared about, Chu Zhongshan pointed to the place where Wolf Cloud was killed just now and roared angrily, "Spirit stone, storage bag." Hearing that Chu Zhongshan just mentioned the spirit stone and storage bag, and following the direction he pointed, Dongfeng Yangping knew why he was so angry. However, thinking of the reason for his anger, Dongfeng Yangping couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect that Chu Zhongshan, who has the ability to go against the sky, would look like a poor ghost at this moment and take a fancy to things outside his body. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, if you are not in charge of your family, you don't know the price of firewood and rice. You were born in the Tianlong Imperial Dynasty and have the support of the whole Imperial Dynasty behind you. You don't have to consider the problem of cultivation resources. The Chu family, from which I was born in Chu Zhongshan, is just a small 8-grade aristocratic family. I have to earn all my spiritual resources by myself. You can't understand the difficulties. Hearing the laughter of Dongfeng Yangping, Chu Zhongshan turned his head angrily and roared angrily in his eyes. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, do you know how many spirit stones I used to kill Lang Yun just now? I thought I could add some from Lang Yun. Now I don't even have a hair. Do you think I can't be angry? Chu Zhongshan was not only angry at this time, but also had great resentment against himself. In addition to avenging Dongfeng Yangping, the main reason why he made every effort to kill Lang Yun is to take a fancy to the wealth of Lang Yun. As a master of 10 layers of fullness in the Qi melting period, the Wolf Cloud storage bag not only has a large number of higher-grade spirit stones, but also must have higher-grade pills and treasures he has collected over the years. If you can get all the wealth in the Wolf Cloud storage bag, all the cultivation resources before breaking through the Qi transformation period are basically enough, and you can continue to improve your potential even at this stage of the body cultivation period. It is for this reason that Chu Zhongshan is so angry at this time. Come on, younger martial brother Chu, don't be angry. If you lack spiritual stones and pills in the future, you can come to me directly. I think you can collect everything you need with my identity, cultivation, and status in Ligun's sect. Reaching out and patting Chu Zhongshan on the shoulder, Dongfeng Yangping made a promise to make Chu Zhongshan very useful. Alas, perhaps the promise of Dongfeng Yangping made Chu Zhongshan feel better. His original anger gradually subsided, but when he saw the emptiness in front of him, he couldn't help sighing. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, younger martial brother Chu, have you caught up with Lang Yun? When Chu Zhongshan regained his mood and planned to negotiate with Dongfeng Yangping about the next trip, Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan rushed to him. Seeing only Dongfeng Yangping and Chu Zhongshan at the scene, Zhang Yanan thought they didn't catch up with Lang Yun. Wolf Cloud is dead. Zhang Yanan opened her eyes wide and said with an unbelievable expression on her face. Although the speed of him and Yue Zhangzong is not as fast as that of Dongfeng Yangping, they are the strength of the Qi melting period. Even if they are slow, they are limited. When they arrive here, they are 1 or 2 minutes away from each other. It's hard not to achieve. In 1 or 2 minutes, they killed Wolf Cloud together, which is too unacceptable. After all, Wolf Cloud is not an ordinary person. It's a super genius with the top 10 consummation in the gas transformation period and the combat power in the gas C period. It's also a cunning villain with the final card. Dead, I was directly blasted into dust by younger martial brother Chu with the power of a spell. Dongfeng Yangping saw that Zhang Yanan didn't believe what Chu Zhongshan said, so he took a message to confirm that Lang Yun was dead. Dead good, dead good, dead good. Dongfeng Yangping has always been an idol in Zhang Yanan's heart, so his words made Zhang Yanan finally believe that Wolf Cloud is dead. At this time, he couldn't help sighing. The path of cultivation is dangerous, and I don't know whether it's good or bad, life or death. After all, a martial artist can achieve such achievements in his 20s only when he breaks through from the beginning of practice to the 10 layers of perfection in the Qi transformation period. During this period, he doesn't know how many sins he has suffered, how much effort he has paid, and how much practice resources he has consumed. Even with such achievements, in just 1 or 2 minutes, all efforts turned into nothing. Wouldn't it make people sigh? Elder martial brother Dongfeng, there are 13 days left before the end of qualifying. What are you going to do in the next period? Do you want to leave the cave to hunt animals in the secret place to find tokens, or continue to look for treasures in the cave? After Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhangzong completely accepted the news that Lang Yun was dead, Chu Zhongshan asked Dongfeng Yangping what to do next. With the help of the special energy of human spirit root, he not only improved his cultivation talent, but also broke through the cultivation to the 4-level peak of the body training period. But the potential in his body is far from reaching the limit, so he plans to use the safe environment in the cave to raise his potential to the limit and leave the cave. More importantly, old Huang in his mind reminded Chu Zhongshan to stay in the cave for a while, because he has something to deal with, and what he deals with has unimaginable benefits for Chu Zhongshan's next practice. Well, what do you think? Dongfeng Yangping did not decide for himself, but left the decision-making power to Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan. Although it is said that this cave was seriously damaged by previous battles, resulting in not many valuable treasures in the cave, after all, they only searched less than 1% of the scope. Dongfeng Yangping is not sure whether there are still precious treasures in the cave. If he decides to leave the cave at this time, and other people who stay in the cave find an opportunity against the sky, he is a little worried that Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan blame him later. However, if he decides to stay in the cave and finally gain nothing and affect the final results of qualifying, he is also worried that Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan will complain about him later, so he can't decide for them. Elder martial brother, you decide. Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan looked at each other and finally handed over the decision to Dongfeng Yangping. Younger martial brother Chu, what are your plans next? Without making a hasty decision, Dongfeng Yangping's interrogation eyes turned to Chu Zhongshan. Senior brother Dongfeng, I have some private affairs to deal with next. I will stay in the cave for 7 or 8 days. Whether it is to enhance the potential or copy and paste pills, it needs an independent and quiet environment. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan deliberately accentuated the word private affairs, just to remind Dongfeng Yongping and remind him not to stay with each other. Hearing Chu Zhongshan say that he will stay in the cave for 7 or 8 days, Dongfeng Yongping thought for a while and finally said, "Two younger martial brothers, I think we'd better continue to search the cave to see if there are any remaining treasures in the cave. The time limit is 7 days. 7 days is enough for us to search the whole cave. No matter what we gain in 7 days, we must leave here in 7 days. What do you think?" The reason why he continued to stay in the cave was that Dongfeng Yongping made a decision after hearing Chu Zhongshan's emphasis on private affairs just now. Chu Zhongshan's ability to break through the 4th floor of the body refining period in the cave with few aura and rise to the peak in a very short time must be to find some top pill and spiritual fruit. Moreover, from his ability to get the spell left by the peerless, it shows that there must be treasures hidden in the cave. The main purpose of their participation in the Purgatory City Challenge this time is to find the treasures left by the peerless strong man in the cave. Now they have nothing, so they will not be reconciled to leaving. Okay, just listen to Elder Martial Brother. In fact, Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan are not willing to leave. What's more, Dongfeng Yongping, whose cultivation has broken through the half-step Qi period, can be said to be the most powerful person in the whole cave. Except Chu Zhongshan, who has mysterious means, no one is the opponent of their combination. If they have such advantages and don't try their best to find treasures, they will leave themselves with regret. Well, since the 3 senior brothers want to continue to look for the treasure, let's make an appointment with each other, and we'll leave the cave together. Seeing that Dongfeng Yongping and the other 3 decided to stay in the cave, Chu Zhongshan didn't express any opinions, but just agreed with them on the time of their next meeting. "Younger martial brother, your means are enough to run the whole cave, so I won't say more if you care. See you in 7 days. When they agreed to leave the cave, Dongfeng Yongping left with a fist. "3 senior brothers, be more careful." Chu Zhongshan said goodbye to Dongfeng Yongping and quietly left a mark on him. For his own safety, Chu Zhongshan certainly doesn't have to worry. He has a token to control the array. As long as he has enough spirit stones, his strength has exceeded the soul period. However, he was worried about the safety of Dongfeng Yongping. Because just now he knew through the monitoring array that Lin Aoqun, who had been humiliated, not only broke through the half-step gas C period, but even promoted his cultivation to the peak of the half-step gas C period with the help of the humiliated anger. He was only a little short of breaking through the gas C period and becoming a top expert in the southern region. With the hatred between the 2 sides, Lin Aoqun will certainly retaliate after the 2 sides meet, so he left the logo to prevent Lin Aoqun. Compared with other strange environments in the cave, the medicine field of the owner Lingjun is not only familiar, but also has sufficient aura. At the same time, the medicine field is protected by defense array and magic array. There is no problem in security. Only this place can make him feel at ease to copy and paste pills and try his best to improve his potential. "Boy, I'm afraid I'll disappear for 3 days and take away the token to control the array, so you can stay here and practice at ease for the next time. When I return, I'll decide what to do next." When Chu Zhongshan re-entered the array, Huang Lao in his mind said, "Old Huang, don't worry about me. I'll arrange it myself. Only you, the old man, must pay attention to safety." Chu Zhongshan told him with concern. 3 days not only allowed him to raise his potential to the limit, but also had enough time to practice knife and fist. Therefore, he did not give up and panic about Huang's leaving alone. The only thing that made him feel tricky was that old Huang wanted to take away the token that could mobilize the whole Dongfu array, which made him unable to continue to pay attention to Dongfeng Yongping and know whether they would conflict with Lin Aoqun. However, Dongfeng Yongping is, after all, a half-step of cultivation. Even if he is not Lin Aoqun's opponent, it is not a problem to save his life, so he doesn't worry too much. "Boy, I'm leaving." This time, Huang didn't leave quietly, but said hello to Chu Zhongshan before he left. After Huang Lao left, Chu Zhongshan didn't hurry to practice, but walked back and forth within 10 meters of the diameter of his standing position. After walking for an hour, Chu Zhongkai returned to the place where he picked the human spirit root, and then bent his knees and sat down. Although he was grateful to Huang Lao and respected him from the bottom of his heart, Chu Zhongshan didn't believe him 100% and still kept a certain guard against him. He waited for an hour to determine whether he really left. Take out 10,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stone from the storage bag and mobilize the program of medium-grade 7-grade tubeless pill in mind. Chu Zhongshan first began to paste tubeless pill. When he left the Chu family, in order not to let Chu Tianyun resent him, but also to consolidate his position in the family, he vowed to find pills and spiritual fruits to improve his cultivation talent within 3 years, to help Chu Tianyun improve his cultivation talent. Although it is still a long way from the 3-year period, after a period of experience in Purgatory City, Chu Zhongshan found a cruel reality. That is, the stronger the power behind it, it will be of great help to the safety of the warrior himself and his practice, so he began to consciously improve the overall strength of the Chu family. Originally, he wanted to paste 4 7-grade medium-level birth-free pills to help Chu Tianyun, the elder, Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping improve their cultivation talents. After all, these 4 people had the closest relationship with him, which was also the biggest help for him to take charge of the Chu family in the future. However, when the medium-level 7-grade tubeless pill in his hand was fully formed, there were less than 100 pieces of 10,000 medium-level spirit stones left. It took nearly 10,000 pieces of Kipin spirit stone to paste a medium-level Kipin tubeless pill. Chu Zhongshan immediately felt very embarrassed. It's not that he loves the spirit stone and is reluctant to paste the pill, but his current situation makes him unable to squander the spirit stone at will. After all, Huang in his mind is always a peerless strong man with the body of God and soul. With his cultivation, he can check the collection in his storage bag at any time. If 40,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones are consumed at once, the reason for the real consumption cannot be explained. Chu Zhongshan is worried that it will lead to the suspicion of Huang Lao, so that he may leave the means to monitor himself in the future, and he will not be able to continue to hide the secret of copying and pasting programs. Forget it, this unborn pill pasted will be given to the patriarch. As for the elders, when they have a higher grade spirit stone in the future, or completely solve the problem of Huang Lao, they will paste the pill to improve their cultivation. Put away the pasted medium-level 7-grade unborn pill. Chu Zhongshan took out 1,000 pieces of medium-level 7-grade spirit stones again, and began to copy and paste a large number of potential pills such as bone-washing pill, hardware pill and software pill. As time passed by, Chu Zhongshan, who was in the process of cultivation, could not feel the passage of time. When he raised all the potentials in his body to the limit, he found that nearly 2 hours had passed. I don't know whether it's because of the improvement of cultivation talent, or the reason why Xuanlongguo and Renlingji improved their physique. Chu Zhongshan was surprised to find that not only did he improve his realm a lot faster, but also his potential. All potentials have been raised to the limit, and cultivation is not suitable to continue to break through in a short time. Chu Zhongshan can only give up cultivation temporarily and turn to martial arts cultivation. After this period of training, Chu Zhongshan has gradually realized the benefits of powerful martial arts, especially the attribute power attached to the display of martial arts, which makes him improve his combat power in a small realm. In order to further improve his combat effectiveness, he plans to practice the saber technique of high-level martial arts and the incomplete boxing technique, Bahuang Liuhequan given to him by Chu Zhongba. Take out the refined steel saber presented by the sect from the storage bag. Looking at the deep gap on the blade, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sighing and secretly made up his mind. After you leave the cave, you must go all out to hunt and kill monsters and take their internal alchemy. After you return to the sect, you can exchange all the sect contribution points, and then use the sect contribution points to exchange for a weapon that can be upgraded independently. In Chu Zhongshan's storage bag, there are 3 knife techniques of high-level martial arts. Among them, Wandiliu specially selected by Jiao Jun and Hu Heidiashan presented by Dongfeng Yuner are his favorite. If you want to practice 10,000 waves, the best environment is in a place with mountains and water. This place is obviously not suitable for practicing 10,000 waves, so Chu Zhongshan plans to practice Fire Sea and Knife Mountain. Literally, this book is just suitable for the sword technique of fire attribute physique, while the 5 elements basic physique of Chu Zhongshan is just the physique of fire attribute. There aren't many moves of cutting mountains with a sea of fire. There are only 5 moves, but these seemingly simple 5 moves make Chu Zhongshan fall into meditation. Maybe it's because Renlingjian not only improves his cultivation talent, but also improves his understanding. Although Huang Pin's high-level martial arts skills are very profound, Chu Zhongshan, who is immersed in meditation, soon came to understand and began to practice the first move of Hu Heidiashan, anger, the array shrouded within 10 meters in diameter. Chu Zhongshan didn't have to worry about the sensation caused by practicing the saber technique, so he began to use the saber technique with all his strength. The originally scarce aura of heaven and earth gradually increased, while the dilapidated environment gradually weakened, revealing a magnificent image. The speed of this change was very slow. Except for several careful qi-melting experts in the cave, others didn't notice it at all. Chu Zhongshan, who is in the medicine field, feels that he is probably assisted by the dual effects of Xuanlongguo and Renlingjian. He is also likely to be a born swordsman like Lu Yuan. The original profound Huangpin advanced saber technique, Sea of Fire and Mountains, has become simpler in his hands. In the next day, Huang Pin's advanced martial arts have broken through the entry level. However, compared with the rapid progress of saber martial arts, the incomplete Baohuang Liu boxing has made slow progress. Now he is only barely able to perform the first move of the incomplete boxing, Miki Fist. However, even the first move of Miki Fist has exceeded the scope of Huang Pin's martial arts and reached the point of shock to Chu Zhongshan. After feeling the powerful power of Baohuang Liu Hequan, when he planned to continue to practice, a familiar breath suddenly came into his mind. Feeling this familiar breath, Chu Zhongshan knew that Huang Lao had returned. The only thing that puzzled him was that there was a trace of chaos in the familiar breath. Pinching fingers and counting, it was 1 day ahead of the time agreed by Huang when he left. He couldn't help asking in doubt, "Huang Lao, why did you come back early?" After about a minute, old Huang in his mind heard a tired voice, "Boy, let me recover for a while." Then he was completely silent and waited for nearly an hour. Huang Lao, who was in silence, finally said in a normal tone, "Boy, it's a big deal." The first sentence after Huang returned to normal made Chu Zhongshan's small heart beat. Huang Lao's real cultivation for Chu Zhongshan is not clear, but he must be the strong one above the divine soul period. After all, only the strong in the realm above the divine soul period can have the divine soul body. Even a strong man like Huang felt that something serious was certainly beyond Chu Zhongshan's ability to deal with, so he didn't interrupt, but let Huang continue to explain. "Boy, just now when I went into the deepest part of the cave to get a treasure that can help you practice, I accidentally triggered a peerless magic weapon, which is slowly waking up." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't interrupt, old Huang continued to explain. "An immortal soldier waking up." Hearing that old Huang said there was a miraculous soldier waking up in the cave, Chu Zhongshan was immediately delighted. Originally, he wanted to use the contribution points of Zongmen to exchange for a weapon that can be upgraded and has a very low grade temporarily. Unexpectedly, there is a waking peerless divine weapon in the cave. Isn't it said that this peerless divine weapon is just prepared for him? Huang Lao, where is this peerless magic weapon now? Chu Zhongshan believed that he was probably the predestined person of the peerless magic weapon, so he asked hurriedly, "Boy, what do you want to do?" Hearing the location of Chu Zhongshan's interrogation of the peerless magic soldier, old Huang immediately asked warily, "Find a predestined master for this peerless magic weapon, and this predestined person is obviously me." Chu Zhongshan said with great narcissism, "What, you are a predestined friend?" Chu Zhongshan's narcissistic words made Huang Lao in his mind pat his forehead with an expression that he was about to faint. "Isn't it?" Chu Zhongshan asked in an unhappy tone. "Boy, to tell you the truth, you are not a predestined friend of this peerless magic weapon, and no one in the whole southern region can use this peerless magic weapon." The careless contempt between Huang Lao's words made Chu Zhongshan very dissatisfied. He wanted to refute, but he was directly interrupted by Huang Lao. "Boy, don't interrupt and listen to me carefully. Your cultivation level is too low, your contact level is too shallow, and you don't know the grade of weapons." The peerless magic weapon in the cave is an artifact that surpasses the peerless strong at several levels. The energy contained in its body can be borne by this secret place. At the same time, the token in your hand is only a basic point to control the array of the cave, and the waking immortal soldier is the key to control the whole cave. When the immortal soldier wakes up completely, the token in your hand will lose its function for a short time. Boy, a completely awakened, peerless magic weapon will automatically kill all the creatures in the cave, and then take the cave to leave this secret place and leave the southern region. So what you're thinking about now is not how to get this peerless magic weapon, but taking advantage of the token can still be used. Quickly take your 3 senior brothers to leave the cave and leave the secret place. If you wait until the peerless magic soldier really wakes up, don't say you, even I will die under the magic soldier. Huang Lao, how long will it take for the peerless magic soldier to wake up? Huang, who has always been very proud, is rarely modest. This is the first time Chu Zhongshan has been modest since he met him. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan listened to him honestly and didn't dare to insert a word in the middle. Also because of this, he not only got the cruel facts from Huang Laoku, but also felt the extraordinary dignity from his tone. It's about half a day before the peerless magic soldier wakes up. It's a little reluctantly in time. Huang Lao in his mind calculated and gave an accurate time. It only takes a few seconds to collude with the token and mobilize the array to leave the cave. Why is there some reluctance in time? It's still half a day before the peerless magic soldier really wakes up. Chu Zhongshan feels that he can leave easily. How do you feel the urgency of time in Huang Lao's tone? Boy, didn't you listen carefully to what I just said? Hearing Chu Zhongshan's questioning tone, Huang Lao in his mind was very dissatisfied, and his tone of speech was also impolite. Huang Lao, time is pressing. You'll teach the boy a good lesson in the future. Eager to know the reason, Chu Zhongshan quickly persuaded him. Old Huang snorted coldly, expressing his inner dissatisfaction, and then explained why the time was urgent. After waking up, the peerless magic soldier will certainly not stay in the southern region with thin aura. It will certainly take the cave to leave here. As the energy contained in the peerless magic weapon itself is too huge, the affordability of this secret place itself can't bear such a huge force, so when it leaves, the huge force will lead to the destruction of most areas of the secret place. So serious. Hearing Huang Lao's more detailed explanation, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help feeling a burst of panic. The fact is more serious than that, so you must quickly find your senior brother and let him take you to the exit of the secret place. Although it is said that the exit of the secret place has not been opened yet, when the peerless magic soldiers wake up completely, the huge power will open the exit of the secret place temporarily. At that time, you will leave the secret place with this rare opportunity. He didn't say anything more and didn't dream of obtaining the peerless magic weapon. Instead, he asked Old Huang to assist in using the spirit stone, consciously collude with the token, directly determine the figure of Dongfeng Yangping and others through the monitoring array, and then start the transmission array, and a flash appeared next to Dongfeng Yangping. Fortunately, the 3 of Dongfeng Yangping have always retained the sense of hardship and did not act separately. Instead, they stayed together to look for treasures, saving a lot of time and spirit stones in the middle of Chu. Younger martial brother Chu, what happened? Seeing Chu Zhongshan suddenly appear around him, and his face is very ugly, Dongfeng Yangping asked nervously. Elder martial brother, there's no time to explain. Hurry up and leave the cave with me. Time is pressing. Chu Zhongshan can't explain the process in detail. He plans to leave directly with Dongfeng Yangping and others. Perhaps because the peerless magic soldiers are waking up, the dilapidated cave has gradually regained its vitality. At the same time, the hidden treasures are also gradually revealed. Dongfeng Yangping and others have harvested several good inferior spirit tools and a medium 8 grade medicinal material in the past 2 days, which makes them more confident and intend to continue to look for it. However, Chu Zhongshan directly ordered them to leave the cave, which made Dongfeng Yangping unacceptable in a short time. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, if you don't want to die here, you should continue to look for the treasure. Anyway, younger martial brother, I will leave the cave right away. Dongfeng Yangping, as well as Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhangzong's unwilling and reluctant faces, let Chu Zhongshan immediately understand that they don't want to leave for the time being. Chu Zhongshan, who was depressed, didn't want to explain more and threatened directly. If Dongfeng Yangping still chooses to stay under his threat, Chu Zhongshan has to leave alone and doesn't care about their life and death. Let's go. Perhaps the threat of Chu Zhongshan played a role, or perhaps thinking of the various mysterious means that Chu Zhongshan used in the cave, Dongfeng Yangping finally gnawed his teeth and decided to follow Chu Zhongshan to leave. You wait for a while, I'll pick someone up. When Chu Zhongshan planned to take Dongfeng Yangping and others to leave, he suddenly thought of Lu Yuan. By monitoring the array, Chu Zhongshan found that he was staying with the people of Huashan's sword sect, and Lin Aoqun was not with them. Thinking of Lu Yuan's relationship with him and Lu Yuan's position in Huashan's sword sect, Chu Zhongshan finally decided to take him with him. When the transmission array was started, a flash appeared beside Lu Yuan, which made Lu Yuan and the disciples of Huashan Zongjian very nervous. After all, because of Lin Aoqun's selfishness, the relationship between the two sides is not harmonious. "Brother Chu, what can I do for you?" Seeing Chu Zhongshan suddenly appear beside him, Lu Yuan asked cautiously. "Brother Lu, time is pressing. I can't explain the specific process in detail. If you believe me, don't resist, I'll take you out of here. Of course, if you don't believe me, I'll leave now and won't disturb your chance to continue your treasure hunt." I believe Brother Chu. Compared with Dongfeng Yangping's hesitation, Lu Yuan did not consider it at all and nodded directly. "Don't move, I'll take you away." Reach out and grab Lu Yuan's arm. Chu Zhongshan starts the transmission array and returns to Dongfeng Yangping. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who had just left and returned with one person, Dongfeng Yangping and others showed a puzzled expression on their faces. Although they knew that Chu Zhongshan had some friendship with Lu Yuan, they didn't expect that he, who was eager to leave the cave, would personally pick up Lu Yuan. "Everyone stay where you are. Next, I'll take you out of the cave. The specific situation will be said after you leave the cave." After the command, Chu Zhongshan started the transmission array at once and left the cave with the 4 people of Dongfeng Yangping. After 4 times of intermittently opening the transmission array and taking 4 people to transmit at the same time, the spirit stone in his storage bag was directly reduced by nearly half. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan did not feel distressed. For life and friendship, spiritual stone is not so important. Outside the cave left by the peerless Strong, in front of the Blue Gate, more than 30 real level and chi refining challenge masters in the body refining period, who were blocked by the wolf cloud and were unable to enter the cave, did not give up and continued to stay in front of the green gate, hoping that miracles could happen. However, with the passage of time, the cyan gate remained motionless, and there was no sign of reopening at all, which made many challenge masters lose confidence and patience and began to leave gradually. However, there are still some people who continue to guard in front of the cyan gate and continue to wait for miracles. On this day, in the sky in front of the Blue Gate, the originally quiet void suddenly began to twist, and then 5 figures emerged from the void. A is the person standing in the front, the Chu Zhongshan, who can open the Blue Gate array. Chu Zhongshan's performance was so wonderful when he opened the blue door that all people at that time firmly remembered him. Yes, it's Chu Zhongshan, but why did he appear from the void? Another 3-tier player in the period of Qi refining, who has witnessed the challenge of Chu Zhongshan, confirmed the guess of the challenge leader in the period of Qi refining just now. Chu Zhongshan was very strange to decide the secret place of qualifying, so he set the transfer point to leave the cave outside the cyan gate. When the transmission was over, Chu Zhongshan saw the first few challenge masters in the Qi refining period and the early stage of the body refining period, and immediately knew that he had left the cave. However, leaving the cave didn't mean they were safe now, so he didn't stop at all and directly turned to Dongfeng Yangping and asked, "Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, you have the highest cultivation and the fastest speed among us, so I hope you will use the most precious pill to replenish Zhenyun next, and take Lu Yuan and me to the exit of the secret territory at full speed. Younger Martial Brother, you have left the cave at this time. Can you explain something?" When Dongfeng Yangping saw Chu Zhongshan leaving the cave, his face was still gloomy and asked him directly, which made Dongfeng Yangping feel a little dissatisfied. If Chu Zhongshan hadn't saved his life and Dongfeng Yun'er's life, and he appreciated Chu Zhongshan very much from his heart, I'm afraid he would have changed his face and left. "Elder Martial Brother, time is pressing. I'll explain in detail when the secret territory exits. What will happen next is too strange and strange. It is very difficult to convince Dongfeng Yangping and others, so Chu Zhongshan can only cope temporarily and try to explain after reaching the safe area." "All right." Seeing Chu Zhongshan still refused to explain why he was in a hurry to leave the cave and the secret place, Dongfeng Yangping, who was full of fire, could only suppress it temporarily. He grabbed Chu Zhongshan in one hand and Lu Yuan in the other, and rushed to the exit of the secret place at full speed. Chu Zhongshan, what are they doing? Why are they in such a hurry to leave?" After confirming that the person who appeared in front of the Blue Gate was the Empress of Chu Zhong, Several challenge masters on the scene wanted to ask him to open the blue gate at one time so that they could also enter the cave for treasure hunting. However, Chu Zhongshan, who appeared from the void, ignored them and was directly taken away by Dongfeng Yangping, the highest cultivation. At the same time, they also saw Chu Zhongshan's unusually gloomy face. Is there anything unknown happening? Because Chu Zhongshan didn't leave a word when he left, the challengers on the scene didn't know what would happen next, so they didn't leave the scene. Instead, they continued to guard in front of the Cyan Gate and look forward to miracles. Compared with human beings who are not sensitive, the strange animals have some unimaginable hunches about the coming of disaster. Dongfeng Yangping, who was originally very dissatisfied, unexpectedly found a trace of difference in the whole secret territory after leaving the Blue Gate with Chu Zhongshan and Lu Yuan, and crossing the 7 and 8 different boundaries. The strange animals that should have stayed in their territory rushed to the periphery of the secret territory one after another, and even more than a dozen strange animals reached 7 grades. After seeing Dongfeng Yangping and others, these monsters with a grade of 7 ignored them and continued to rush to the periphery of the secret territory with all their strength. At this time, the dissatisfied Dongfeng Yangping gradually dissipated his anger. At the same time, he began to understand why Chu Zhongshan asked them to leave quickly. I'm afraid something terrible will happen in the secret place next. It took nearly 5 days for Chu Zhongshan and Lu Yuan to reach the cave left by the peerless Strong from the periphery of the secret territory. As a half-step Qi period, Dongfeng Yangping, who also mastered the Xuan-level body method and martial arts, spent nearly half a day to reach the exit of the secret territory without sacrificing the consumption of Zhenyuan, and with the help of the grade up to the upper-level Bapin Qi tonic pill. Younger martial brother Chu, according to the circuit diagram I got, this should be the place to leave the secret territory after the secret territory is reopened. I don't know where the specific exit is. When Dongfeng Yangping takes Chu Zhongshan and Lu Yuan to a valley occupied by countless exotic animals, it shows that this is the exit from the secret land. Without speaking, Lu Yuan completely obeyed the arrangement of Chu Zhongshan and took out a beautiful map from his storage bag. According to the surrounding environment and the signs on the route map, after careful comparison, Lu Yuan said, "Brother Chu, elder martial brother Dongfeng is right. This is the exit of the secret territory." Pointing to the valley occupied by monsters, Lu Yuan said in a positive tone, "Brother Chu, according to the route map signs left by the elders of Huashan Sword Sect, this should have been a valley with beautiful scenery and beautiful environment. However, it was destroyed by monsters at this time, so some targets were destroyed and could not be accurately distinguished. Huang Lao, how long is it before the peerless magic soldier really wakes up?" The confirmation of Lu Yuan and Dongfeng Yangping has convinced Chu Zhongshan that the valley here is the exit to leave the secret territory, so he secretly contacted Huang Lao to determine the time when the peerless magic soldiers really wake up, so as to arrange the next action. 10 minutes left. Huang Lao in his mind calculated it by special means and gave an accurate time. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, I was lucky to find another spell with similar function in the cave left by the peerless strong man. It is precisely because of this spell that I can lead you to leave the cave in a short time. But when I left with this spell, I accidentally found a force that could destroy the sky and the earth. This force is slowly waking up at this time. Curious, I searched the surroundings of the waking power and recorded the real origin of the power and the impending disaster on a wall. That's why I asked you to leave quickly. When leaving the cave, Chu Zhongshan promised Dongfeng Yangping that he would give him a detailed explanation when he arrived at the exit of the secret place. Therefore, before Dongfeng Yangping took the initiative to interrogate, Chu Zhongshan took the lead in explaining. Younger martial brother Chu, how powerful is this force? In fact, after the journey to the exit of the secret place, Dongfeng Yangping has believed that Chu Zhongshan asked them to leave the cave for a reason. Even if Chu Zhongshan didn't explain, he won't continue to ask questions. However, Chu Zhongshan was able to take the initiative to explain, which made Dongfeng Yangping feel very heavy. But when he heard Chu Zhongshan say that there was a waking force in the cave, he was immediately curious about the strength of this energy. I can't describe the strength of this force, but the information left on the wall shows that this force can not only destroy the cave left by the peerless strong, but also destroy most areas of the secret place. That's why I'm anxious to let you leave and get here. Chu Zhongshan's true description directly fooled Dongfeng Yangping, Zhang Yanan, Yue Zhangzong, and Lu Yuan. It can directly destroy the cave left by the Peerless Strong and destroy most of the secret areas. This force is far more powerful than they imagined. Whether it is Dongfeng Yangping or Lu Yuan, their birth determines their experience. Ligun sect and Huashan sword sect are two of the 9 major forces in the southern region. There are not only many peerless strongmen in the Divine Soul period, but also many great powers beyond the Divine Soul period. And those great powers who have cultivated beyond the Divine Soul period cannot directly destroy the cave left by the Peerless Strong, let alone destroy most of the area of the secret realm. Otherwise, Purgatory City, which has surpassed the Divine Soul period, has already completely developed the secret realm, and there is no need to hold a challenge every 5 years, and they have explored the secret realm through the challenge. Boy, take your senior brother and friends to avoid the strange animals in the valley and go to the big tree above the valley. Just when Dongfeng Yangping and others were shocked by Chu Zhongshan's description, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly made a sound to remind him. Okay. Although there are still a few minutes left before the peerless magic soldier really wakes up, the strong sixth sense has sent an extremely strong signal to him. At this time, Chu Zhongshan has fully believed Huang Lao's words, so Chu Zhongshan will not question or hesitate in the face of his orders. Senior brother, Brother Lu, follow me. He gave a loud greeting to Dongfeng Yangping and others who were still stunned. Then he turned directly and walked towards the top of the valley while trying to avoid exotic animals. Chu Zhongshan's mysterious performance has completely conquered Dongfeng Yangping and others at this time. As long as they are in a secret place, they will not question any orders of Chu Zhongshan next. Therefore, although Chu Zhongshan did not explain why they went to the top of the valley, they did not open their mouth for interrogation, but just followed him honestly. Boy, the next thing to do is to wait. Wait for the peerless magic soldiers to appear in the secret territory after they wake up completely. And when the secret territory can't bear the power, they are forced to open the exit. At that time, you can escape your life through the exit. When Chu Zhongshan stood in front of the big tree above the valley, the old Huang in his mind told him, and then he was completely silent. In the secret territory, in the cave left by the Peerless Strong, Lin Aoquen, who broke through the half-step Qi Si period and rose to the peak of cultivation, did not go to the trouble of Chu Zhongshan or meet Lu Yuan and others. Instead, he kept shuttling through different areas of the cave alone. Lin Aoquen constantly shuttles through different areas of the cave, not looking for treasure, but looking for an exit from the cave. Different from other martial artists, Lin Aoquen is stronger than Dongfeng Yangping in the same realm as Dongfeng Yangping, not because of his advanced cultivation skills or how advanced his martial arts skills are, but because he has a special blood. When the cultivation of this special blood vessel breaks through the half-step Qihai period, he must return to the family, and then with the help of the unique secret realm of the family, he can not only directly break through the Qihai period, but also improve his cultivation talent and understanding in a small realm. As long as his cultivation breaks through the Sea of Qi period, and Chu Zhongshan leaves the cave left by the Peerless Strong, he will have time and opportunity to retaliate. Perhaps because the peerless magic soldiers are waking up, many treasures hidden in the cave gradually emerge. Lin Aoquen was so lucky that he accidentally found 3 inferior boundary-breaking talismans that can break the cave and the secret land on the periphery of the cave. Get 3 inferior boundary-breaking talismans that can leave the cave and the secret place at any time. Lin Aoquen didn't greedy for other treasures in the cave. He used the boundary-breaking talismans to leave the cave, and the secret place used for qualifying on the spot. Because of this, Lin Aoquen not only didn't notice the awakening peerless magic soldiers in the cave, but even opened the secret realm 1 step earlier than Chu Zhongshan. With the emergence of more and more precious treasures, those who were eager to find Chu Zhongshan and wanted to leave the cave have completely changed their ideas about leaving the cave with the harvest of more and more treasures. Even if Chu Zhongshan now stood in front of them and offered to take them away, I'm afraid they wouldn't agree. Moreover, with the higher and higher quality of the harvested treasures, greed has gradually penetrated into their hearts and made them lose their reason. At the moment when the peerless magic soldiers woke up in the depths of the cave, a force that made the world tremble broke out directly from the depths of the cave. This extremely huge force is based on an attic deep in the cave, and the force directly sweeps the whole cave in a circular expansion way. An object swept by force. If it is a dead object, it has no effect, just like a breeze. If it is a living creature, then this force will directly smash it into powder and completely dissipate it in the void. After hearing the roar from the depths of the cave, all the challengers who were excited to collect treasures looked up to the depths of the cave. Then, they saw an energy wave that could be recognized by the naked eye, which was rapidly expanding outward from the depth of the cave. The closer people were to the depth of the cave, the sooner they came into contact with the expanded power. When that force swept over them, they didn't even have time to react and were directly reduced to nothingness. People in the distance suddenly changed their faces when they saw the people turned into powder by power, and turned around to run for their lives towards the periphery of the cave. One of them was a master with poor mood quality, but his cultivation reached the middle-level peak in the Qi transformation period. He couldn't stand shouting up to the sky. "Chu Zhongshan, where are you? Hurry out and take me away from the cave." In the outside world, these talents can be more challenging. After waking up in the face of the peerless magic soldiers, the power inadvertently distributed, even without the opportunity to counterattack, was completely turned into nothingness. Secret exit. In the cave left by the peerless strong man, the roar generated by the energy explosion after the peerless divine soldier wakes up directly penetrates the cave and transmits it to the secret place. At the exit of the secret place, Chu Zhongshan above the valley changed his face after hearing the roar. At the same time, Huang Lao loudly reminded him in his mind, "Boy, get ready quickly. In 30 seconds at most, the peerless magic soldiers will appear in the secret territory of the cave. At that time, the secret territory will passively open the exit because they can't bear the power of the peerless magic soldiers." The exit was forced to open for only 30 seconds, that is, you only have 30 seconds to escape. Huang Lao's last reminder changed Chu Zhongshan's face. Because at the beginning, Huang Lao only said that the exit of the secret place was forced to open because it could not bear the power of the peerless magic soldiers, and did not say the duration after opening. At this time, he didn't have time to explain to Dongfeng Yangping and others, and directly shouted, "3 senior brothers, Brother Lu, get ready, and the exit of the secret land will be opened soon." And just before the voice of Chu Zhongshan fell, a force far beyond the peak of the peerless strong appeared in the secret realm. With the emergence of this terrible force, the strange animals below the 8 grades, which were originally messy in the valley, climbed to the ground one after another. Only those monsters with grade 7 can barely stand. And just after the power that made heaven and earth tremble appeared, the big tree in front of Chu Zhongshan suddenly broke from the middle, revealing a dark hole from the broken place. "Boy, this is the exit. Hurry in." When the dark hole was completely formed, the old Huang in his mind quickly made a sound to remind him. In fact, without Huang Lao's warning, Chu Zhongshan had mobilized all his spiritual power when the cave appeared, and fully exerted his startling legs to rush into the cave in 0.1 second. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan rushed into the dark cave without hesitation, Dongfeng Yangping and Lu Yuan looked at each other, and then the 4 people rushed into the cave in front of and behind. Just after the 4 people of Dongfeng Yangping rushed into the cave, more than a dozen Kippen exotic animals that could only stand in the valley rushed to the cave above the valley. However, just before the first beast rushed to the hole, the original hole about 2 meters high disappeared without a trace. The first beast rushed to the hole, directly crossed the hole, and hit an invisible barrier. Looking at the disappearing hole, the remaining dozen 7-grade monsters roared up to the sky. And just before the roar was over, a terrible force swept across the valley. In the valley, both the exotic animals with grade 7 and the beasts without grade are turned into powder under the sweep of this force. The force that crossed the valley directly impacted on the barrier at the edge of the secret land, breaking the invisible barrier directly and emerging the real world outside. When he opened his eyes, Chu Zhongshan unexpectedly found that he had passed the exit of the secret place, and finally appeared on the number 9 challenge arena at the beginning of the physical training period when he participated in the challenge. If it's not a qualifying match that ends on time, can it return to the original transmission point without error? Just before Chu Zhongshan came to find out what was going on, a figure quickly appeared on the number 10 challenge. In the blink of an eye, it was Lu Yuan, the number 10 challenge master, who appeared in the number 10 challenge arena. Lu Yuan, who appeared in the number 10 challenge arena, first patted his chest with his hand, then looked around. When he found Chu Zhongshan on the number 9 challenge arena, he immediately held the highest etiquette of the swordsman and said in an extremely excited tone, "Brother Chu, it's hard to repay the kindness of saving lives forever. If you have any request in the future, just tell me." Lu Yuan, who was excited, thanked Chu Zhongshan from the bottom of his heart for saving his life. Because Chu Zhongshan was the first to find the exit and rushed into the cave, he didn't see what happened later. Because of his cultivation and speed, he finally rushed into the cave. That's why he saw what happened in the secret territory. The power that can make heaven and earth tremble swept everything you can see. All trees and strange animals instantly turned into powder and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. If he was a little late, he would certainly be affected by that force, and the final result would be like those animals and trees, completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Earlier, if Chu Zhongshan hadn't taken him out of the cave and asked Dongfang Yangping to take him to the exit of the secret place, he wouldn't even know how he died in the end. Chu Zhongshan didn't expect that Lu Yuan, who escaped his life, would make such a solemn commitment with the highest etiquette of a swordsman. He was immediately relieved and excited. "Brother Lu, you and I are like old friends at first sight. We cherish each other. You don't have to." Chu Zhongshan originally wanted to comfort Lu Yuan so that he didn't have to worry about today's affairs at all, but before he finished his words, he felt that the challenge arena under his feet began to shake. "Boy, leave the challenge arena quickly and run for your life in the north." Just when Chu Zhongshan felt that the challenge arena began to shake, Huang Lao hurriedly reminded him again in his mind. "Brother Lu, senior brothers, leave the challenge arena and run for your life in the north." Huang's reminder made Chu Zhongshan not hesitate at all. He directly exerted his startling legs and left the challenge arena with all his strength. At the same time, he shouted loudly at Lu Yuan and the challenge arena in the realm of gas transformation period. As for whether Dongfeng Yangping and others can finally escape, it is no longer what he can care about. He can't protect himself now. When Chu Zhongshan jumped off the challenge arena and rushed out of the square, he turned his head and took a look, which made him feel extremely frightened. The challenge arena he was standing on was directly destroyed by a force, and the force that destroyed the challenge arena quickly swept over him. Dare not continue to wait and see, Chu Zhongshan tried his best to show his startling legs and fled to the north at the speed of the wind. However, compared with the sweeping speed of that force, Chu Zhongshan's speed was a little slow. Just after he rushed hundreds of meters out of the square, the sweeping force was less than 3 meters away from him. At this time, Huang Lao's voice in his mind was extremely hasty and reminded him, "Small, do you have any cards? If so, use them quickly, otherwise you can't escape." The final card, Huang Lao's reminder made Chu Zhongshan suddenly remember that when he left the sect in a spaceship, Zai Jun once gave him 3 life-saving jade cards, saying that the 3 forces deliberately left by Jiao and Jun were stored in the jade cards. If you encounter irresistible danger, these 3 jade pendants can save his life. Thinking that Jiao and Jun is likely to be a peerless strong man in the divine soul period, Chu Zhongshan directly took out a jade pendant from his close arms, threw it directly behind without any worry, and then tried his best without looking at it, and continued to flee to the north. Chu Zhongshan didn't pay attention to the strength of the jade pendant left by Jiao and Jun, but Huang Lao in his mind witnessed the power of the jade pendant after it turned into energy. When the jade pendant left behind by Chu Zhongshan felt the power about to sweep over, the jade pendant was automatically inspired, and a power far beyond the peak of the peerless strong rose from the jade pendant. Shit, what kind of existence has this boy provoked? The energy rising from the jade pendant contained a trace of Jiao and Jun's consciousness. After feeling the power of the impending collision, Jiao and Jun said to himself in a very depressed voice. Boom! Then, his consciousness colluded with the energy in the jade pendant and burst into the strongest power of the energy in the jade pendant. He collided with the sweeping power and burst out a roar through the sky. Just when the jade pendant collided with the sweeping force, the Liyan sect, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Purgatory City, and the peak of the hidden Dragon Peak, Jiao and Jun, who was sitting in his other hospital, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from the futon. He looked through the obstacles in front of him, stared at the direction of the Purgatory City from a distance, and muttered to himself. What earth-shaking event does Chu Zhongshan do to provoke strong people in such a realm? Don't provoke intractable existence to the sect. After muttering to himself, Zhao Enjun thought in the room for a few minutes. Finally, he clenched his teeth and stamped his feet, and the whole person immediately disappeared into the room. In the southern part of Purgatory City, as two powerful forces collided with each other, the unstoppable force that had swept everything, under the power of Zhao Enjun's full outbreak, retreated slightly, even slightly, which surprised the old Huang in Chu Zhongshan's mind. Shit, what's the origin of this boy, and how can he have the power reserved by such strong men? No, in my old man's current state, I can't hide in front of such strong people. When Chu boy returns to the sect, I must find a way to leave temporarily. With the help of the explosion of Zhao Enjun's power, Chu Zhongshan won a short time to run for his life, and immediately opened a few meters away from the power that can run everywhere. At the same time, under the condition of exerting every trace of strength and every little spiritual power of the whole body, Chu Zhongshan felt that there was a faint sign of breakthrough in the startled leg that had already broken through the Dasheng state. Consciousness mobilizes the body and continues to overload to stimulate the potential of the body. Chu Zhongshan originally reached the speed of the high wind, but it was improved in an instant, and the speed was increased by 3 times. It was on the basis of the original speed that Chu Zhongshan tripled. At this time, the speed of Chu Zhongshan's death can be equal to the force sweeping everything, and there is no life danger for the time being. After escaping for nearly 3 minutes, Chu Zhongshan felt that the power behind him was still sweeping everything. Just then, from the void in front of him, 3 figures suddenly appeared. The shadow of the 3 people emerging from the void is very vague, and they can't see their real appearance at all, but the breath inadvertently revealed from the 3 people makes Chu Zhongshan have a feeling of facing the power of heaven and earth. Boy, the danger is finally over. You can slow down gradually. Just after the 3 strong men who couldn't see clearly appeared, old Huang in his mind breathed a sigh of relief and told Chu Zhongshan that the danger was over. The state of the peak, the state of the great success, the state of the small success, the state of the entry, and even finally returned to the normal speed. Even so, Chu Zhongshan rushed out of the distance of nearly kilometers to stop. After turning around and looking at his back, Chu Zhongshan found that he had swept everything, an unstoppable force. In front of the 3 masters who couldn't see clearly, the sweeping speed gradually slowed down, so that it finally stopped and disappeared completely. Huang Lao, what is the state of cultivation of these 3 people? The 3 alone easily blocked the power enough to destroy the whole Purgatory City. Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but ask Huang Lao in his mind for confirmation. Boy, your current level and experience are too low. It's not good for you to know too much about a higher level, so you'd better not know. Huang Lao did not help him solve his doubts, but seriously criticized him. However, after seriously criticizing Chu Zhongshan, Huang Lao's attitude changed and his tone was full of ambiguity. Boy, I asked you to hook up with Landlinger in Lao Rong's tavern. You don't want to. Now I can tell you clearly that one of the 3 people just now is Landlinger's biological father, and he has only Landlinger's daughter. So what? Chu Zhongshan responded with an indifferent attitude to Huang's ambiguous and teasing tone. So what? You really don't know what to say. If you can hook up with Landlinger, you can get the help of this strong man. With his help, your boy can successfully break through the Divine Soul period and even reach the peak of the Divine Soul period in up to 10 years. Doesn't this absorb you? Chu Zhongshan's indifferent attitude immediately aroused Huang Lao's anger. He kept jumping up and down in Chu Zhongshan's mind and wanted to teach Chu Zhongshan a lesson. Although Chu Zhongshan just said it didn't matter, there was a trace of shaking in his heart. Breaking through the Divine Soul period within 10 years and becoming a peerless strong man in the southern region is indeed full of temptation. What's more, Landlinger is also a stunning beauty, and she doesn't suffer from hooking up with her. Who? After taking a deep breath, Chu Zhongshan forcibly threw the idea out of his mind. At the same time, he broke the wavering consciousness in his heart and firmly believed that it was better to rely on his own faith than relying on heaven and earth. Younger martial brother Chu, are you okay? Just after Chu Zhongshan strengthened his faith, a surprised voice sounded not far away. Looking up, Chu Zhongshan found that the owner of the surprised voice was Dongfeng Yangping, Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhangzong. Elder martial brother, are you all right? Chu Zhongshan was sincerely happy to see that Dongfeng Yangping was not hurt by the sweeping force. If Dongfeng Yangping finally dies outside the secret territory, it will waste his efforts in Spirit Stone, which is not conducive to his next plan. Fortunately, my reaction was more sensitive. Just when that force was about to appear, I fled the challenge arena ahead of time with my 2 younger martial brothers. Thinking of the power that can sweep everything just now, Dongfeng Yongping still can't calm down and still has a trace of fear. At the same time, he was more grateful to Chu Zhongshan and more convinced of him. I don't know what happened to Lu Yuan. Dongfeng Yongping and Zhang Yanan can escape because of their cultivation during the qi transformation period and their sensitivity to detect danger in advance. Lu Yuan not only has the lowest cultivation and slowest speed, but also has the slowest response to danger detection. Thinking that he was almost swept away by that force just now, he was immediately worried about his safety. Brother Chu, don't worry, I'm lucky and lucky, I finally escaped. When Chu Zhongshan was worried about Lu Yuan's safety, Lu Yuan's surprised voice suddenly came from a distance. Turning around, Chu Zhongshan found Lu Yuanzhang looking at him excitedly. At the same time, standing beside Lu Yuan was a middle-aged man with dignified appearance and extraordinary temperament. Brother Chu, let me introduce you. I'm 7th Uncle Lu Feng. He happens to be working in the south urban area of Purgatory City. That's why he can help me leave in time. Lu Yuan rushed to Chu Zhongshan in 3 or 2 steps, and then pointed to the middle-aged man around him. 7th Uncle, this is Chu Zhongshan I just mentioned to you. He is not only my life-saving benefactor, but also a peerless genius with far more talent and understanding than me. Conversely, Lu Yuan introduced Chu Zhongshan to Lu Feng around him. Oh, when Lu Yuan introduced Chu Zhongshan as his life-saving benefactor, Lu Feng didn't say anything, but when he introduced Chu Zhongshan, his talent and savvy were far better than himself. He couldn't help picking on his forehead and showed a trace of doubt in his eyes. Lu Yuan's talent and savvy belonged to the top part of Huashan sword sect. Moreover, as his kendo cultivation continues to improve, his talent and savvy will continue to improve exponentially. He will certainly be another evil spirit of Huashan sword sect in the future. Those who can surpass him in talent and understanding must exist like demons in the 9 forces. However, in Lu Feng's impression, there is no such person as Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zhongshan has seen Master Lu. Regardless of his status or accomplishments, Lu Feng deserves the respectful treatment of Chu Zhongshan. Nephew Chu, you're welcome. I have to thank you for saving Lair's life. Speaking of this, Lu Feng took out a bottle of pills from the void, gently handed it to Chu Zhongshan and said, Marshal Nephew Chu, Lu Yuan is a very important person to my Lu family and Huashan sword sect. This bottle of Hunshan pill of the lower grade 8 is a small gift for you. Master Lu, you are so polite. Chu Zhongshan was polite, but he couldn't wait to take the pill and put it into his storage bag without hesitation. All the names of elixirs in the Eternal Continent, as long as they contain the word heaven and earth, basically belong to the kind of elixir that is very against the sky. Hunshan pill is one of them. Hunshan pill is a pill of the lower level 8 products. Its effect is to improve the probability of breaking through the qi transformation period. The probability of breaking through is as high as 8 layers, which is very timely and urgently needed for Chu Zhongshan. Although he also has Kaiyang fruit that can help break through the qi transformation period, Kaiyang fruit has only 5 layers of probability to break through the qi transformation period. If you want to improve the probability of breakthrough, you must cooperate with a Jian spiritual fruit of the same level. Chu Zhongshan doesn't have the replication program of spiritual fruit of that level, so if you want to break through the qi transformation period with Kaiyang fruit, the probability of breakthrough is relatively low. If Kaiyangguo is combined with Hunxiandan, the probability of breaking through the qi transformation period will be increased by 9 layers. In Chu Zhongshan's view, with his talent and understanding, it is absolutely certain to break through the qi transformation period with Kaiyang fruit and Hunshan pill. After Chu Zhongshan took over the lower level 8 product Hunshan pill without hesitation, Lu Feng didn't say anything, but his eyes showed a trace of appreciation. In the face of pills that can improve cultivation and gifts from elders, Chu Zhongshan accepted them directly without hesitation. From this point of view, Chu Zhongshan is a person who acts decisively and does things without procrastination, which is much stronger than Lu Yuan's pedantic character. At the same time, in Lu Feng's view, since Chu Zhongshan has accepted the pill given by himself, he has not only paid off Lu Yuan's life-saving grace, but also owed himself a favor. Therefore, with the help of this favor, he plans to understand what happened in the secret territory through Chu Zhongshan. After all, the secret territory owned by Purgatory City is too mysterious. Not only the high level behind Purgatory City wants to explore the secret territory, but also the 9 forces also want to understand the secrets in the secret territory. If he can use Chu Zhongshan to know what happened in the secret territory in advance, maybe he can seize the opportunity in advance and further improve his strength. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan pretended to be afraid and said, "Master Lu, that force is too powerful. I just have a sensitive 6th sense. I left the secret territory in advance with the 6th sense. As for what happened in the secret territory, I don't know at all." Lu Feng's seemingly casual question just now revealed his pride, which made Chu Zhongshan very uncomfortable. The original favor for him not only disappeared in an instant, but also produced a trace of disgust in his heart. "Really, you really don't know?" In Lu Feng's opinion, the fear of God in Chu and what he just said are absolutely lies. Because he had learned something about what happened in the secret territory through Lu Yuan, Lu Feng didn't expose Chu Zhongshan's lie on the spot, but his gentle face suddenly became gloomy. At the same time, the breath on the body began to strengthen slowly, and the suppressed Chu Zhongshan couldn't stand up. "Senior Lu, my younger martial brother really doesn't know what happened in the secret territory. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Seeing Lu Feng's angry appearance, Dongfeng Yangping, who had never interrupted, flashed in front of Chu Zhongshan and helped him block Lu Feng's increasing momentum. Facing the powerful Lu Feng, Dongfeng Yangping stood up recklessly, which made Chu Zhongshan extremely excited. At the same time, I was also secretly glad that I was right to save him from the secret place. "Oh, so you know what happened in the secret territory." Although Dongfeng Yangping is a cultivation in the half-step Qihai period, in front of Lu Feng, he is just an ant stronger than Chu Zhongshan. Therefore, Lu Feng not only didn't take back his momentum, but also continued to improve his momentum. "Seventh uncle, what are you doing?" The originally harmonious atmosphere between the two sides suddenly began to draw swords and crossbows, which made Lu Yuan not know what had happened. But Lu Feng's increasing momentum made him understand that his 7th uncle bullied Chu Zhongshan with big and small. Not to mention the sparing relationship between him and Chu Zhongshan, he must help Chu Zhongshan only by selflessly saving him from the cave and the secret place. "Zai Ouyuan, there's nothing for you here. Just wait." Hearing Lu Yuan's questioning tone, Lu Feng's face was gloomy and roared sternly. "7th uncle, Brother Chu is my life and death friend. His business is my business. Why is there no business for me here?" In the face of Lu Feng's coercion, Lu Yuan stood on Chu Zhongshan's side without flinching, which made Chu Zhongshan feel very gratified and didn't regret that he had acted arbitrarily to save his life. "Zai Yuan, I'm your 7th uncle and your elder. Do you dare to go against the wishes of your elders?" Facing Lu Yuan standing on the side of Chu Zhongshan without worry, Lu Feng's gloomy face seemed to drop water. "7th uncle, I call 7th uncle to give you face. Don't give face. Don't be shameless. I'm not afraid to tell you that if you dare to think of Brother Chu today, I'll use the cards left by my ancestors to see who can take advantage of me in the end." Lu Feng threatened Lu Yuan with the dignity of his elders, which not only didn't make him shrink back but aroused his anger. Not only was his tone impolite, but even made a desperate gesture. "Brother Lu, you don't have to." Lu Yuan not only took the initiative, but even didn't hesitate to use the final card to deal with his relatives in order to protect himself. Chu Zhongshan didn't want to see the tragedy of fratricide, so he stretched out his hand and pulled Lu Yuan, signaling him to retreat behind him temporarily. At this time, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly sneered and said in a very unhappy tone, Hey, I've lived so long. I haven't seen any kind of people, but it's rare to see such a sinister villain who turns his face and doesn't recognize his benefactor." Speaking of this, old Huang changed his attitude and said with disdain, "Boy, don't worry about this guy named Lu Feng. He's just a guy in a half-step spirit period. I can crush him with one finger." Although Huang Lao's tone was very relaxed, Chu Zhongshan's face did not stretch. Huang Lao is only the body of the soul and hides in his own mind. He is not suitable for shooting. The half-step divine soul period is basically the top master in the southern region. It's strange that Chu Zhongshan is not nervous in the face of such top masters. Just when they were temporarily hostile to each other because of various complex relations, a sound of ridicule suddenly came from the sky. Unexpectedly, I really didn't expect that the pug who was humble when he saw that his cultivation was higher than him. He looked like a slave. Now he even shows off in front of his younger generation, a posture of a peerless strong man. The sudden sound of ridicule suddenly broke the hostile atmosphere at the scene, and the two sides who were hostile to each other changed their faces after hearing this sound. Chu Zhongshan's face showed a relaxed smile. He was too familiar with the sound of ridicule just now. Because the owner of this voice is Jiao Enjun, Jiao Changlao, who is responsible for his practice and daily life in the next 3 years. However, when Chu Zhongshan showed a relaxed smile, Huang Lao in his mind said in a rapid tone, "Boy, I will fall into a deep sleep for the next period of time. Don't contact me." With these words, Huang Lao's breath was completely hidden in his mind. No matter how Chu Zhongshan shouted, Huang Lao just didn't respond. After Lu Feng heard this voice, his originally gloomy face suddenly changed, and a servant smile suddenly hung on his face, which made Chu Zhongshan have to admire his acting skills. With the speed of changing his face just now, if he gets the earth before he crosses, he can definitely win the Oscar for Best Actor. It was Jiao Enjun who suddenly appeared in front of him. Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yangping hurried forward to salute. Law enforcement disciple Dongfeng Yangping has seen old Jiao. Law enforcement disciple Yue Zhangzong met elder Jiao. Law enforcement disciple Zhang Yanan has seen old Jiao. Dongfeng Yangping and other 3 people have too much respect for Jiao Enjun's etiquette, while Chu Zhongshan is much more casual. Good, very good. Ignoring the salute of Dongfeng Yangping and others, Jiao Enjun's first move when he came to the scene was to observe Chu Zhongshan. After discovering that Chu Zhongshan's cultivation not only broke through the 4 peaks of the body training period, but also had an unusually introverted spirit and more outstanding temperament, he couldn't help praising 3 times in succession. Thanks to Jiao Changlao's cultivation, Jiao Enjun appeared in time and completely resolved the current dilemma. Chu Zhongshan was very grateful, so he flattered him. "Well, your boy is telling the truth. You can have ready-made achievements and harvest. It must be thanks to my cultivation." In the face of Chu Zhongshan's flattery, Jiao Enjun smiled impolitely. Jiao Enjun didn't know the performance of humiliation, so Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but despise it, and said sarcastically in his heart, "Thanks to your cultivation, you mean to say so? If it weren't for your irresponsible arrangement, how could I be in danger? If it weren't for my own great destiny and the selfless help of old Huang, I would not only fail to break through the 4th floor of the body training period, but also probably die in the secret realm and the cave left by the peerless Strong. Brother Jiao, I was just joking with nephew Chu. Don't get me wrong." After Jiao Enjun and Chu Zhongshan exchanged greetings, Lu Feng, who had been waiting nearby, explained with a smile. Lu Feng's sudden change of attitude not only surprised Chu Zhongshan and others, but also made Lu Yuan lower his head in shame and look ashamed to be his own. "Get out." In the face of Lu Feng's flattery, Jiao Enjun didn't give him a good face. A simple rolling word is enough to show Jiao Enjun's disgust for him. "Brother Jiao, don't be angry, I'll go now." Facing Jiao Enjun's unfriendly attitude, Lu Feng was not angry, but still accompanied by a smiling face. "Chu boy, there are some things to talk about after returning to the sect. Next, you wait aside." After Lu Feng left obediently, Jiao Enjun didn't ask Chu Zhongshan about the source of the power that frightened him, but asked them to wait in place for a while. Then he dodged and disappeared in place, and then appeared in the challenge arena swept into powder by power. However, he did not stop at the challenge arena, but entered the secret place along the barrier broken by power. "Brother Chu, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect that 7th uncle would be like that." After Jiao Enjun entered the secret place, Lu Yuan went to Chu Zhongshan and explained in an apologetic tone. "Brother Lu, you are good friends for a lifetime, and you may be good brothers for a lifetime in the future." Without comforting Lu Yuan, Chu Zhongshan spoke from his heart about his lifelong friends and brothers. In the face of unreasonable troubles caused by his highly cultivated relatives, Lu Wu not only did not shrink back, but took the initiative to stand up and refute. This alone won the appreciation and recognition of Chu Zhongshan. "Yes, I'm a good friend for a lifetime, and I'm sure I'll be a good brother for a lifetime." Lu Yuan responded forcefully to what Chu Zhongshan had just said. Chu Zhongshan didn't say much about it. After all, it's hard for a lifelong friend to do it, let alone a lifelong brother, which needs a long time to test. The power appearing in the south of Purgatory City is too huge, which has attracted the attention of all experts above the Qi transformation period in Purgatory City. After seeing the secret realm barrier destroyed by power, these experts rushed into the secret realm one after another, trying to take advantage of some opportunities in the secret realm. However, only the top experts who break through the Qi C period can successfully rush into the secret territory, while the experts in the Qi transformation period are blocked outside the secret territory by an invisible barrier. Because Zhao Enjun specially told him to stay in place for a while before entering the secret place, he was unable to leave for the time being. The continuous emergence of people around him made him unable to practice at ease. Just now, because of Lu Feng, he was not in the mood to continue chatting with Lu Yuan. Bored, he began to calculate the number of top experts who had achieved more than one level of cultivation during the Qi period in the secret realm. 1, 2, 5, 10. After half an hour, Chu Zhongshan found that there were more than 800 top masters with accomplishments above Qi period who rushed into the secret territory. That is to say, there were nearly 1,000 top masters with accomplishments above Qi period in a purgatory city alone. At this time, he felt a trace of sadness for the Chu family he came from and the state of Qi. In the state of Qi, the martial arts practitioners in the early stage of physical training are called experts. The high-level martial arts practitioners in the physical training stage are called top experts, and the accomplishments in the Qi transformation stage are even called Leiazu, which is the basis for the inheritance and prosperity of the family. If a family can have a master of cultivation during the Qi transformation period, the family can dominate the state of Qi. Compared with places like Purgatory City, the interests of the state of Qi are simple, worthless, and have no absorption. It's no wonder that those masters above the Qi transformation period basically go to the state of Qi. Even if they go to Endless Forest for refining, they will never stay in the state of Qi. Boy, I'm going to leave for a while. When you go out for training next time, I'll find you and help you improve your cultivation and strength. Just when Chu Zhongshan lamented the wonderful outside world, Huang, who should have been sleeping, suddenly spoke, and what he said made Chu Zhongshan relaxed and reluctant. The reason for his relaxation is that after Huang left his mind, he can use the copy and paste program without fear of being found. It's because Chu Zhongshan has received too much help from him since he met Huang Lao. At the same time, he has also solved many doubts for Chu Zhongshan. Old Huang, it's safe to stay in my mind. Why don't you return to the sect with me? Whether the heart is relaxed or unwilling to give up, Chu Zhongshan must make a look of reluctant to give up to avoid Huang Lao's cold heart. Perhaps Chu Zhongshan was influenced by the acting skills of too many movie emperors before crossing, which made Huang Lao in his mind not find any flaws. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan was very moved because he showed a reluctant look. Boy, next I have to do something, a secret about whether you and I can dominate the eternal continent in the future, so you don't have to be sad or stay. Perhaps it was because he was worried that too much conversation would evoke each other's sadness. After Huang said that just now, he quietly left Chu Zhongshan's mind. In the sky above the central sky of Chu, the completely illusory old Huang took a look at the central sky of Chu, and then completely disappeared in the southern urban area of Purgatory City. However, after Huang Lao really left, Chu Zhongshan felt blocked in his heart and wet in the corners of his eyes. Younger martial brother Chu, what's the matter with you? With the power of the explosion of peerless magic soldiers, the barrier of the secret place was completely destroyed, resulting in more and more people coming from the southern urban area of Purgatory City. Because the high level behind Purgatory City has prepared in advance, only the top experts with more than Qi cultivation are allowed to enter the secret territory. So these gathered people crowded in Nanchang district, kilometers away from the destroyed challenge arena. Dongfeng Yongping was worried that Chu Zhongshan would be attacked by others, so he hurriedly stood beside him. Therefore, he saw Chu Zhongshan's low mood. Elder martial brother, I'm fine. I just suddenly thought of something sad. After suppressing Huang Lao's sad mood after leaving, Chu Zhongshan adjusted his state of mind and began to face the next life again. I don't know when Zhao Changlao will be able to return. Standing km away from the challenge arena in Nanchang district, Chu Zhongshan waited for nearly an hour, but he still didn't see Zhao and Jun return from the secret place. He said impatiently, "Who knows? This is such a big change in the secret place. It is a rare opportunity for the senior management behind Purgatory City. Maybe they can take advantage of this opportunity to completely control the secret place." In fact, not only Chu Zhongshan was impatient, but even Dongfeng Yongping began to worry. After all, what will happen to the secret land destroyed by unknown forces? It is not only those experts with cultivation above the Qi period who are interested, but also those martial artists below the Qi period who are more attractive. If they leave here at this time, They may not be upset when they can't see or hear, but they can see and can't go into watch. This state is the most painful. Alas. I knew I'd let Elder Zhao take us in. Zhang Yanan, who was also upset next to him, said. As Zhang Yanan sighed with regret, there was a sudden shaking in the secret place in front of him. One after another, the top experts in the Gas Sea period withdrew from the secret place in a very embarrassed way. These top experts in the Qihai period who withdrew from the secret realm not only acted in a panic, but even many people were colored. When most of the top experts in the Qihai period quit the secret place, the peerless strong in the Divine Soul period also gradually quit the secret place. I think the top experts in Qihai period and the peerless strong men in Shenhun period are much more calm. Zhao Changlao is coming out. Seeing the peerless strongmen in the Divine Soul period gradually withdraw from the secret realm, Chu Zhongshan, who has always believed that Zhao and Jun is the cultivation of the Divine Soul period, said to Dongfeng, Yangping, and others. However, after all the absolute experts in the Divine Soul stage withdrew, Zhao and Jun's figure still didn't appear outside the secret realm, which made Chu Zhongshan worried that Zhao and Jun was in danger in the secret realm. After all, he once counted the number of strong players above the Qihai period, and was very impressed by several of the top experts of the Qihai period. These top experts of Qihai period with strange appearance did not appear outside the secret territory, and there is likely to be an accident in the secret territory. After all the peerless strong men in the Divine Soul period withdrew from the secret place, Chu Zhongshan waited for more than 10 minutes. Zhao and Jun withdrew from the secret place very calmly. Compared with the embarrassment of the top experts in the Qihai period and the disorder of the breath of the peerless strong in the Divine Soul period, Zhao and Jun is very calm and stable, but his face is not very good looking. Zhao and Jun has just left the secret territory. The three mysterious experts who could not see their appearance also appeared outside the secret territory at the same time. After these three mysterious masters quit the secret place, the barrier of the secret place that was destroyed by the huge force automatically began to repair, and the repair speed was very fast. In just 10 seconds, the barrier of the secret realm was completely repaired and then completely disappeared into the void. Standing in the void, Zhao and Jun glanced at the three mysterious masters, then turned and flew to Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zhongshan, you come back to the sect with me. As for the three of you, make your own arrangements. Facing Dongfeng, Yangping, and others, Zhao and Jun gave a random order. Zhao and Jun ignored Chu Zhongshan's opinion and directly grabbed him and left the place. The speed of the master in the Divine Soul period is fast. In the past, Chu Zhongshan could only rely on imagination, but now he can really feel this speed. This terrible speed can't make him speak or open his eyes to watch, but it can be felt through feeling. While feeling this speed, it also has unimaginable benefits for his startling leg, which has just broken through the peak. Half an hour later, Zhao and Jun, who was moving rapidly, suddenly stopped, and Chu Zhongshan was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Zhongshan was shocked by the fresh and cool air. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that he was now in another hospital of Liyan sect, and Zhao and Jun at the top of Qianlong Peak. Sit down. After putting down the Queen of Chu, Zhao and Jun went to the stone chair carved from white jade in the courtyard and said to Chu Zhongshan, I dare not. Through Lu Feng, the secret place, and the speed when he returned to the sect just now, Chu Zhongshan found that there was a mistake in his evaluation of Zhao and Jun's strength. Zhao and Jun was definitely not an ordinary strong man in the spirit period, or even a peerless strong man in the peak of the spirit period, so he put aside his originally very casual attitude and faced Zhao and Jun cautiously. If I let you sit, you can sit. Can't you let me invite you? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was not as casual and forthright as before, Zhao and Jun was very dissatisfied and scolded. All right. Since Zhao and Jun didn't like his respectful appearance, Chu Zhongshan hurriedly restored his original randomness when facing him and sat straight in the chair opposite him. Chu Zhongshan, what earth-shaking events have you done to provoke that kind of existence against the sky? After Chu Zhongshan sat down, Zhao and Jun's first sentence made Chu Zhongshan very dissatisfied. Elder, what's the matter with your words? How did I provoke the existence of rebellion? Did you use the jade pendant I asked Zai Jun to give you? Chu Zhongshan's dissatisfied retort made Zhao and Jun snort coldly and say the reason why he was unhappy. Oh, what the elder said was that power. Hearing Zhao and Jun mention the jade pendant, Chu Zhongshan suddenly remembered the jade pendant he instinctively threw out when he was desperate and reminded by old Huang. At the same time, he also thought of the will of the peerless strong contained in the power when he broke the peerless strong power retained by Lin Aoquan and Wolf Cloud in the cave. Hearing Zhao Enjun mention the jade pendant presented by Zai Jun, Chu Zhongshan suddenly remembered the jade pendant he instinctively threw out when he was desperate and reminded by old Huang. Elder, you have wronged me. I didn't provoke that force, nor can I provoke it. You didn't provoke it. Chu Zhongshan's retort stunned Zhao Enjun. Then he nodded. In his opinion, even if he did any earth-shaking event with the cultivation during the body refining period in the middle of Chu, it was impossible to arouse the attention of the existence against the sky. Chu Zhongshan, let's go over your experience in detail. If it involves your personal secret, you can choose not to say it. Since that kind of existence against the sky is not because of Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Enjun wanted to calculate why that kind of powerful existence broke out suddenly from the process of refining in Chu Zhongshan. Fortunately, he knew that the secret of respecting disciples was not to ask disciples to explain all their experiences, which made Chu Zhongshan feel much better about Zhao Enjun. Later, Chu Zhongshan explained in detail that he entered Purgatory City to participate in the challenge and met Lan Linger by chance. At this time, Zhao Enjun suddenly interrupted. Boy, when I arranged for you to go to Purgatory City, I really wanted you to participate in the challenge. There are two purposes. One is to improve your strength and combat experience by fighting with different opponents. Second, I also want you to understand that there are people outside, and there are days outside, so as to avoid unrealistic pride in your heart. However, what I didn't expect is that your boy is ambitious enough. He not only became the champion through the challenge, but also succeeded in defending the challenge. It gives me a long face. Zhao Enjun greatly appreciated Chu Zhongshan's participation in the challenge, and also explained his purpose of arranging Chu Zhongshan's experience. Elder, I'm really grateful to you for this. It was through the challenge that I learned the truth that there are days outside the sky and people outside the people. There are too many geniuses in the outside world. Chu Zhongshan is not a genius at all. At best, he is just a person with a little talent. Chu Zhongshan also sighed when Zhao Enjun showed his purpose of arranging his experience. It was precisely because he entered the Purgatory City for training that he realized that his cultivation was the same as him, but his combat power, talent, and understanding were not weaker than his Lu Yuan. He also saw the talents who could surpass his 3 or 4 small realms and eliminated his growing pride. You can understand this truth. It's not my intention to send you to practice. But speaking of this, Zhao Enjun changed his tone, looked very serious, and told him in an unusually dignified tone. Chu boy, you'd better not contact Lanlinger's girl in the future, because the person behind her is not a kind person. If you annoy him, don't say yourself. Even the Chu family behind you can't bear his anger and even bring a lot of trouble to the sect. Elder, don't worry. I didn't mean anything to Lanlinger. I just wanted to know the specific situation of the challenge through her. Hearing Zhao Enjun's solemn voice telling him not to provoke Lanlinger, Chu Zhongshan quickly explained. Then, his attitude changed and he complained, in fact, it's your fault. If you could tell me the basic situation of Purgatory City, I wouldn't have to inquire about the challenge, meet Lanlinger by chance, and have any contact with her. So it's my fault. Chu Zhongshan's complaining tone made Zhao Enjun stare and pretend to be dissatisfied. Zhao Enjun was not angry about Chu Zhongshan's non-artificial posture, but appreciated it very much. Among the 6 disciples in the sect elite disciple training program this time, Chu Zhongshan is his favorite and favorite. The reason to appreciate Chu Zhongshan is not only his talent, savvy and perseverance beyond ordinary people, but also his non-artificial character. In the face of Zhao Enjun's dissatisfied opposition, Chu Zhongshan didn't explain or refute. He only shrugged his shoulders, a move you know. You boy, seeing Chu Zhongshan's attitude that you are wrong, Zhao Enjun finally can only point to Chu Zhongshan and give a helpless wry smile. Well, it's my fault. Next, you continue to talk about the process of experience training. When Chu Zhongshan said that he had entered the secret territory, competed for the top-level 9-grade Xuanlongguo, and killed Wang Suguang and Zhu Lei, Zhao Enjun hit him with both palms and praised him. In the face of spiritual fruit that can improve the physique and opponents whose cultivation is not as good as their own, decisive and rapid action is the performance of a mature martial artist. I want to praise this. As for killing those 2 people, it's even more normal. The road of cultivation is called the road against the sky. What you fight for is the resources of cultivation and the thread of vitality. Only what you fight for, you are the winner. Although Zhao Enjun's words are cruel, they are true truth. After this period of experience, Chu Zhongshan has a deep feeling about them. With the help of the array he had seen before, Zhao Enjun was even more amazed at mobilizing most of the players for their use. At the same time, the eyes looking at Chu Zhongshan are more satisfied and appreciated. When Chu Zhongshan talked about his harvest of spells and human spirit roots that can mobilize the power of the array, Zhao Enjun looked at him with not only appreciation, but even a trace of envy and jealousy. Chu boy, your fate makes me a little envious and jealous. As a high-level leader of Liyan sect, Zhao Enjun has heard rumors about the 3 great spiritual roots in the world, and even knows no better than Huang. Among the effects of human spiritual root, the promotion of cultivation talent is probably the least effective. Human spirit root has the strongest effect on the improvement of understanding and the improvement of the body. In the deepest book pavilion of Liyan sect, there is a record about the 3 great Lingjun, in which Zhao Enjun will never forget. If you get one of the 3 spiritual roots, you can become an immortal. Second, you can become a god. Third, eternal. However, he has never seen any of these 3 spiritual roots in his practice career. But Chu Zhongshan actually got the human spirit root among the 3 spirit roots. How can he not envy it? However, after all, he is a strong man whose accomplishments exceed the divine soul period. He has a strong concentration in the face of temptation, so he quickly adjusts his state of mind. Then, he took out a spirit tool that could test his talent and tested Chu Zhongshan's cultivation talent on the spot. He found that Chu Zhongshan's cultivation talent was indeed promoted to the next level 6. After Zhao Enjun confirmed that his cultivation talent had been promoted to the lower level 6 grades, Chu Zhongshan felt a little excited. The iron rule of the eternal continent. The talent of practice determines the final achievement. According to the realm corresponding to the cultivation talent, the final achievement of the lower level 6 grade cultivation talent is the early stage of the divine soul period. In other words, he has broken through the limitation of cultivation talent, and his highest achievement can break through the divine soul period. Although the divine soul period is not the end of martial arts cultivation, and there are still many realms on it, compared with his original cultivation talent of the upper 8 grades and the highest achievement of Qi transformation period, he has not made any progress. What's more, the realm of the divine soul period is called the Peerless Strong Man, and it is an important figure who can affect the situation in the southern region. After the excitement calmed down, Chu Zhongshan repeated the lies he had told Dongfeng Yangping. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation of that power, Zhao Enjun fell into deep thought. After meditating for nearly a quarter of an hour, Zhao Enjun came back to his senses. However, he didn't say anything, but looked directly at Chu Zhongshan until he saw that he was a little uncomfortable. "Elder, if you have anything to say, please say it directly. Don't stare at me like this. I feel uncomfortable all over." Chu Zhongshan had to break the current deadlock because he was worried that Zhao Enjun would see the flaws in the lies just now. Fortunately, Zhao Enjun's next reaction made him secretly relieved. "Chu Zhongshan, I'm very satisfied with the experience of Purgatory City this time. As the person in charge of your practice and daily life, I've decided to reward you for this experience." Speaking of this, Zhao Enjun motioned Chu Zhongshan to take out the identity token. Hearing that there was a reward, Chu Zhongshan was secretly pleased. He quickly colluded with his consciousness to make the identity token appear in his palm, and then handed it to Zhao Enjun respectfully. After receiving the identity token from Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Enjun explained, "Through your description just now, I think you must have gained a lot of experience this time, and there must be no shortage of spirit stones and pills, so I intend to reward you with 100 sect contribution points." "Thank you, Elder." Chu Zhongshan was very excited to hear that the prize awarded by Zhao Enjun turned out to be the contribution points of 100 sects. Although Chu Zhongshan joined Liyan sect for a short time, he is not a rookie who doesn't know anything. When he was testing the peak skill area, he learned the secrets of many sects from Time Light. He knew that if he completed the task of releasing sects, he might get sect contribution points. But no disciple has ever gone out to practice. He was rewarded for his excellent performance, let alone the most precious contribution point of the sect. Chu Zhongshan knew that this was a reward given by Zhao Enjun alone. He remembered it and was grateful. "You're welcome, you deserve it." After waving his hand, Zhao Enjun said with indifference. Then his face changed. He said in a serious tone, "Chu boy, since your cultivation talent has been raised to the 6th level, and your cultivation has broken through the 4th level of the cultivation period, you will stay in the sect for a while, and then try to break through the 6th level peak of the cultivation period within a month with the help of various secret environments and resources, and improve your combat power to the half-step Qi transformation period. We must break through 2 small realms within 1 month." Hearing Zhao Enjun's request for him, Chu Zhongshan frowned and looked a little embarrassed. Although it is only 1 month since breaking through the body training period, cultivation has broken through 4 small levels in succession. It seems that the progress speed is very fast, but it is a coincidence that we can break through 4 small levels in 1 month. Chu Zhongshan doesn't have much confidence if he just stays in the sect and breaks through 2 small levels in a month by relying on his daily hard work. Yes, you must break through the 6th level peak of the cultivation period within 1 month, otherwise your salary will be automatically reduced by half in the next 3 years. Chu Zhongshan's lack of confidence made Zhao Enjun very dissatisfied, and he even began to threaten. "Zhao Changlo, why is this?" Through the reward given by Zhao Enjun just now, Chu Zhongshan knows that he attaches great importance to himself. If there were no special reason, he would not force himself like this. "Chu boy, in a month, the annual big comparison of the sect will begin. All factotum disciples and external disciples must participate. Although you 6 enjoy the top treatment of internal disciples, you are still external disciples in terms of cultivation, so you must participate in this sect contest." Speaking of this, Zhao Enjun said in an extremely cruel tone, "I specially recruited the 6 of you into the elite disciple training program. Your performance represents my face, so I ask the 6 of you to rank in the top 20 at least in this sect contest." Speaking of this, Zhao Enjun pointed to Chu Zhongshan and said with a look of expectation, "You and Huang Fuqi must enter the top 10 at least. Otherwise, not only will their treatment be halved in the next 3 years, but also they will be severely punished." Top 10. The sect Dabai entered the top 10. Chu Zhongshan felt that it was more difficult to break through the 6th floor of the physical training period in a month. He has the ability to copy and paste, and has bone-washing pill, hard pill and soft pill in his hand. As long as Chu Zhongshan doesn't hesitate to consume a lot of spirit stones, it's not impossible to break through the 6 layers of body refining period in a month. However, it is a very difficult task for Chu Zhongshan to reach the top 10 in the sect ratio. Liyun's sect is different from the state of Qi. At the beginning, Chu Zhongshan was able to win the championship with the cultivation of the 4-tier peak during the Qi refining period. That is because the state of Qi is remote and the number of domestic talents is rare, so he can finally win the championship. However, Liyun's sect recruits disciples every 3 years to face the whole southern region, and there is no lack of talents who can surpass their 3 or 4 small realms. What's more, those disciples who joined the sect 3 years ago, after 3 years of practice, are sure to be very strong in both cultivation, combat power, and martial arts. It's too difficult to compete with such disciples and defeat them to advance into the top 10. Chu boy, I only care about the result, regardless of the process, so the final result depends on your next efforts. Speaking of this, Zhao Enjun changed his look and said in a seductive tone, "Chu boy, if you can get into the top 10, I won't let you suffer. Let's take 100 sect contribution points as the base. If you can win the 10th place in the sect contest, I will reward you with 100 sect contribution points. If you can win the 9th place in the sect contest, I will reward you 200 sect contribution points and push them in turn. If you can finally win the championship in the sect contest, I will not only reward you 1,000 sect contribution points, but also help you improve a minor level cultivation talent." Really? The reward given by Zhao Enjun just made Chu Zhongshan stand up directly from his chair and asked in an uncertain tone. After receiving Zhao Enjun's positive reply, Chu Zhongshan sat back in his chair and began to think about the next practice plan. If you want to advance into the top 10 in the sect competition, the combat power in the half-step period is only a prerequisite, not necessarily 100% sure. After all, those disciples who have been in the sect for a longer time, and whose cultivation is already the peak of the cultivation period, or the half-step Qi transformation period, have stronger combat power and richer experience. If you want to win the championship in the sectarian contest, your combat power must at least reach the gasification period, or even reach the second layer or the third layer of the gasification period. In other words, if you want to finally win the championship, you should break through the 7 levels of the body training period at least within 1 month, and rise to the peak of the 7 levels of the body training period. Only in this way can we have the chance to compete for the championship. Seeing Chu Zhongshan in deep thought, Jiao Enjun waved his hand and sent him out of the peak directly to number 9 Other Hospital with a gentle force. Qianlong Peak, number 9 Other Courtyard, in the secret room. Although the refining process of Purgatory City was very tiring, and he wanted to have a rest one night after returning to number 9 Other Hospital, Chu Zhongshan felt heavy pressure considering the tasks arranged by Jiao Enjun and the rewards given. After returning to number 9 Other Courtyard, he didn't go back to his bedroom to rest, but entered the secret room of practice and continued to practice. Sitting on the futon in the secret room, Chu Zhongshan took out 107 grade medium-level spirit stones, and then arranged them according to a certain pattern. This special arrangement method was specially left by Huang Lao to Chu Zhongshan when he left. Because he found that the efficiency of Chu Zhongshan's use of Lingxi was extremely low, he specially modified an array called Jeweling Array for Chu Zhongshan to make better use of Lingxi for cultivation. When all the 100 pieces of 7 grade medium-level spirit stones were arranged, the concentration of spirit immediately increased by nearly 3 times in the secret room where there was enough spirit. Sitting back on the futon, Chu Zhongshan felt the rich spirit stone and showed a happy smile on his face. If you can always practice in this aura-rich environment, it is not difficult to break through the 6 layers of the body training period in 1 month. However, to break through the 7 layers of the body training period requires not only hard practice, but also certain opportunities and coincidences. Then, he adjusted his mind, operated the Taikshuan Heart Sutra skill, and began to absorb Reiki wholeheartedly to improve his cultivation. Shortly after Chu Zhongshan returned to the number 9 special courtyard, the door of number 1 special courtyard was suddenly opened. Huang Fuqi with extraordinary temperament walked out of the number 1 special courtyard, and then walked straight to the door of number 9 special courtyard. Looking up at the closed door, Huang Fuqi shouted, "Chu Zhongshan, I'm Huang Fuqi. If you need anything, please come out of there." After waiting for 3 minutes, Huang Fuqi found that not only the closed door was not opened, but also there was no movement in the other courtyard on the 9th. "Chu Zhongshan, I'm Huang Fuqi. I have something important to tell you. Open the door and get out of the other courtyard." Huang Fuqi continued to shout. After waiting for another 3 minutes, there was still no movement in the other courtyard on the 9th. At this time, Huang Fuqi's face began to be gloomy. However, he still didn't give up and didn't believe that Chu Zhongshan Yang didn't give him face, so he shouted for the 3rd time, "Chu Zhongshan, I'm Huang Fuqi. If you hear my voice, I hope you can come out quickly. I have something important to tell you." This time, Huang Fuqi waited for 5 minutes. Looking at the still closed door and the motionless other courtyard, his face could not be described as gloomy. Looking at the closed door, Huang Fuqi was full of murderous spirit, clenched his teeth and threatened to talk to himself. "Chu Zhongshan, as the saying goes, no more than 3 things happen. Since you don't give me face, don't blame me for being cruel." After the threat of talking to himself was completely, Huang Fuqi turned and returned to his other hospital. At the same time, with a wave of sleeves, the powerful spiritual force directly closed the door tightly. In the number 2 courtyard next to number 1 courtyard, Lin Dong stood in front of the windowsill of his bedroom and looked at number 9 courtyard with a complex look. A trace of worry flashed in his heart, but finally he closed the window again. 3 days later. In the cultivation secret of number 9 other courtyard, Chu Zhongshan sitting on the futon hasn't moved for 3 days and nights. The original calm breath suddenly began to change after 3 days, and the calm breath began to increase gradually. The increasing momentum stirred the rich aura in the whole practice chamber, like the candlelight blown by the wind, swinging back and forth. As the frequency of Reiki swing gradually increased, Reiki gradually turned into a strong wind and began to blow the Reiki stone placed on the ground. But at this time, Chu Zhongshan's gradually increasing momentum suddenly subsided, and then the momentum immediately weakened and soon returned to the state just now. The strong wind formed by Reiki disappeared in an instant. When he opened his eyes, Chu Zhongshan vomited a foul breath on his chest, and a helpless bitter smile flashed on his face. Maybe it's because Zhao and Jun put too much pressure on him, or maybe it's because Zhao and Jun gave too rich rewards, which made him eager to break through the 5th floor of the physical training period. Therefore, after returning to number 9 Other Hospital, he wanted to try to break through the 5th floor of the physical training period with the help of sufficient Reiki. However, since he broke through the physical training period, the speed of realm advancement has always been very fast, resulting in his perception of realm, which cannot keep up with the speed of realm breakthrough. This is also one of the reasons why he failed to break through this time. Although he didn't successfully break through the 5th layer of the body training period, the process of breaking through the failure just now has made him feel the bottleneck of the realm. Next, he only needs to feel it for a period of time to successfully break through the 5th layer of the body training period. That is to say, if you can't break through the 5th level of the body training period in a short time, Chu Zhongshan came out of the cultivation secret and planned to go to the test peak. First, he wanted to send the Kopid Kippen tubeless pill, a storage bag, and some pills suitable for high-level use during qi refining back to his family. Second, there are 37 internal elixirs of 9 different animals in his storage bag. He wants to change these internal elixirs into sectarian contribution points, and then combine the 100 contribution points rewarded by Zhao and Jun in exchange for a weapon that can be upgraded. Third, if the contribution points of the sect can be left after changing weapons, he plans to further improve his strength and enhance his understanding of the realm by using the secret realm on the test peak. Having not left the number 9 Other courtyard for the time being, Chu Zhongshan returned to his bedroom, first cleaned his body carefully, and then lay down on the bed and had a good sleep. After waking up, Chu Zhongshan changed into a light blue dress, then opened the door and left number 9 Other Hospital. Chu Zhongshan died, just as Chu Zhongshan had just left number 9 Other courtyard more than 10 meters away and was about to increase his speed to leave the Qianlong Peak. A roar came from behind. At the same time, a powerful spiritual force directly attacked his back. Using the startling leg that has reached the peak, Chu Zhongshan easily escaped the sneak attack behind him. Turning around, Chu Zhongshan found that the man who attacked him was Huang Fuqi, who was overbearing. His face suddenly became gloomy, and an uncontrollable anger rose in his heart. If not for the fact that his startling wind leg has reached the peak, and if not for his cultivation, he has reached the 4-level peak of the body training period, Huang Fuqi's palm just now will certainly hurt himself seriously. If it is more serious, it will even damage the meridians and bones in his body. We are all from the same family. We will live in the same place in the next 3 years. Without any hatred and conflict of interest, we will suddenly make a sneak attack. No matter who encounters this kind of thing, I'm afraid it will be difficult to control his inner anger. Huang Fuqi, you despicable, sinister, and cunning villain, why do you sneak at me behind my back? Since each other had torn faces, Chu Zhongshan would not leave any face for him and directly began to scold. On the night 3 days ago, in front of the number 9 Other courtyard, Huang Fuqi suppressed his anger and returned to his number 1 Other courtyard. In the 3 days since Chu Zhongshan improved his cultivation, Huang Fuqi neither absorbed Reiki and went back to his bedroom to rest. Instead, he has been sitting on the roof, staring at the gate of number 9 Other courtyard, waiting for Chu Zhongshan to appear. After Chu Zhongshan appeared and left the other courtyard, Huang Fuqi couldn't control his anger that was already on the verge of collapse, so he made every effort to fight with hatred. Fortunately, he still retained a trace of reason and knew that he would make a voice to remind Chu Zhongshan before the attack. Otherwise, Zhao and Jun, who had already noticed this scene at the summit, would directly destroy Huang Fuqi. Even if the power behind Huang Fuqi is a Wupin aristocratic family, Zhao and Jun doesn't care. After attacking with all his strength, Huang Fuqi's suppressed anger was vented. At this time, he had been able to completely control his reason and planned to have a good theory with Chu Zhongshan. However, Chu Zhongshan's next scolding made him vent most of his anger, and immediately burned again, and the burning became more and more prosperous. Chu Zhongshan, on the night 3 days ago, I personally invited you to the number 9 Other Hospital. Unexpectedly, you didn't give me face at all. You didn't invite me in or even say hello. Do you look down on me? Suppressing the burning anger in his heart, Huang Fuqi said, gnashing his teeth. Huang Fuqi, first of all, I tell you that after I returned to number 9 Other Hospital 3 days ago, I entered the secret room for latent repair due to the loose state. I didn't know you came to number 9 other hospital at all. In fact, I want to tell you that Chu Zhongshan tried hard to become a disciple of Lian's sect, hoping to enhance his strength through the sect, quickly improve his cultivation, and achieve the goal I have always expected. He is not interested in competing for power and profit, and regards the position of the boss as dirt. Finally, I want to tell you that Chu Zhongshan is not a person who takes the initiative to pick things, but he is not a person who is afraid of things. Huang Fuqi, you provoke me again and again. Do you think you're afraid you won't succeed? In the last sentence, Chu Zhongshan shouted directly with a roar. The grass and trees around the earthquake shook back and forth, and Huang Fuqi stepped back. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who vented his anger, Huang Fuqi was as stunned as a fool. Originally, he wanted to compete for the position of leader, which was like dirt in the eyes of heaven in the middle of Chu, which immediately hit Huang Fuqi's proud heart, making it difficult for him to accept this reality. Lin Dong and others who came out of other hospitals looked at Chu Zhongshan with complex and admiration, and their hearts were also mixed. Looking at Huang Fuqi, who was caught in self-contradiction, Chu Zhongshan didn't let him go. He continued to shout, "Huang Fuqi, you are superior everywhere with your cultivation higher than me. A month later, when the sects compete, you and I will compete in the arena. Do you dare to fight?" Chu Zhongshan is not the kind of person who provokes trouble, nor is he afraid of trouble. Huang Fuqi's sneak attack just now aroused Chu Zhongshan's anger and made him have an impulse to fight. However, after seeing Huang Fuqi's 6-tier peak cultivation during his physical training period, he forcibly suppressed the impulse to make a move. Huang Fuqi himself is a genius who can surpass his 4 small realms. The 6th-level peak cultivation in the physical training period means that his combat power has reached the 10th-level perfection in the physical training period. Chu Zhongshan is now only the 4-tier peak in the body training period. With the help of attribute power in the Qi transformation period, the combat power barely reaches the 8-tier peak in the body training period. Even with the increase of power, the combat power is only the peak of the 9th floor during the physical training period, which is a small gap between Huang Fuqi and Huang Fuqi. What's more, Chu Zhongshan doesn't believe that Huang Fuqi, who was born in a family of 5 grades and has reached the 5 grades of cultivation talent, has no means to improve his combat power, which is similar to the means he has mastered. In order to avoid being suppressed, and to continue to increase pressure on himself, Chu Zhongshan postponed the fight to a month later. After making an appointment with Huang Fuqi for the challenge, Chu Zhongshan didn't care whether he would agree or not. He directly turned and left the Qianlong Peak and walked towards the trial peak. Zhao and Jun in the other courtyard at the peak looked at Chu Zhongshan, who left the Qianlong Peak. The color of appreciation in his eyes was stronger, and muttered to himself at the same time, Hey, I didn't expect that Chu boy not only has outstanding fortune and talent, but also his eloquence can't be underestimated. He is a rare talent." Then his eyes fell on Huang Fuqi, who was still dull and trapped in self-contradiction, and a trace of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. In the training plan of elite disciples this time, only 3 of his favorite disciples were Chu Zhongshan, Huang Fuqi, and Lin Dong. If it weren't for the top 10 in the 3rd round of test stipulated by the high level of the sect, they could join the elite disciple training tomb. He even wanted 3 people, such as Chu Zhongshan. After nearly a month's observation, Lin Dong, who was originally gifted and savvy, has gradually separated from his sight. Although Lin Dong has outstanding talent and excellent understanding, he lacks the determination and responsibility that a martial artist should have. And decisiveness and responsibility are also one of the decisive factors for the warrior to climb the peak. After Lin Dong separated from his expectations, he put more expectations on Chu Zhongshan and Huang Fuqi. Originally, he thought that these 2 people would become the real Qianlong of Qianlong Peak and will degenerate into a real dragon in the future. However, the verbal confrontation between Chu Zhongshan just now exposed the defects of Huang Fuqi's tolerance and adaptability, which slightly disappointed Zhao and Jun, who had been looking forward to him. Zhao and Jun didn't pay much attention to his disappointed disciples at all, so he didn't make a sound to remind the dull Huang Fuqi, but let him stand there alone. At the same time, I began to reflect on whether I had gone too far. In essence, Huang Fuqi is not an unforgivable person. He is just domineering in character and likes to follow his own wishes. If you can deal with him well, you may become a good friend. No, Chu Zhongshan shook his head and denied what he had just thought. because he himself is not a person who can succumb to others, but also a person who likes to act according to his will. This character determines that he and Huang Puqi cannot become friends. The Qianlong Peak is not far from the Test Peak. It is only a few tens of kilometers away between the two peaks. In Chu Zhongshan, he spared no effort to display the startling legs that have reached the peak, and successfully reached the Test Peak after more than an hour. Those who are familiar with the road go straight to the business hall. Looking up, I just saw the disciple who had helped him with his affairs, and the disciple just finished dealing with the affairs of one disciple. When he looked up to greet the next person, he also saw Chu Zhongshan. Hello, senior brother. Acquaintances are easy to handle. Chu Zhongshan didn't go to other counters and went directly to the disciple who helped him with his affairs. No, you'd better call me younger martial brother. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan called him a senior brother, the disciple in charge of affairs immediately shook his head and refused. Although he had to deal with many affairs of factotum disciples and external disciples every day, he could not remember the appearance of those disciples who came to do business, but he was very impressed by Chu Zhongshan. After all, it's hard not to impress him if he wears the clothes of an inner disciple during the cultivation period. It was only 20 days before Chu Zhongshan handled affairs. The cultivation achievement of the first level in the cultivation period had broken through to the peak of the fourth level in the cultivation period. This terrible increased speed made him dare not bear the words, senior brother, even if he is now the cultivation achievement of the sixth level in the cultivation period. Elder martial brother, your cultivation is higher than me. According to the sect regulations, I must call you elder martial brother. Seeing the other party shaking his head again, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to waste too much time here, so he took out the storage bag he had used and asked, Elder martial brother, I want to send this storage bag back to my family. I don't know if there is any problem with its security. Different from letters, the storage bag itself belongs to the spiritual weapon of space, which is of great value. In addition to a letter, there is also a medium level 7 product birth-free pill in the storage bag, as well as various pills to assist in the breakthrough of qi refining period and the early promotion potential of body refining period. Chu Zhongshan was worried that the delivery personnel were greedy and swallowed the storage bag without permission, so he had to ask whether it was safe before sending it out. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's unquestionable attitude, the disciple in charge of affairs did not continue to refuse his address and responded enthusiastically. Younger martial brother, you can rest assured whether the goods are safe. At this point, the disciple in charge of affairs took out a folder similar to the one he used before crossing from the counter. Younger martial brother Chu, this is a spirit weapon specially refined by the sect's weapon refining master. It is specially used to store precious items. There is no problem in security. The only disadvantage is that you need to pay an additional 100 pieces of lower-level spirit stone of grade 8. If the value is estimated by the lower-level spirit stones of the 8th grade, Chu Zhongshan is a millionaire at this time. 100 lower-level spirit stones of the 8th grade are only drizzle for him, so he took out 110 lower-level spirit stones of the 8th grade without any consideration, and handed over the storage bag to the disciple in charge of affairs at the same time. After receiving the storage bag and spirit stone from Chu Zhongshan, the disciple in charge of affairs put the storage bag into a spirit instrument similar to a folder in front of Chu Zhongshan, and sealed it with special liquid. Younger martial brother, the goods have been sealed and will be delivered within 1 day. Thank you, senior brother, Chu Zhongshan said politely, then turned and left the affairs hall. At this time, the disciple in charge of affairs suddenly shouted to Chu Zhongshan, Younger martial brother, stay for a while. Elder martial brother, what else can I do for you? In the next 3 years, he must make efforts to improve his accomplishments with the help of the resources of the sect, so there is basically no time to return to the family. Then the pills and treasures he has received that help improve the overall strength of the family must be safely sent back through the affairs hall. In order to avoid the disciples of the affairs hall secretly doing things, Chu Zhongshan asked with a smile for a long time. Younger martial brother, your family sent a letter some time ago. It's just that you seem to be out for training, so the letter has been here. Because he was deeply impressed by Chu Zhongshan, the disciples in charge of affairs always felt that they had something about Chu Zhongshan here. He didn't suddenly think of it until Chu Zhongshan turned and left. After Chu Zhongshan turned and returned to the counter, the disciple in charge of affairs quickly left the counter and went to the back of the affairs hall. A minute later, the disciple in charge of affairs returned to the counter and handed Chu Zhongshan a letter. "Thank you, Elder Marshal Brother. My name is Chu and my name is Zhongshan." After receiving the letter, Chu Zhongshan introduced himself while thanking him. There are more than tens of thousands of factotum disciples and external disciples of Liyan sect, and these tens of thousands of people have countless private affairs every day. If disciples have personal letters and can't receive them on time, they will basically be completely forgotten. Chu Zhongshan was not grateful that the disciple in charge of affairs could clearly remember this matter. "My surname is Gu and my single name is Pu." The promising Chu Zhongshan was able to solemnly introduce himself, which greatly moved the disciples in charge of affairs. He quickly introduced himself. "Elder Marshal Brother Gu, thank you very much." Holding the letter, Chu Zhongshan hugged his fist and thanked, then turned and left the affairs hall. When he came to a quiet place, Chu Zhongshan tore open the envelope, took out the letter inside, opened it and read it carefully. The letter was written by Chu Zhongshan. The content is very simple. "First of all, I congratulate Chu Zhongshan on becoming an official disciple of Liyan sect. Look forward to his becoming a top power in the famous southern region in the future, and tell him to pay attention to safety." Secondly, Chu Zhongshan introduced the recent situation of the Chu family. With the clan leader Chu Tianyun and the two elders entering the Qi transformation period, and the influence of the first war between Chu Zhongshan and Liu Yongjun at the top of Yulong Peak, the Chu family has officially become the first family in the state of Qi, vaguely replacing the Qi family and becoming the real ruler of the state of Qi. The rapidly rising strength of the Chu family has seriously threatened the interests of the other three families. It seems that the three families of Liu, Wang and Qi have the potential to work together. However, Chu Zhongshan told Chu Zhongshan not to worry in his letter that he had a way to solve the joint efforts of the three families. Finally, it focuses on the situation of Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping. Since Chu Zhongshan went to take part in the disciple test of Liyan sect, Chu Zhongba seems to have changed. He not only works very hard in practice, but also has broken through the 9th level of Qi refining period in just 10 days, and is expected to break through the body refining period in half a year. At the same time, people and things have changed a lot than before. As for Chu Yuping, although his accomplishments have not improved much, he is more and more handy in handling family affairs, which has been the most powerful help around Chu Fan. Since becoming a member of the training program for elite disciples of Liyan sect, Chu Zhongshan has focused on how to quickly improve his cultivation. Although he occasionally thinks about the family, he thinks more about how to enhance the overall strength of the family and use it for him in the future, but he never cares about the people. At this time, through the words in the letter, Chu Zhongshan can feel Chu Zhongshan's concern for him and the expectation of the whole Chu family. The scenery in the distance is beautiful and charming, and his inner thoughts are extremely complex. Chu Zhongshan began to blame himself for his selfishness and indifference to his people. This contradictory self-blame emotion gradually plunged him into the consciousness of the war between heaven and man. At this time, the Taixuan Heart Sutra suddenly operated by itself and actively absorbed enough aura around. Since his cultivation talent was promoted to the next level 6, the speed and quantity of absorbing Reiki have increased by nearly 10 times. The terrible suction makes the surrounding flowers and plants lose their vitality in an instant. A large amount of absorbed Reiki quickly integrated into his danshin. In just a few minutes, his danshin was already full of spiritual power, and there was no room for any spiritual power to riot. The spiritual power of the riot began to hit his meridians and bones. The pain caused by the impact of spiritual power on the meridians and bones awakened the unconscious Chu Zhongshan. Feeling the changes in his body, his face changed, and he knew he was going to be possessed. In the face of this situation, Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry. First, he realized to get through the storage bag, took out a pill for calming qi and concentrating from the storage bag, took it, sat directly on the original site, and began to stabilize the spiritual power of internal riots with the help of the pill. Although the spiritual power of the riots in his body was very violent, after all, these spiritual powers were cultivated by him. Under the control of the power of elixir and consciousness, he soon suppressed the spiritual power of the riots and reintegrated into the danshin. After all the spiritual powers were barely integrated into the danshin, Chu Zhongshan found that the number of spiritual powers was too large, and the Danshan could not fully integrate these spiritual qi. Unable to fully integrate into the spiritual power of Danshan, he rushed out of Danshan in an instant, expanded around the body along his meridians and blood vessels, and completely integrated into the body. Boom! After all these spiritual powers were integrated into the body, Chu Zhongshan felt a bang in his mind, then a strong momentum rose from him. This powerful momentum directly drives the lifeless spirit grass around and shakes them into powder. Who? Spit out the turbid air in his chest. Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes and showed a look of fear on his face. Although with the help of the spiritual power of the riot and the automatic operation of the Taixuan Heart Sutra in the unconscious state, he successfully broke through the 5th layer of the body refining period. That state is extremely dangerous, and a poorly controlled one is likely to completely detonate the spiritual power in the body. If the spiritual power in the body is completely detonated, the final result is that Chu Zhongshan is blasted into countless pieces by the violent spiritual power. This place is a trial peak and is not suitable for cultivation. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan just got up and left the place after a simple consolidation. His accomplishments have broken through the 5th level of the body training period, and the state is not completely stable. At this time, what he should do most is to return to number 9 other courtyard immediately, and then try to consolidate his accomplishments after the breakthrough in a short time, with the help of sufficient spiritual power in the cultivation secret. However, Chu Zhongshan did not do so, but came to the task hall for changing sectarian contribution points, according to the instructions in the identity token. In the trial peak, there are 2 places that are the favorite of factotum disciples and external disciples, and they are also the places where they go in and out most at ordinary times. The first is the business hall. After all, the factotum disciples and the external disciples don't leave their families for a long time. They often contact their family members to relieve their homesickness. The second is the mission hall. The mission hall is a place where the factotum disciples and external disciples accept the mission of the sect and earn cultivation resources and contribution points of the sect. Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry to consolidate the realm after the breakthrough. He rushed straight to the task hall to exchange the alien inner pill in the storage bag for the sect contribution point, and use the sect contribution point after the exchange to exchange for a weapon that can be upgraded independently. Brother Chu, just as Chu Zhongshan had just stepped into the task hall and had not yet come to observe the specific situation of the task hall, a surprise sound sounded. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Zhongshan quickly transferred over and saw a peerless beauty with silk veil and extraordinary temperament, looking at himself with joy. Dongfeng Junior Sister. Chu Zhongshan originally wanted to call her Yuner, but considering the many disciples around, especially male disciples, if he rashly called her Yuner, I'm afraid it would cause a lot of trouble. But his state at this time was not suitable for shooting, so he quickly changed his name to Dongfeng Junior Sister. Brother Chu, I saw the background like you from a distance, but I'm not sure. I didn't expect it was really you. Accelerating his pace, Dongfeng Yuner came to Chu Zhongshan, and his tone was full of joy. I went out of training some time ago and just returned to the sect. The joy of Dongfeng Yuner inadvertently made many male disciples who paid attention to her glare at Chu Zhongshan. However, the cultivation of the 5th floor during the cultivation period of Chu Zhongshan and the clothes of light blue inner disciples made them unable to determine the true identity of Chu Zhongshan for the time being, so they didn't rush forward to find the trouble of Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zhongshan certainly felt the glare of the people, and he didn't care about it. No matter who, as long as he is close to Dongfeng Yuner, he will certainly provoke a lot of hostility, which he has long expected. Brother Chu, you came to the mission hall to exchange for cultivation resources. Hearing Chu Zhongshan say that he has just returned to the sect after finishing his training, Dongfeng Yuner guessed. Well, the weapon is damaged when I go out to practice. I'm going to exchange it for a weapon that can be upgraded independently. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan didn't hide his purpose. Chu, although you are an elite disciple and enjoy high treatment, your time in entering the sect is too short and you don't have any backers in the sect. You must lack sect contribution points that can exchange weapons. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan wanted to exchange weapons, especially weapons that could be upgraded independently, Dongfeng Yuner guessed wisely. At the same time, she thought she should take care of Chu Zhongshan, so she said privately, Brother Chu, I have the care of imperial elders in the sect. I have more than 20 sect contribution points in my hand, which can be lent to you temporarily. No, Dongfeng Yun'er's clever act deeply hurt Chu Zhongshan's self-esteem. Originally, he wanted to severely criticize her, but seeing the joy on her face, the original dissatisfaction was automatically suppressed. Chu Zhongshan, who felt that his self-esteem was hurt, rejected Dongfeng Yun'er's clever help. Brother Chu, I know you are a proud man. You rely on heaven, earth, and yourself. You want to solve everything by yourself, but in the sect, some things are not what you think. When Tianyi Zhengyan and Chu refused her help, Dongfeng Yun'er immediately became anxious. Since she joined the sect, those brothers and sisters of the royal family have told her more than once how difficult the life of new disciples is. They have to pay several times, or even more than 10 times, to obtain a little resources. In her opinion, Chu Zhongshan, which has no foundation, must be short of cultivation resources at this time, let alone precious and unusual sectarian contribution points. However, Chu Zhongshan directly interrupted her explanation and said in an indisputable tone, "Younger martial sister Dongfeng, maybe you have the care of imperial elders in the sect, and you don't lack cultivation resources and contribution points. Maybe someone once told you that the new disciples lack practice resources, but don't think that I lack everything in the sect without any foundation." Facing the simple Oriental Yun'er, Chu Zhongshan explained a few words, then shook his head secretly, without the desire to continue to explain. Then he went straight to the counter and said to the disciples behind the counter, "Elder martial brother, I want to contribute to some sects." Yes, I don't know what younger martial brother wants to exchange. The disciples behind the counter had long noticed Chu Zhongshan. In addition to Chu Zhongshan's cultivation on the 5th floor during the physical training period, but wearing the clothes of inner disciples, it is also because of Dongfeng Yun'er. After all, a peerless beauty with extraordinary temperament like Dongfeng Yun'er will attract people's attention wherever she goes. Strange Beast Inner Alchemy. Chu Zhongshan took out a small package from the storage bag, opened it, and poured out 37 strange animal internal alchemy. They are all internal alchemy of 9 different animals, including 10 internal alchemy of 9 different animals at the lower level, 20 internal alchemy of 9 different animals at the middle level, and 7 internal alchemy of 9 different animals at the higher level. After checking the strange beast inner pill poured out by Chu Zhongshan, the counter disciple said in surprise, "Chu Zhongshan just broke through the 5th floor of the body training period, and the state was not consolidated, which led to the unstable breath on him. As long as the person whose cultivation is higher than him can see his current state at a glance, that is to say, when he hunted these strange animals, his cultivation is the highest, that is, the 4th floor of the body training period. Being able to hunt and kill high-level animals in the 9th grade in the cultivation of 4 layers during the body training period is enough to show that Chu Zhongshan is definitely an expert who can surpass several small realms." He had a casual attitude and became serious immediately. All the 37 internal elixirs of 9-grade beasts taken out by Chu Zhongshan were harvested in the secret territory of Purgatory City. The monsters in the secret realm of Purgatory City are all high-quality monsters specially selected by the strong ones in the Gas Sea period of Purgatory City. Almost every beast is the king of monsters, and an elite who can surpass their own realm. Among them, only 17 inner alchemy were obtained by hunting alone, and the remaining 20 inner alchemy were obtained by him and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's transcendent identity in Huashan Sword Sect, the inner alchemy of these 9-rank monsters is completely despised, so all the inner alchemy of the monsters after hunting belong to Chu Zhongshan. Internal alchemy of medium and high-level 9-grade exotic animals. Hearing the introduction of the disciple behind the counter, Dongfeng Yun'er was shocked and covered his small mouth with an unbelievable expression on his face. You know, when Chu Zhongshan took part in the disciple test with her, his cultivation was only 10 layers of perfect realm in the Qi refining period. In less than a month, could he kill the medium and high-level 9-grade monsters. Younger martial brother, all the 37 internal alchemies contribute to the sect change. The counter disciple arranged the internal elixirs one by one and confirmed to Chu Zhongshan. Yes, all contribute points to the sect. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan affirmed. Younger martial brother, the 37 internal elixirs of 9 different animals belong to high-quality internal elixirs, and even most of them are the kings of different animals, so the exchange rate will be improved. Pointing to more than a dozen of the slightly larger and brightly colored inner pills, the counter said seriously and responsibly, 37 9-grade Strange Beast internal elixirs can contribute points to sex with 20 points. The disciple behind the counter calculated and finally gave the exchange price. Chu Zhongshan was very satisfied with the exchange price. After all, according to the regulations of the sect, only the bodies of 100 lower-level beasts or inner alchemy can contribute to another sect. The corpse of the lower-level beast of 10 heads and 9 grades or internal alchemy can contribute points to another sect. The 37 inner alchemies he took out were directly exchanged for 20 sectarian contribution points. In addition to the high quality of the 37 strange animal inner pills, the disciple behind the counter also took care of them secretly. Chu Zhongshan is grateful for this. Younger martial brother, take out your identity token. I'll mark the sect contribution point into your token. With Chu Zhongshan's consent, the counter disciple put away the inner pill and motioned Chu Zhongshan to take out the symbolic identity token. Consciousness colludes with the token, and a cyan token suddenly appears in the original empty right hand. When the disciple behind the counter saw Chu Zhongshan's move to take out the token and the color of the token, he immediately stood up from his chair in shock. He was stunned for a full minute before he reached out to take the token. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had just made a private decision and contributed more points to Chu Zhongshan, which not only did not offend Chu Zhongshan, but also was likely to make a good deal with a strong leader of a future sect in advance. Although he was a little excited, his professional quality made him finish the exchange process quickly, and then respectfully sent the token to Chu Zhongshan. Younger martial brother, 20 sect contribution points have been included in your identity token. Thank you, senior brother. After receiving the identity token, Chu Zhongshan didn't take it back into his body, but changed a counter and said to the disciples behind the counter, Elder martial brother, I want to change a weapon that can be upgraded independently. Without the slightest consideration, Chu Zhongshan clearly stated the items he exchanged. Before leaving the Chu family, Chu Zhongshan once saw a weapon that could be upgraded independently. On the 8th day of March, when Yulong Peak challenged Liu Yangjun once introduced the iron bar he used, which is a weapon that can be upgraded independently. However, at that time, Chu Zhongshan didn't feel that the weapons upgraded independently were mysterious and powerful, so he didn't take it to heart and didn't deliberately look for similar weapons. The reason why he wants to exchange for a self-upgraded weapon now is still because of Huang Lao. In the secret realm of Purgatory City, his refined steel knife was seriously damaged when it collided with the long sword of semi-spirit level. At that time, Old Huang asked Chu Zhongshan to find a weapon that could be upgraded independently after the end of his training. Chu Zhongshan clearly said what he wanted to exchange, which is a weapon that can be upgraded independently. According to what Huang Lao said at the beginning, the vast majority of martial artists will choose a weapon that can be upgraded independently before their cultivation breaks through the Qi transformation period, and take this weapon as their own life weapon, and this weapon will accompany the martial artist's life. At the same time, with the improvement of martial arts cultivation and strength, the quality of weapons that can be upgraded independently will also be improved. Due to staying with the warrior for a long time, the weapon upgraded independently even has the opportunity to produce its own intelligence and finally evolve into another form of weapon. As for what kind of weapon it is, Huang didn't say much, nor did Chu Zhongshan ask more. Having experienced the replacement of several weapons, Chu Zhongshan also found that he was arbitrary about weapons. Moreover, after fighting with Lu Yuan and talking to each other, he found that the reason why his potential could not be fully integrated with the saber technique was probably because of weapons, which was why he planned to spend a lot of money. We should also change the reason why a weapon can be upgraded independently. Younger martial brother, the weapon that can be upgraded independently is called Weapon Embryo. The lowest grade has also reached the level of half-spirit weapon, and it is refined by the master of the sect, so the price of exchange is quite high. Are you sure you want to exchange it? The disciple in charge of exchanging items saw the whole process of Chu Zhongshan's contribution to the sect by using the strange beast inner pill just now. The contribution points of 20 sects may be an amazing wealth for new disciples who have just started, but there is still a certain distance for weapons that can be upgraded independently, so his reminder is also kind. Sure to exchange, nodded. Chu Zhongshan decided to exchange. In the third round of the test of recruiting disciples, he won the third place and got 7 sect contribution points. After using 1 point in the Gravity Pavilion, there are still 6 points left. Together with the 100 sect contribution points awarded by Zhao Enjun and the 20 sect contribution points just exchanged with the Beast Inner Pill, a total of 126 sect contribution points must be enough to exchange for a weapon that can be upgraded independently. What kind of weapon is younger martial brother good at using? Since Chu Zhongshan decided to exchange weapons, that is to say, the number of contribution points in his token was enough, the counter-disciple didn't continue to remind, but questioned what kind of weapons to exchange. Knife. Without the slightest consideration, Chu Zhongshan responded soundly. In the exchange column, there are 11 kinds of knife embryos for self-upgraded weapons. Younger martial brother, which handle do you want to exchange? The counter-disciple took out a piece of spirit instrument with the shape of paper. After checking it, he asked Chu Zhongshan, Elder martial brother, I wonder if you can have a look at these 11 kinds of self-upgraded weapons. He simply said that there were 11 weapons that could be exchanged, but he didn't show the appearance of these 11 weapons and the price of exchange. Chu Zhongshan didn't know how to choose, so he could only boldly put forward requirements. Of course. The disciple behind the counter did not refuse, but directly handed the spirit instrument in his hand like paper to Chu Zhongshan. In fact, this is also the practice of sects. After all, for factotum disciples and external disciples, the contribution points of the sect are very precious, and no point can be wasted. Therefore, when exchanging items, the exchange disciples are allowed to check the exchanged items in person. Consciousness communicated with the spirit tool, and a message instantly appeared in Chu Zhongshan's mind. Then, 11 knife embryos with similar shapes but different lengths appeared in his consciousness. Soon, he ranked 9th among the 11 handle blades. A blade with a shape and length similar to the steel knife he usually used absorbed his attention. Consciousness communicated with the knife embryo, and the second information was input into his mind. After reading this information, Chu Zhongshan immediately understood the grade of the sword and the exchange price. The unknown saber is of semi-spiritual grade. It is made by the alchemist of Liyan sect. It can absorb spiritual power and genuine to upgrade itself. At the same time, it can be integrated into the best materials to improve the grade of saber. The value of the sect is 90 points. Elder martial brother, I choose the 9th knife embryo. Consciousness withdrew from the spirit tool. Chu Zhongshan said to the disciple behind the counter, Younger martial brother, the 9th Dao embryo is the highest quality and highest price weapon among the 11 self-upgraded weapons. The exchange price is as high as 90 points. Are you sure to exchange it? Seeing that the knife embryo selected by Chu Zhongshan was the most expensive knife weapon on the spot, the counter-disciple asked unsurprisingly. As one of the 9 major forces in the southern region, Liyan sect has countless treasures and magic weapons. In addition to the corresponding identity, the most important thing is the contribution point of the sect. The acquisition of sectarian contribution points seems easy, but it is actually quite difficult. Generally, a new disciple who can earn 5 points of sect contribution points within a year shows that this disciple is a genius with outstanding talent and strong combat power. If you can earn 10 points of sect contribution points in a year, it shows that this disciple is not only a talented and powerful genius, but also has a certain backing behind him. If you can earn 20 contribution points in a year, it can only show that this disciple has a strong backing in the sect and has a certain voice. As for the sect contribution points that earn more than 20 points in a year, it is basically impossible, so the counter-disciples don't believe that Chu Zhongshan can exchange this knife embryo with the highest price. After the counter-disciples shouted out the exchange price in surprise, the disciples who were either accepting the task or exchanging contribution points turned their heads to watch. After all, 90 contribution points almost want to be the harvest of most disciples in 3 years. The person with these contribution points is just a new disciple who has just started for less than a month. How can people not be surprised? As for Dongfeng Yuner, he was like a fool. Elder martial brother, this is my identity token. The sect contribution points in the token can fully pay the exchange points. Please exchange them, Elder Martial Brother. Chu Zhongshan ignored the surprised reaction of the people around him and directly handed the identity token in his hand to the counter-disciple and said calmly. Chu Zhongshan's confident performance didn't seem to be lying, so the counter-disciple quickly took the token and then drew it against the paper like spirit instrument, and 90 sect contribution points were drawn away. Then, a black blade with a length of about 1.2 meters, a width of about 12 cm, and a weight of about 20 kg appeared in the paper like spirit instrument. Holding the blade, Chu Zhongshan immediately felt the strength and power of this semi-spirit weapon. If you want to give full play to the power of self-upgraded weapons, you must integrate your own blood essence, establish a certain connection with the knife embryo, and then further improve the shape of the knife embryo according to your imagination. This place is not suitable for refining the embryo of Tao, so Chu Zhongshan put the weapon into the storage bag. The secret place where the test peak is used to improve cultivation and potential consumes 1 point a day, so Chu Zhongshan plans to leave 10 contribution points for the use of the secret place, and the rest is all in exchange for pills or spiritual fruits that can improve cultivation. Elder Martial Brother, I have some contribution points in my token. I intend to exchange some pills or spiritual fruits that can improve my cultivation. What do you mean? Younger Martial Brother, do you have any points left? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan consumed 90 points of sect contribution points in one breath, the counter-disciple thought he had run out of ammunition and food. For the rest of the time, he had to rely on hard cultivation to improve his accomplishments. However, what he never thought of was that Chu Zhongshan still had inventory in his hand. In other words, Chu Zhongshan's identity token has more than 100 sect contribution points. At this time, Chu Zhongshan himself becomes very mysterious in his eyes. As a new disciple, even if he participates in the training program of elite disciples, it is impossible to obtain 100 contribution points in just 1 month, unless his backer is a high-level person who can affect the sectarian situation. Well, there are still some contribution points left in the identity token. I want to exchange some pills that can help improve my cultivation. Chu Zhongshan didn't hide the secret of remaining contribution points, because he needed to exchange some pills and spiritual fruits next. Younger Martial Brother, the types and grades of pills here are suitable for medium and high-level use during the training period. Check to see if there are any suitable ones for you. If there are pills and spiritual fruits suitable for you, you can directly record them, and I'll exchange them for you at that time. After reclassifying the paper like artifact in his hand, the counter-disciple handed it back to Chu Zhongshan and told him, consciousness was once communicating with the spirit instrument. Chu Zhongshan was surprised to find that the contents of the spirit instrument had been replaced with pills and spirit fruits. At this time, he was more interested in the spiritual instrument than pills and spiritual fruit. However, Chu Zhongshan knew that he could not have the spirit instrument, so he got rid of his distractions and began to read the information about the pill and spirit fruit of the spirit instrument. There are a lot of pills and spiritual fruits used in the medium and high level of the body refining period in the spirit wear. Most of the grades are 9 grades, and even 8 grades, and there are more than 100 kinds of pills. Looking at more than 100 kinds of pills that can improve cultivation and potential, Chu Zhongshan wants to exchange them all. However, the remaining contribution points in his token were not enough to exchange all the pills, so he took the time to find the pills suitable for him. Finally, he chose 3 pills suitable for his current stage. One is the upper-level 9-grade barrier-breaking pill, which is a sect contribution point worth 3 points. It is suitable for breaking the bottleneck and breaking through the realm. When he returned to the number 9 other courtyard, after finishing the calendar training in Purgatory City, Chu Zhongshan once wanted to break through the 5th floor of the body training period. However, the 5th layer of hard bottleneck in the physical training period made him finally fail. If he had a broken barrier pill in his hand at that time, he could break through the bottleneck with this pill. The second pill is the upper-level Jiupin Bingxin pill, which is a sect contribution point worth 4 points. It can concentrate and calm qi. It is suitable for eliminating heart demons and improving the cultivation of mood. Since he was able to practice again, Chu Zhongshan felt that he was too anxious to break through the realm, and many realms relied on pills and spiritual fruits. Although he tried his best to consolidate his accomplishments and stabilize his foundation after breaking through a small realm, the improvement of his state of mind could not keep up with the speed of realm breakthrough. Just before entering the mission hall, the reason why he was almost possessed was that his mood fluctuation was only one of the reasons that attracted the demons. The main reason was that his state of mind cultivation was low. Bingxin pill is a pill that can eliminate the mind demons and improve the state of mind. The third pill is the upper-level Jiupin melting elixir, which is worth 3 sex contribution points. It is not only a pill to accelerate the transformation of Reiki into Reiki, but also a pill to accelerate the improvement of cultivation. In the annual sect big ratio, Zhao and Jun gave too much pressure, and the reward was full of temptation. In order to withstand the pressure and obtain the reward, Chu Zhongshan must improve his cultivation at full speed with the help of external forces. The 3 pills only consumed 10 points of his sect contribution points. At this time, there are still 26 points of his sect contribution points left in his identity token. However, he did not continue to exchange pills. First, among the more than 100 kinds of pills arranged in the spirit instrument, the pills he can exchange are almost as effective as hardware pills and software pills, and they don't help much after exchange. The price of pills that can improve his cultivation is too expensive. He can't afford to exchange them. Finally, he only exchanged these 3 pills. Thank you, elder martial brother. Younger martial brother has finished selecting. Return the spirit instrument in your hand to the counter and the sky guest airway in Chuzhong. Younger martial brother, tell me the pills that need to be exchanged and I'll exchange them for you. The counter is closed. After Chu Zhongshan changed the pill, he said to Dongfeng Yuner around him, then turned and left the task hall. Dongfeng Yuner quickly followed up. Brother Chu, I'm sorry, I was smart and arrogant just now. After leaving the task hall, Dongfeng Yuner looked regretful and said in a regretful tone, Yuner, I know what you just did was kind and sincerely wanted to help me, but for men, especially for me with male chauvinism, what you just did is really damaging my self-esteem. Dongfeng Yuner is a princess of the Tianlong imperial dynasty. She was extremely spoiled since childhood, which led to her superior arrogance and arbitrariness in her character. If the two are just ordinary good friends, Chu Zhongshan may accept her help. However, if the two can finally get together, Chu Zhongshan hopes that she can get rid of these problems, so he will be outspoken. Brother Chu, I'll pay attention later. After clicking a little, Dongfeng Yuner accepted Chu Zhongshan's criticism. Yuner, I remember that when you took the disciple test, your cultivation was already the 2nd level of the cultivation period. Now nearly a month has passed, and your cultivation barely reached the peak of the 2nd level of the cultivation period. The progress speed is too slow. Dongfeng Yuner has the cultivation talent of medium-sized 6 grades, and there are royal elders in the sect as the backer. There is no lack of cultivation resources in her usual cultivation, and there is no lack of expert guidance in her cultivation. Under various favorable circumstances, her cultivation has improved half a small realm in nearly a month. Chu Zhongshan feels that she is too lax. Brother Chu, my advance speed is fast enough. Among the people who passed the test and became formal disciples at the same time, only Zhang Qian and I broke through the realm in a month, and the others are still the original accomplishments. Chu Zhongshan's dissatisfaction with his cultivation speed made Dongfeng Yuner very unconvinced. She immediately took out the achievements of others as a comparison to show that she not only didn't relax, but even worked very hard. Chu Zhongshan had no real contact with the results of the practice of the new disciples of the trial peak, so he didn't know how these people practice. However, after Zhao and Jun's targeted arrangement, all the 6 people who joined the elite disciple training program broke through at least one small level in a month. Among them, Huang Fuqi's entry is the slowest. That's because his realm is very high. In addition, part of his energy is focused on competing for the position of boss, so his progress is the slowest. Even so, he has completely broken through a small realm. Like Lin Dong, in less than a month, the cultivation level has been raised from the 4-tier primary level in the body training period to the 5-tier peak in the body training period, and the level has been fully improved by 1.5. Dongfeng Yuner was not familiar with elite disciples and showed no contrast. Chu Zhongshan had to compare himself. Yuner, when I took part in the disciple test, my cultivation talent was the next 7 grades, and my cultivation was the 10 levels of perfection in the qi refining period. Now I am the 5th level of cultivation in the body refining period. Why do you say that? What, you have broken through the 5th floor of the training period? After hearing Chu Zhongshan say his cultivation at this time, Dongfeng Yuner opened his eyes and showed an expression of disbelief on his face. I haven't seen him for nearly a month. When Dongfeng Yuner met Chu Zhongshan for the first time, he just wanted to express his thoughts and sincerely help him. He didn't pay too much attention to Chu Zhongshan's cultivation. Even when Chu Zhongshan took out the 9-grade medium and high-level beast inner alchemy, she was just surprised that he could have so many high-quality beast inner alchemy and didn't connect these inner alchemy with him personally. What's more, Chu Zhongshan's cultivation at this time has far exceeded her, and she can't accurately distinguish the real cultivation of Chu Zhongshan. At this time, seeing Chu Zhongshan reveal his true accomplishments and say his own realm, Dongfeng Yuner was shocked and felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Chu Zhongshan's performance is so excellent that many women will like such an excellent man in the future. If he continues to slack off, he is likely to lose him in the future. Yuner, I don't mean to show off myself, but I want to remind you through myself that you can't relax and neglect on the road of cultivation, otherwise you will be overtaken by others soon. Take back the breath revealed on the body, and Chu Zhongshan's painstaking persuasion. Brother Chu, don't worry. I will try my best to practice after I go back and try to catch up with you in a short time. Holding the powder fist tightly, Dongfeng Yuner encouraged himself. Seeing that Dongfeng Yuner had clearly realized his shortcomings, Chu Zhongshan nodded. Dongfeng Yuner has outstanding talents in superior conditions. As long as he is willing to practice hard, the speed of realm improvement will catch up soon. Walk with me, Chu Zhongshan suggested. Although the trial peak is only the peak where the factotum disciples and external disciples live, it belongs to Liyan sect after all, and the scenery on the peak is quite beautiful. Chu Zhongshan looked at Dongfeng Yuner and the beautiful scenery around him, and suddenly flashed a greedy head in his heart, which is one thing that couples must do before crossing: press the road. Yes, Chu Zhongshan's active invitation made Dongfeng Yuner suddenly think of something, and then nodded shyly. Yuner, guess who I met this time when I went out to practice? Walking on the scenic mountain road, Chu Zhongshan didn't know what to talk about for a moment. After practicing, he devoted all his energy to practice. He either absorbed Reiki to improve his accomplishments, or took pills to improve his potential. The rest of his time was spent on practicing martial arts. There was no fun in life. If there is any topic that can break the current deadlock, I'm afraid it's only the experience he has just experienced. And the people you meet in the process of refining can also break the embarrassing deadlock in front of you. Brother Chu, I'm not familiar with your social circle. How can I guess who it is? Dongfeng Yuner didn't guess at all and directly indicated that he couldn't guess. Guess who you know and are very close. Chu Zhongshan warned. Not only know but also be close. While pondering the meaning of these two sentences, Dongfeng Yuner began to search for people suitable for these two sentences. Is it him? Then a person's picture appeared in her mind, but then she shook her head and directly overturned her guess. It's impossible. The man is arrogant and eccentric. He's unlikely to pay attention to the little man in the physical training period like Brother Chu. Yuner, who did you guess just now? Dongfeng Yuner's self-speculation and self-denial did not lower his voice. Chu Zhongshan heard it clearly. At the same time, she also guessed that the person she just thought of was probably Dongfeng Yangping. Dongfeng Yangping is the brother of my mother compatriots. However, this man is arrogant and has high eyes. It is impossible for you to communicate with him. Dongfeng Yuner did not hide his guess just now, and made the most true and accurate evaluation of Dongfeng Yangping. Congratulations, your guess just now is completely correct. The person I met this time is your brother Dongfeng Yangping, and I have a good relationship with him. It's impossible. I know him too well. If he didn't surpass him in cultivation or perform well enough, he wouldn't care about you at all. Speaking of this, Dongfeng Yuner suddenly thought that in less than a month, Chu Zhongshan's cultivation directly broke through from the 10th floor of Qi refining period to the 5th floor of body refining period. He was talented enough to be evil. Such a genius may be able to enter the magic eye of Dongfeng Yangping. Thinking of his brother who can decide his future, Dongfeng Yuner felt a little nervous, and even full of shame when he came into contact with Chu Zhongshan in advance. What does Dongfeng Yuner think at this time? Chu Zhongshan doesn't know. He doesn't pay attention to her reaction but continues to say, Yuner, your brother and I have been together in a secret place for several days, and the relationship between them is fairly good. Moreover, according to the calculation of time, he should return to the sect within 1 or 2 days. Chu Zhongshan was able to return to the sect so quickly because Zhao Injun directly took him back to the sect with his strong cultivation. Dongfeng Yangping and others want to return to the sect, either by flying animals or relying on their own feet. 30,000 kilometers away, you can return to the sect in almost 1 to 2 days if you take the 8th-grade flying beast. Really, my brother will be back in these 2 days. Hearing that his brother, who had not seen him for several years, would see him immediately, Dongfeng Yuner subconsciously grabbed Chu Zhongshan's arm and asked in surprise. Just before Chu Zhongshan came and turned to watch, he revealed a strong, jealous voice and asked, "Hey, Dongfeng Junior sister, who is this person?" Suddenly someone interrupted the conversation between the two people. Of course, Chu Zhongshan and Dongfeng Yuner had to look around. Then a young man with handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament, but with an evil spirit on his body, was looking at Dongfeng Yuner with a smile. However, when he saw Dongfeng Yuner holding Chu Zhongshan's arm intimately, a trace of murderous spirit flashed in his eyes. "Elder Marshal Brother Wang, it's you." After taking a look at the visitor, Dongfeng Yuner instantly restored her original cold temperament and said coldly, "Younger Marshal Sister Dongfeng, who is close to you?" 3 or 2 steps to Dongfeng Yuner, Elder Marshal Brother Wang pointed to Chu Zhongshan. Although his expression remained normal, his tone was full of jealousy and dissatisfaction. Chu Zhongshan has seen Elder Marshal Brother Wang. Chu Zhongshan introduced himself before Dongfeng Yuner introduced him. Then he turned to Dongfeng Yuner and said goodbye in an intimate tone. "Yuner, I have just broken through the 5th floor of the body training period, and the state has not been consolidated. Next, I will return to Qianlong Peak for cultivation. I will come to you in my spare time in the future." The murderous spirit flashed in the eyes of Senior Brother Wang just now. Chu Zhongshan, who is sensitive to 6 senses, has felt it. He knows why Senior Brother Wang killed him. The reason is nothing more than Dongfeng Yuner's closeness to him. Since he decided to accept the favor of Dongfeng Yuner, Chu Zhongshan has been prepared to provoke hatred, so he is not afraid of the threat of challengers. The reason why he proposed to leave was that he didn't want to have a physical conflict with this senior brother surnamed Wang for the time being. Because he has just broken through the 5th floor of the body refining period, the spiritual power in the Danshan is not stable. Taking risks will affect his foundation and even lead to the fall of the realm. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan cannot do it and try not to do it. What's more, the elder martial brother surnamed Wang has achieved 10 layers of perfect cultivation within the training period. Even if he uses all his cards, it is difficult to get benefits from him. The temporary concession is just for the next stronger outbreak. "Well, I'll find you in a few days." Since the senior brother surnamed Wang appeared, Dongfeng Yuner knew that she and Chu Zhongshan could not continue to be alone. She agreed with Chu Zhongshan's departure. Because she knew too much about the character and temper of elder martial brother Wang, and knew that he was a strange and moody villain. "By the way, Yuner, your brother's cultivation has broken through the period of half a step and may have returned to the sect in advance. I think you'd better go and see if your brother has come back." Before he left, Chu Zhongshan deliberately reminded him. The reason why Chu Zhongshan deliberately reminded Dongfeng Yuner before leaving is to remind Dongfeng Yuner that this senior brother surnamed Wang is not a good man. You should leave here quickly and don't stay with him. Secondly, it is also a reminder to this senior brother surnamed Wang that Dongfeng Yuner's identity is not simple. She has a half-time brother in the sect, and some things can't be done casually. Then he glanced at the young man surnamed Wang and turned away without saying hello to him. Just as Chu Zhongshan turned and left, Dongfeng Yuner pleaded guilty with his senior brother surnamed Wang, ran around Chu Zhongshan in 3 or 2 steps and left with him. "Damn it, you dare to compete with Wang Tao for a woman. It seems that you are impatient." Looking at the back of Chu Zhongshan and the casual approach of Dongfeng Yuner, the young man surnamed Wang gnashed his teeth and threatened. "Brother Chu, the man surnamed Wang just now is Wang Tao. He is the son of a hall leader who is in charge of our usual practice and has reached the peak of Qi transformation period. This man, like his father, is a sinister and cunning villain. Brother Chu should guard against them and avoid being hurt by them secretly in the future." Catching up with the Empress of Chu, Dongfeng Yuner quickly whispered the origin of the surnamed Wang just now and asked him to pay attention to preventing Wang Tao and his father's revenge. Yuner, don't worry. Chu Zhongshan has the means to protect himself. Their father and son can't stand me for the time being. Chu Zhongshan's confident attitude made Dongfeng Yuner immediately relax. The external sect leader, who is in charge of the factotum of the test peak and the cultivation of external disciples, is not the same as Jiao Enjun. According to the importance Jiao Enjun attaches to him now, if the hall leader wants to retaliate through status and identity, Jiao Enjun can't get through that level. Chu Zhongshan is no match for the cultivation at the peak of the Qi transformation period. However, since the cultivation talent has been upgraded to the lower 6 grades, Chu Zhongshan has mastered it. Within 1 year, the cultivation has broken through the Qi transformation period. At that time, it will be more difficult for him to be promoted as an inner disciple and want to revenge him with cultivation. As for his son Wang Tao, Chu Zhongshan was not afraid of him. As long as his accomplishments break through the 6th-level peak in the training period within 1 month, his combat power can reach the 10th-level perfection in the training period. If he matches the potential and refines the half-spirit weapon he has just obtained, his combat power may reach the peak of the half-step Qi period. If he wants revenge, I'm afraid the final result is not worth the loss. Although Dongfeng Yuner has a strong backer in the sect, her identity is an external disciple after all, and she must live in the trial peak. Therefore, 10 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan left Dongfeng Yuner and headed for the Qianlong Peak alone. After returning to the Qianlong Peak, Chu Zhongshan found that Huang Fuqi was no longer in front of the number 9 other hospital, so he knew that he either thought it out completely and worked hard to practice, or it is to accept their own challenges and practice hard. After returning to number 9 other courtyard, Chu Zhongshan directly entered the cultivation secret, took out hundreds of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones, arranged them according to the simplified spirit gathering array, and began to make every effort to consolidate the cultivation achievements after the breakthrough. 3 days later, sitting in the secret of cultivation, Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes and showed a look of ecstasy on his face. 3 days ago, after returning to the secret room of practice, he began to consolidate his accomplishments after breakthrough with the help of the rich aura in the secret room. In less than 2 hours, he completely consolidated his spiritual power after the breakthrough. Later, he began to take various elixirs that could enhance his potential and try his best to improve his potential. What he didn't expect was that while improving his potential, the sufficient spiritual power in the secret room and the improved cultivation talent made his cultivation break through 3 small stages in succession. At this time, his cultivation has been raised to the top of the 5 levels in the cultivation period, and his cultivation has become the top part of the elite disciples. Taking back the powerful momentum that kept churning on his body, Chu Zhongshan didn't leave the secret room immediately, but took out a knife-shaped knife embryo from the storage bag. This is the weapon of half-spirit weapon level that he consumed 90 sect contribution points in exchange for. Looking at the knife-shaped embryo whose grade reached the half-spirit level, Chu Zhongshan flashed a trace of excitement and expectation on his face. A drop of blood essence was forced from the body. Chu Zhongshan planned to integrate the blood essence into the knife embryo and start the first step of refining weapons. When he subconsciously looked at the blood essence on the tip of his finger, the refining of weapons stopped temporarily, and a surprised expression flashed on his face. After 5 days and 5 nights of continuous blood purification in the blood prison pavilion, the blood in his body contained a trace of purple. When he broke through the body refining period, the purple blood contained in his blood was nearly 2 layers. For nearly a month, I didn't pay attention to the changes of blood. At this time, nearly half of the purple in the blood essence was forced out. Less than 20% of purple blood essence can improve his combat power in a small realm, and how much combat power can 20.5% of purple blood improve him? Chu Zhongshan is looking forward to this. At the same time, he plans to test his real combat power after refining the embryo. Take back the energy of paying attention to the blood essence. Chu Zhongshan drops the blood essence from the tip of his finger on the knife embryo. As the blood essence slowly integrates into the knife embryo, Chu Zhongshan gradually feels that he has a close connection with the knife embryo in his hand. After the blood essence was fully integrated into the embryo, Chu Zhongshan immediately began to imagine the detailed shape of the refined steel knife he had used, and began to control the embryo to change the shape through consciousness. The shape as like as 2 peas used in the knife embryo, and the knife blade was quickly formed after his conscious control. The shape was exactly the same as that of the former steel knife. Integrating blood essence is only the first step to refine and upgrade weapons independently. Next, he has to use his spiritual power to start warming and nourishing the spirit knife, and make it adapt to the attributes and characteristics of his own spiritual power. This step takes quite a long time, so Chu Zhongshan just uses the spiritual power to wrap the spiritual knife, and let it feel the attributes and material of its spiritual power in advance. After the Lingdao was integrated with a trace of spiritual power, and began to upgrade slowly with the help of spiritual power, Chu Zhongshan took back the Lingdao, and then got up and left the practice chamber, number 9 Other Courtyard and Qianlong Peak. The breakthrough of the realm is only the change of spiritual power and physique. If you want to convert the spiritual power after the breakthrough into strong combat power, you need to adapt and master the power after the breakthrough by fighting with different opponents. At this time, he can't go out to practice, and there is no suitable opponent around him. Then, one of the 4 secret places on the test peak, the test pavilion is the place where he is most suitable to improve his combat effectiveness. Elder Martial Brother, I want to use the trial pavilion. The idea colluded with the identity token. Chu Zhongshan handed the token to the disciple in charge of managing the trial pavilion and said, "Younger Martial Brother, how long are you going to use it?" After receiving the identity token, the disciple in charge of the trial pavilion asked, 2 days. When taking the disciple test a month ago, Chu Zhongshan once fought in the trial pavilion to understand the situation inside. The next day is enough for him to adapt and master the spiritual power after the breakthrough. "All right, younger Martial Brother, you can go in," returned the identity token of Chu Zhongshan, and the disciple in charge explained. At the same time, before Chu Zhongshan entered the trial pavilion, he reminded, "Younger Martial Brother, if you spend more than 2 days inside, the trial pavilion will automatically deduct the contribution points in your identity token. If you spend less than 2 days inside, you will also be calculated in 2 days, and the contribution points will not be refunded. At the same time, if you are killed by your opponent in 1 day, you will be deducted 1 point of sectarian contribution for 1 day. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan said he understood, then took the identity token, made it return to his body, and walked into the trial pavilion. Please select weapons. Walking into the independent space of the trial pavilion, familiar voices appear in the void. Knife. Once experienced such a scene, Chu Zhongshan said with ease and familiarity. Reaching out to grasp the refined steel knife in the void, Chu Zhongshan stood still and waited for his opponent to appear for the first time. 10 seconds later, in the void in front of him, a man in black, dressed in strong black clothes, and holding the best steel knife of all kinds of refining, was slowly emerging. His cultivation reached the 5th floor of the body refining period. This time is to test their own strength, and through the fight to adapt to and master the strength after the breakthrough yesterday, so Chu Zhongshan is not in a hurry to solve his opponent. When he took part in the disciple test at the beginning, the man in black on the 2nd floor of the body training period had been able to display the primary martial arts of Huangpin, so Chu Zhongshan didn't ask him to display the basic saber technique, but took the lead in displaying the most familiar and powerful move, the Scorching Sun. However, when Chu Zhongshan showed the Scorching Sun, he found that the attribute power that could have been added could not be used in the trial pavilion, which reduced his combat effectiveness to a new level. Fortunately, entering the trial pavilion is only to test his strength and adapt to and master the strength after the breakthrough. The inability to use attribute strength not only has no impact on him, but also has great help, which can make him more thoroughly understand his real strength. According to the practice of the opponent appearing in the trial pavilion, the opponent appearing for the first time will only passively defend and counterattack, and will not attack actively. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan suppressed his strength on the 5th floor of the physical training period. During the body refining period, the martial arts can be displayed on the 2nd floor. The martial arts displayed on the 5th floor are not only more advanced, but also more powerful. Boom. The powerful sabers collided with each other in an instant, making a deafening roar. Although Chu Zhongshan suppressed his strength in the 5th layer of the body refining period, his real combat power reached the peak of the 9th layer of the body refining period, which led to the power of the saber technique, he just showed exceeding the 5th layer of the body refining period. Beyond the 5 layers of strength in the body training period, the opponent's counterattack moves will be scattered directly. The remaining strength will directly attack the opponent's body and blow the opponent to pieces. Taking advantage of the gap between the second opponent, Chu Zhongshan immediately began to reflect on his weakness in mastering power and adjusted the next attack. After the appearance of the second opponent, Chu Zhongshan suppressed his strength at the 4-level peak of the body training period and showed the scorching sun at one time. Boom. Although his accomplishments were suppressed at the peak of the 4th level in the body training period, the power of the saber technique still reached the 5th level in the body training period under the increase of his familiar saber technique, and tied with the other party's saber technique. Seeing the other side's knife offset his attack just now, Chu Zhongshan was delighted. Being able to have an opponent who will not be actively attacked by the opponent as a companion is a good thing that any servant dreams of. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan then uses different saber techniques to test the power of the saber technique, and knows and master the power in the body through the power of the saber technique. Although the opponent's sword technique is profound and the strength is the top of the same realm, under the continuous attack of Chu Zhongshan, the opponent didn't insist for long, so he was split in half by his steel knife. After landing, Chu Zhongshan took a sigh of relief and immediately raised his attention. Because the next opponent not only has stronger strength, but also can display body method and martial arts, and can take the initiative to attack, which is very difficult to deal with. 5 minutes later, the third opponent just appeared. His body martial arts and sword martial arts were combined at the same time, which caught Chu Zhongshan unprepared. At the beginning of the disciple test, although the opponent who appeared for the third time could take the initiative to attack and display the body method martial arts, the two martial arts were used separately, which could give people reaction time and preparation for counterattack. However, he never thought that the opponent on the 5th floor of the body training period in the trial pavilion had begun to combine the two martial arts. Although he was caught off guard, Chu Zhongshan's own strength far exceeded the 5th level of the physical training period, which led to his vision and reaction very quickly. Use the startling leg that has reached the peak to temporarily avoid the attack formed by the combination of the opponent's two martial arts. Then, he just landed and continued to show his startling legs. He also began to consciously combine the saber skills to improve the power of attack. Opponents are rare. What's more, there is no need to worry about the threat of death, so Chu Zhongshan can safely and boldly combine the two martial arts skills without worrying that he will be killed by his opponent. Even if you are killed and waste a sect contribution point, you can still start again. Boom! Bang! After a simple fight of more than 10 moves, Chu Zhongshan found that with his 4-tier peak strength in the physical training period, he could not defeat his opponent at all, and the situation was becoming more and more inferior. If we continue to follow this trend, the final result is to be killed by the other party. In desperation, Chu Zhongshan had to raise his combat power to the 5-level peak in the physical training period. When he raised his strength to the 5-tier peak of the physical training period, the opponent's strength also reached the 5-tier peak of the physical training period. Under the confrontation of the same strength, the two sides fought for dozens of rounds, and they were close to each other for the time being, and no one could gain the upper hand. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan not only did not worry, but his heart was filled with a trace of joy. Because through a close fight with his opponent, Chu Zhongshan found that he had a deeper and deeper understanding of martial arts and saber techniques. At the same time, I feel more and more about the use of spiritual power, and the skills used are more and more ingenious. The only pity is that even though Chu Zhongshan suppressed his strength at the 5-level peak of the physical training period, his strong strength makes him suitable for protracted war, and the other party is only an illusory figure formed by using special energy in the secret place, and he is not good at protracted war. Half an hour after the two sides fought, with the rapid consumption of each other's spiritual power, the speed of shooting became slower and slower. There were more and more flaws in the combination of body martial arts and knife martial arts. Chu Zhongshan could not improve his opponent. In desperation, he had to use a move he had just known and mastered, Huang Pin's medium-level martial arts skills, and directly split the other party in half. Taking advantage of the gap between the fourth opponent, Chu Zhongshan experienced the use of spiritual power and martial arts in the fight, just now with the help of sufficient aura in the trial pavilion to recover the less consumed spiritual power. 5 minutes later, with the appearance of the fourth opponent, Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry to improve his strength. For a long time, he maintained the strength of the 5-level peak in the body training period. At the same time, combined with the knife skills he was familiar with and mastered just now, he began to attack around the opponent. Although the opponent's cultivation for the fourth time reached the 6th level of the body training period, Chu Zhongshan was also assured that he would not take the initiative to attack, so he boldly displayed the primary and intermediate sword skills back and forth, so as to achieve the goal of familiarity and thorough mastery. Unfortunately, even the opponent whose cultivation reached the 6th level of the body training period still couldn't let Chu Zhongshan, who suppressed his strength, attack with all his strength. The opponent who appeared for the fourth time only lasted less than 5 minutes and was cut in half by his knife. After landing, Chu Zhongshan still absorbed the aura in the trial pavilion and recovered the too much aura consumed, while waiting for the opponent to appear for the 5th time. The opponent who appeared for the 5th time, under the combination of Chu Zhongshan's suppression of combat power and full display of body martial arts and knife martial arts, only lasted no more than 30 seconds than the opponent who appeared for the 4th time, and was also cut in half by his knife. When the 6th opponent just appeared, Chu Zhongshan showed his body skills and took the lead in launching an attack. Compared with the opponents who appeared in the first 5 times, the opponents who appeared in the 6th time not only have deeper cultivation and stronger strength, but also have a more subtle combination of 2 different styles of martial arts, which puts the suppression strength at a disadvantage in Chu Zhongshan on the 5th floor of the body refining period. Although the situation is at a disadvantage for the time being, Chu Zhongshan is not in a hurry to improve his strength and continues to maintain the 5-level peak combat power in the physical training period to fight with his opponent. Through such a battle, Chu Zhongshan gradually found his shortcomings in his previous practice and began to make up for them by fighting. After he made up for these shortcomings one by one, he gradually changed the situation that was at the disadvantage, from the balance between the 2 sides to the upper hand in turn, and took advantage of the flaws inadvertently revealed by the other side to kill the opponent 20 minutes later. There is still some time before the opponent appeared for the 7th time. Chu Zhongshan took the time to recover the consumed spiritual power. At the same time, he began to feel the changes and improvement of his own strength. Through feeling and comparison, Chu Zhongshan found that since he made up for his shortcomings, his own combat power has been promoted to a small stage in a small realm. Don't underestimate the promotion of this small stage, because he can have combat power beyond his 4 small realms. At this time, he is the cultivation of the 5-level peak in the training period and has the combat power of the 9-level peak in the training period. After making up for the shortcomings in his previous practice, his current combat power can barely reach the early stage of the 10th floor of the physical training period. Even if he could not use attribute power in the trial pavilion, which reduced his combat effectiveness to a small level, his combat effectiveness at this time could still reach the early stage of the 9th floor of the training period. Now he only finds his shortcomings through his opponents in a small level. Then he will continue to find his shortcomings and make up for his deficiencies by fighting with his opponents in the 7th layer, the 8th layer, the 9th layer, and even the 10th layer of the body training period. His strength is likely to continue to improve. The opponent who appeared for the 7th time was the 7th layer in the physical training period. Chu Zhongshan continued to suppress his strength at the beginning and fought with the other party, with the peak combat power of the 5th layer in the physical training period. Although the opponent appearing for the 7th time will not take the initiative to attack, he can't do anything with his 5-tier peak combat power in his physical training period. After adapting his opponent's knife skills and understanding clearly, Chu Zhongshan directly improved his strength in a small realm and then cut off his opponent's head with a knife. The opponent who appeared for the 8th time still didn't let Chu Zhongshan consume too much spiritual power. Similarly, he didn't gain much. He was killed by him in just 3 minutes. While waiting for his opponent to appear for the 9th time, Chu Zhongshan completely raised his combat power to the peak of the 6th level of physical training, and then restored his little consumed spiritual power. After the ninth opponent appeared, Chu Zhongshan showed his body method and martial arts skills, and did not take the lead in the attack, but deliberately stepped back. Because the opponent who appeared for the ninth time has reached the 7th level of cultivation in the body training period, which is a high-level cultivation in the body training period, and has begun to strengthen the internal organs and blood in the blood vessels. The strength is more than 10 times higher than that of the 6th floor in the body refining period. Chu Zhongshan didn't know how powerful the combination of body martial arts and saber martial arts, which was performed by the 7-layer cultivation in the body refining period, was, so he temporarily opened a distance and observed it before deciding how to do it. However, he underestimated the 9th appearance, and his cultivation was already the opponent of the 7th level in the body training period. Because the newly appeared opponent's body method and martial arts are also Huang Pin's medium-level martial arts, and the realm is also at the peak, the fast-moving figure makes him unable to observe carefully. Fortunately, the opponent who appeared for the 9th time did not combine the two martial arts skills. Otherwise, Chu Zhongshan can only continue to improve his strength. Since the other party wants to defeat himself with the help of body skills, Chu Zhongshan not only has no fear, but also has a trace of secret joy in his heart. The reason why he was able to break through the middle-level body method and martial arts to the peak in a short time was that he broke through most of the time with temporary perception, except in a desperate situation of death. The medium-level body skill has reached its peak. Next, he will begin to practice Huang Pin's high-level body skill, and he happens to have a high-level body skill Lei Feng Leg, presented by Zhao Enjun in his mind. If he can master and break through the high-level body method and martial arts through speed competition with his opponent, his combat power will be improved by at least 1 or 2 small stages in a small realm. The opponent who appeared for the 9th time seemed to have the physique of wind attribute. The body method and martial arts used were also the martial arts of wind attribute, which made Chu Zhongshan compete with him at the beginning. Because Chu Zhongshan is suppressing strength, most of the spiritual power in the Danshan cannot be used, and the other party can fully mobilize the spiritual power belonging to the 7th layer of the body refining period. With the passage of time, Chu Zhongshan's speed gradually fell to the disadvantage compared with the other party. However, he was not worried because he fell in the wind. Because by competing with each other just now, Chu Zhongshan gradually found that the startling foot entering the peak was gradually improving. At this time, while using the speed of the wind leg to avoid the opponent's attack, he began to recall the content about the martial arts of the thunder leg he had memorized. Whether it's body method, martial arts, or saber technique, if you want to improve quickly, you can give full play to your greatest advantage only in battle. Chu Zhongshan is in this state at this time. In the full competition with the other party for speed, Chu Zhongshan feels that the speed of startled leg has reached the limit. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan gradually had a preliminary understanding of Lei Feng's leg through continuous understanding and understanding of Lei Feng's leg skills and martial arts. Chu Zhongshan's speed was faster than that of the high wind when he used the startling wind leg of the peak state. However, with the mastery and breakthrough of the thunder wind leg of the entry state, his whole speed was increased by nearly 3 times. At this time, only a black shadow can be seen in the single room space of the trial pavilion, and the original blue shadow cannot be distinguished by the naked eye. The martial arts of high-level body method broke through the entry-level state. Chu Zhongshan was in an inferior situation and was changed in an instant. At this time, he not only can easily observe his opponent, but also can use high-level body skills to start flirting with his opponent. Unfortunately, the other party is just a dead object without any consciousness and feelings. His flirtation is completely equivalent to lighting a lamp for the blind, which is in vain. The martial arts of high-level body method has broken through the entry level, and it is difficult to continue to improve in a short time. Chu Zhongshan did not continue to waste time. He directly split his opponent in half by using an attack that was more than 3 times his opponent's speed. After landing, Chu Zhongshan directly bent his knees and began to fully absorb the aura in the independent space and restore the consumption just now. In order to make a breakthrough in body method and martial arts, Chu Zhongshan tried his best to improve his speed while suppressing his combat power. His spiritual power consumed quickly. At this time, his spiritual power in the Danshan consumed nearly 3 layers. As the strength of the next opponent becomes stronger and stronger, he must maintain his heyday. Only in this way can he better improve his cultivation and strength. The opponents who appeared for the 10th and 11th times reached the 8th level of the body refining period. Although Chu Zhang had an obvious advantage under the condition of suppressing his own strength, it was very difficult to kill them. After dozens of moves, Chu Zhangshan had no choice but to raise his strength to the peak of the 7th level in the physical training period. In this state, he finally killed the opponents who appeared for the 10th and 11th time. After the 12th opponent appeared, Chu Zhangshan's face looked dignified for the first time. Although it is said that the saber technique he is now using cannot contain attribute power, which has reduced his combat effectiveness to a small level, his combat effectiveness has not decreased much by making up for the deficiencies in his previous practice. At this time, he maintained his combat effectiveness beyond nearly 4 small realms for a long time. In other words, his combat effectiveness can still reach the 9-level peak in the training period. However, after the opponent appeared for the 12th time took the lead in attacking, Chu Zhangshan found that the unexpected opponent not only made use of the combination of body martial arts and knife martial arts, but also made use of the most powerful advantages of the body training period to cooperate with the body attack. For example, just now, Chu Zhangshan used the cooperation of body martial arts and sword martial arts to block the other party's attack, but the other party used the gap generated by the intersection of weapons to directly hit Chu Zhangshan with his strong body. Touching his faintly painful chest, Chu Zhangshan's face not only showed a dignified color, but also secretly made a decision, that is to go to the gravity pavilion immediately after this trial pavilion practice, and continue to improve the strength and flexibility of the body by using the unique gravity of the gravity pavilion. Having made a decision in his heart, Chu Zhangshan held a steel knife and used his high-level body skills to break through the entry-level realm and began to fight with each other desperately. After fighting each other for more than 10 rounds, Chu Zhangshan temporarily opened a certain distance with the speed of body method and martial arts and raised the strength of suppression to the peak of the 8th level in the body training period. After the combat power was improved, Chu Zhangshan rushed up with a steel knife. At this time, the fight with the other party was not as passive as before. Because with the continuous confrontation of weapons, the other party is shocked by the powerful power contained in the weapons of Chu Zhangshan. In this case, the opponent can't continue to use his strong body to launch an attack, and the weapon collision produces a strong rebound, which makes the opponent's spiritual power consume rapidly. However, he did not kill his opponent immediately, but consciously continued to suppress his own strength and reduce his combat effectiveness as the battle began. When he suppressed his combat power in the middle of the 8th floor of the body refining period, the other party automatically disappeared into his own space because of excessive spiritual power consumption. Looking at the opponent who disappeared automatically, Chu Zhangshan was stunned at first, and then showed a helpless smile on his face. Originally, he also hoped that with the help of his opponent's strength, he could continue to suppress his strength to the early stage of the 8th floor of the body training period, and even to the peak of the 7th floor of the body training period, but he didn't expect that his opponent was so unbearable that he couldn't achieve his ultimate goal. Neither suppressed nor improved his strength. Chu Zhangshan maintained the strength in the middle of the 8th floor of the body refining period, recovering the consumed spiritual power and waiting for the opponent who appeared for the 13th time. The opponent's cultivation for the 13th time has reached the 9th level of the body training period. The law is the same as that of the opponent in the previous 12 times. He is only defended and counterattacked by the opponent and will not attack actively. Chu Zhangshan continues to test the power of different grades of knife skills with the help of the law of the trial pavilion and adapts to and grasps the increasing power. At the same time, continue to make up for the deficiencies in the early practice. The strength in the middle of the 8th floor of the body training period must not be able to kill each other. Therefore, Chu Zhangshan felt that the sword skill had been improved to the limit, so he raised his strength to the early stage of the 9th floor of the body training period and killed his opponent smoothly. The opponent who appears for the 14th time will do it in the same way. When he killed the opponent who appeared for the 14th time and waited for the opponent who appeared for the 15th time, Chu Zhongshan not only began to fully recover the consumed spiritual power, but also directly released the suppression of strength, and prepared to meet the opponent in a state of complete victory. According to the law of the trial pavilion, the opponent who appears for the 15th time can not only achieve the peak of 9 levels in the body training period, but also display high-level body martial arts and high-level sword martial arts. Even after the two martial arts are combined with each other, the power can reach 10 levels in the body training period. In the face of the opponent who can fight with him in his heyday, Chu Zhongshan dare not reserve the slightest bit, nor continue to rely on his great strength. After the 15th opponent appeared, Chu Zhongshan still kept the way to face his opponent at the beginning and stepped back first. The opponent who appeared for the 15th time was the same as he expected. His body skills and knife skills were both high-level skills of Huang Pin, and his mastery was far higher than that of Chu Zhongshan. Therefore, even when the combat power was fully open, Chu Zhongshan still remained at a disadvantage. Although the situation is at a disadvantage, Chu Zhongshan can still resist, and through the strong strength of the other party, let him more clearly find his shortcomings. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan also began to experience and imitate through the way of the opponent's hand, the move of the sword technique and the use skills of spiritual power and body, so as to continue to improve his strength. Chu Zhongshan has been at a disadvantage for a long time, but it has greatly improved the use of spiritual power, the use of saber skills, and how to maintain correct defense when attacking. 20 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan has been at a disadvantage for a long time, but with the improvement of the overall strength, the situation has changed a little. At this time, in addition to defense, he can occasionally make an effective counterattack. In 30 minutes, Chu Zhongshan has been able to form a situation of equal strength with the other party. Not only the attack is more than defense, but also there is a vague trend of breakthrough in the martial arts of high-level saber technique. At the same time, his whole temperament and state have also changed greatly. Originally, he gave people the feeling of a very gentle attitude. At this time, he was hiding the blade in the scabbard. Although the sharp side is covered up, the fierce momentum can't be covered up. 40 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan not only completely gained the upper hand, but also doubled the power of the combination of body martial arts and saber martial arts. With the help of the flaws inadvertently revealed when the opponent's spiritual power was consumed at a high speed, he used the high-level saber technique of taking a shutter from the fire, and the sharp tip directly inserted into the opponent's heart, ending the opponent's life for the 15th time. After landing, Chu Zhongshan gasped heavily. The martial arts displayed cannot contain attribute power. Chu Zhongshan's own combat power barely reaches the 9th floor of the physical training period. At this time, with the help of the other party's training, he has raised his combat power to the top of the 9 levels in the training period, and the harvest is unimaginable. At this moment, he has completely reached the limit in cultivation, potential, body martial arts, and knife martial arts. Unless he can make a breakthrough in his cultivation, maybe his body can make an important breakthrough. Otherwise, it is impossible to break through the 10th floor of the training period only by his own combat power. Although his accomplishments and strength could not be improved, Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry to leave the trial pavilion. Instead, he tried his best to restore the consumed spiritual power while secretly calculating the time. At this time, it was less than 1 day before he entered the trial pavilion. When he entered the trial pavilion, he booked 2 liang of time, that is to say, there was enough time. What's more, he wants to feel the power of the 10 layers of great perfection in the body training period in advance, which is conducive to his next practice. The opponent who appeared for the 16th time didn't let Chu Zhongshan wait long. With the independent space came boom. With a loud noise, a powerful force rose from him and began to affect the surrounding independent space. The 4 secret places on the trial peak can only be used by factotum disciples and external disciples. That is, if there are opponents in the trial pavilion, the highest cultivation will reach the 10 levels of perfection in the physical training period. As for the term, half-step chi transformation period, it is only that the combat effectiveness reaches this level. In fact, there is no division ahead of this level. Feeling the incomparably strong momentum of the other party, Chu Zhongshan found that although the momentum of the other party was very strong, it was still within his bearing range. If he can move his power at this time, it is not difficult to kill him. Although the blessing of attribute power cannot be used, the opponent appearing in the 16th will not attack actively. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan attacks the opponent with full combat power without moving the final card, hoping to continue to improve his strength. However, after continuous attack for a while, Chu Zhongshan reluctantly found that he had reached the limit in terms of potential, cultivation, and martial arts, and it was very difficult to improve at one time. Since he can't continue to improve his strength, Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to continue to waste time. With the power improvement of the saber technique, he cuts the lord in half. As the opponent of the 18th time has just emerged, the overall independent space has begun to shake slightly. As the figure of the other party becomes more and more real, the shaking of the space becomes more and more powerful, as if the empty space can no longer bear the powerful power in the other party's body. The opponent of the 18th time completely appeared in the independent space and did not choose to attack immediately. Because just after he appeared, a text suddenly appeared in the void. By reading this passage, Chu Zhongshan learned the ultimate secret of the trial pavilion. That is, if you can defeat the strongest opponent of the trial pavilion, you can obtain the contribution points of 10 secs. Feeling the powerful momentum of the other party and the fierce attack to be faced next, Chu Zhongshan, who had planned to take the initiative to withdraw from the trial pavilion, quickly changed his mind and raised the power of the momentum to the top. Since he broke through the physical training period, the power of potential has been nearly doubled. With the help of potential, his combat power can be increased by nearly 1.5 times. In other words, even if it is unable to use the increase of attribute power, the combat power of Chu Zhongshan at this time has exceeded the 10 layers of perfection in the body refining period and is close to the strength of the half-step Qi transformation period. Although the opponent's attack was powerful, his cultivation and combat power were the top 10 consummation in the physical training period. After using the special power contained in the potential in the middle of Chu and limiting the opponent's action ability, he used the most powerful saber technique he had so far, which roared into the sky and directly blew the opponent to pieces. After the other party was completely blown to pieces, Chu Zhongshan obviously felt that he had 10 more points of sectarian contribution in his identity token. At the same time, there is also a message in my mind. The information content is not much, and the content is very simple. Because Chu Zhongshan killed the strongest opponent in the trial pavilion, it shows that his own strength has exceeded the level of 10 layers of perfection in the physical training period. He can't continue to improve his strength in the trial pavilion, so from now on, he will not be able to enter the trial pavilion in the future. After more than a dozen uninterrupted battles on this day, he not only fully consolidated his cultivation after breakthrough, but also improved his fighting consciousness through battle, which made him touch the bottleneck of the 6th floor of the physical training period. If he is not worried about the low cultivation level of his state of mind, in case he is possessed by the devil when breaking through, he can completely break through the 6th floor of the body training period. After exiting the trial pavilion, Chu Zhongshan first looked around and didn't find the sensation caused by defeating all his opponents in the trial pavilion, which made him secretly relieved. Before the big sectarian ratio, being able to hide strength is the best choice, because only if the other party doesn't know your real strength and your real cards will they despise you and you can have the chance to turn over the plate finally. Qianlong peak top, not in the hospital. Zhao Injun, who was closing his eyes and practicing, suddenly opened his eyes and looked ahead. After a while, a piece of paper the size of a palm flew from a distance. When the piece of paper flew into another hospital, Zhao Injun reached out to catch it. After reading it about once, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he said to himself, "Good boy, I didn't expect that the pressure I put on you not only didn't make you shrink back, but even turned this pressure into power, which made your strength improve so much in just a few days. It seems that I really didn't look at you, Chu Zhongshan." After leaving the trial pavilion, Chu Zhongshan didn't return to Qianlong Peak, but went directly to another secret place, Gravity Pavilion. The opponent who appeared in the trial pavilion for the 15th time made Chu Zhongshan deeply feel that his only weakness now was his lack of mastery of the body. In the realm of physical training, people don't attach much importance to the use of spiritual power. When fighting, they use the combination of body and martial arts. However, Chu Zhongshan always maintained the fighting habit during the qi refining period and liked to use his powerful spiritual power to defeat his opponents, which made him temporarily ignore the importance of his body. At this time, this short board has been noticed. How can Chu Zhongshan not find a way to change it immediately? And the Gravity Pavilion is the best environment that can change this short board. After delivering 2 points of sect contribution points, Chu Zhongshan stepped into the Gravity Pavilion. This is his second time to enter the Gravity Pavilion, and the feeling is still fresh. Because he first entered the heavy magic power, due to the breakthrough of cultivation, he didn't feel more gravity in the Gravity Pavilion. At this time, his realm is not easy to break through for the time being. He uses gravity to improve the strength and flexibility of his body, so he has enough time and energy to feel the gravity in the Gravity Pavilion. The cultivation of the 5-layer peak in the body training period and the 9-layer peak in the body training period are close to the combat power in the half-step qi transformation period. They have such strong strength, so Chu Zhongshan didn't stay in place and directly moved forward to the depths with greater pressure. When he reached the peak of the first level in the physical training period, he could bear nearly 40 times the pressure. At this time, he was already the peak of the 5th level in the physical training period, and the 40 times the pressure could not bring him a little improvement. Therefore, when he reached the position where he had broken through the 2nd level in the physical training period, he did not stop, but continued to deepen. It was not until 60 times the pressure that he felt a heavy pressure. He entered the Gravity Pavilion this time to improve the strength and flexibility of his body, not to show off his ability. Therefore, under 60 times of pressure, he bent his knees and sat down, took out bone-washing pill, body-strengthening pill and soft pill, and began to improve his physical quality. Time passed minute by minute. Chu Zhongshan, who was practicing with his eyes closed, could not feel the passage of time. Only 2 days later did he wake up on time. By this time, he had been under 90 times the terrible pressure of gravity. Under 90 times of terrible pressure, with the help of bone-washing pill, hard body pill and soft pill, his physical strength and flexibility reached the limit. In this way, he fought again with the opponent who appeared in the trial pavilion for the 15th time. He didn't need to improve his strength at all. He could also defeat the opponent by directly choosing to fight hard with his body. After calculating the time, Chu Zhongshan found that the time he entered the Gravity Pavilion was only more than 10 minutes away from the end. He didn't continue to go deep, but returned the same way and left the Gravity Pavilion. At this time, he has reached a limit in cultivation, potential, martial arts and body. The only thing he lacks is the improvement of his state of mind. As long as the cultivation of the state of mind is improved, he can continue to break through the state and continue to improve the reality. In addition to the usual accumulation and rich experience, if you want to improve your mood and cultivation in a short time, you must use some extraordinary means. Chu Zhongshan doesn't know how to use extraordinary means, but he knows that one person may give himself a clear goal, which is Zhao Enjun. Since he put forward a very clear goal for himself, that is to advance to the top 10 at least in the sect contest in more than 20 days, then he has the obligation to help himself solve his state of mind. Therefore, after returning to Qianlong Peak, Chu Zhongshan did not return to his number 9 other courtyard, but went directly to the top of the peak and to the other courtyard belonging to Zhao Enjun. Zhao Changlao, Chu Zhongshan asks to see you. Standing in front of the other courtyard at the peak, Chu Zhongshan shouted loudly. Zhao Enjun was sitting on a stone chair in the courtyard. On the stone table in front of him, there was a ginseng shaped like a human. The ginseng is about 20 cm high, with a very clear top, like the appearance of human facial features. The swing of more than a dozen tentacles gives people a vivid feeling. Be obedient, bring it. Facing the ginseng with human facial features, Zhao Enjun stretched out his hand, looked indifferent, but his tone could not be questioned. Yi, ginseng with human facial features waved more than a dozen different lengths of ginseng, as if it were painting something with Zhao Enjun. If Chu Zhongshan sees this ginseng that can speak baby-like language and has human wisdom at this time, he will jump up in shock and stay away from it. On the Eternal Continent, as long as there are spiritual creatures, they can practice. Among them, the number of plants is the largest, ranging from small ordinary weeds to towering trees. However, it is very difficult for plant creatures to succeed in cultivation, and the success is also very low, which makes it difficult for human martial arts practitioners to see plant practitioners. Among all plant creatures, some creatures with special physique have talents and opportunities that ordinary plant creatures do not have, and the rate of successful cultivation is much higher. Among them, the spirit objects of ginseng account for a large proportion. According to the classification of medicinal materials in the Eternal Continent, the 100-year ginseng can be divided into 10 products, the 500-year ginseng can be divided into 9 products, the 1,000-year ginseng can be divided into 8 products, and the 5,000-year ginseng can be divided into 7 products. The 10,000-year ginseng can not only enter the 6 products, but also open the wisdom, so that it has the same wisdom as human beings. At the same time, participants with wisdom can practice, master the strong strength through practice, and then use the strong strength to make it leave the place of life and the living environment. In front of Zhao and Jun's eyes, this ginseng that can speak and has rich expression is the 6th grade and belongs to the top Lingbao in the southern region. Don't worry, I will give you a drop of Wanian spirit milk at that time, which is enough to make up for your loss. Although ginseng babbled and couldn't speak clearly, Zhao and Jun understood its meaning through his powerful mind and gave a solution. Yi. Hearing Zhao and Jun compensate it for a drop of Wanian spirit milk, ginseng's originally unwilling expression suddenly turned into excitement. Then he gnashed his teeth and shook off a ginseng on his body, and then wrapped it with genuine and handed it to Zhao and Jun. At this time, the voice of Chu Zhongshan asking to see him came from outside the other courtyard. Zhao and Jun said to ginseng, "Please leave for a while. Afterwards I will send you Wanian spirit milk." Yi. Ginseng reaching grade 6 chirped twice, then jumped directly off the stone table and disappeared after falling on the ground. "Come in." When the ginseng completely disappeared, Zhao and Jun put away the ginseng whiskers and said, "Chu boy, if you don't stay in your other courtyard to practice, what can I do for you?" Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who walked into the other courtyard, sitting carelessly on the stone chair in front of him without taking himself as an outsider, Zhao and Jun pretended to be angry and said, "Of course there's something wrong, otherwise I wouldn't come here." Didn't leave Zhao and Jun any affection, Chu Zhongshan said impolitely. After several contacts, especially the long talk after returning from Purgatory City, Chu Zhongshan found that Zhao and Jun, who seemed serious and somewhat inhumane, was actually a very casual and cynical person. If you are respectful in front of him, he won't give you a face. If you are very casual in front of him, he will be very happy, so Chu Zhongshan will be very casual this time. You. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who was not afraid of his threat at all, Zhao and Jun pointed to him and said you several times. Finally, he reluctantly put down his fingers and seemed to admit his fate. "Come on, what can I do for you?" "Zhao Changlao, that's one thing." Subsequently, Chu Zhongshan told Zhao and Jun the difficulties he was facing and hoped he could point out the direction. The best way to improve the cultivation of state of mind is to go down the mountain to experience the colorful life in the world and increase your experience. In this way, the cultivation of state of mind will naturally improve. At this point, Zhao and Jun shook his head and denied the proposal just now. However, it's still more than 20 days away from the sect Dabai. It's obviously too late to go out to practice and improve your mood and accomplishments. Moreover, that method is also a waste of time and is not suitable for you. By the way, there's a way. Suddenly, Zhao and Jun thought of something, directly patted the stone chair in front of him, and said in a surprised tone, "Chu boy, your luck is coming. Please express it clearly." At this time, Chu Zhongshan took back his casual attitude and looked very formal. "Chu boy, why are you suddenly polite?" Chu Zhongshan suddenly asked for instructions very respectfully, which confused Zhao and Jun. "Nothing. I just hope Zhao Changlao can make the most reasonable arrangement according to my real strength," Chu Zhongshan said meaningfully. After all, he has had a profound experience of Zhao and Jun's irresponsible practice. Chu Zhongshan is worried that his next arrangement will be full of crises like Purgatory City. Hey. Although Chu Zhongshan didn't say it clearly, Zhao and Jun understood what was going on after a little thought. Then he smiled and directly pointed out, as one of the 9 forces in the southern region, the power of Liyan sect is unimaginable. There are dozens of secret places alone. Among these dozens of secret places, there are 3 secret places, which contain treasures that can improve the cultivation of state of mind. Chu boy, you are really lucky. What are you missing? 3 days later, a secret place will be opened. All disciples below the Qi transformation stage in the whole sect can participate. In addition to the treasures that can improve the state of mind, There are also treasures that can improve cultivation and potential in this secret place. You have a treasure to improve your state of mind. Disciples below the state of Qi can participate. Repeat the last paragraph of Zhao and Jun just now. Chu Zhongshan looked at Zhao and Jun with a complicated look, and his eyes showed a look of doubt. Because Zhao and Jun just described all kinds of benefits and mentioned all kinds of restrictions, he couldn't help thinking of the secret realm owned by Purgatory City. When they first entered the secret realm, the high-level officials behind Purgatory City also said that there were countless natural materials and earth treasures in the secret realm, and they were also allowed to enter only for cultivation below the realm of Qi transformation period. If he didn't get the help of Huang Lao secretly after entering the secret place, whether he could finally leave the secret place alive will become a problem. The doubt in Chu Zhongshan's eyes made Zhao and Jun very dissatisfied. He even stood up from the stone chair angrily. "Don't be angry, Mr. Zhao. I don't doubt you. I just hope you can give me detailed information about this secret place. Don't let me rush around like a headless fly after I enter the secret place." Seeing Zhao and Jun standing up from the stone chair angrily, Chu Zhongshan quickly withdrew his questioning eyes and put forward his own requirements. "Smelly boy, you've only eaten a few bowls of dry rice. You want to confuse me with this excuse. I tell you it's delusion. If you don't give me a clear explanation of your questioning eyes just now, you won't want to enter this secret place." Chu Zhongshan used the method of putting forward the request to transfer the eyes he just questioned, and did not let Zhao and Jun give up the idea of continuing to investigate. He still asked. Chu Zhongshan didn't expect Zhao and Jun to hold on to the problem just now. It seems that Zhao and Jun is really angry, so he dare not hide his inner complaint and confess to Zhao and Jun. Chu Zhongshan's confession made Zhao and Jun, who was originally very angry, speechless. At the beginning, he arranged Chu Zhongshan to go to the Purgatory City for refining. He just didn't want him to see the world he met, and avoid his pride due to his rapid improvement of cultivation. He never considered Chu Zhongshan's idea of entering the secret realm in case of success in the challenge. That's why he didn't tell Chu Zhongshan about the challenge and qualifying. "Chu boy, the experience of Purgatory City is my fault. I haven't considered it thoroughly. However, your boy not only returned safely, but also gained a lot in the secret place. Don't mention it in the future." Realizing why Chu Zhongshan questioned his arrangement, Zhao and Jun immediately felt a little embarrassed and took the initiative to turn over the original thing. "Chu boy, the secret place this time is different from that of Purgatory City. Although Purgatory City has a secret place for thousands of years, they are a group of incompetent people who haven't fully mastered and controlled the secret place for such a long time. The secret territory opened by the sect this time is a secret territory that has been fully developed and mastered. Everything in it has been understood clearly." Speaking of this, Zhao and Jun stretched out his finger, and a special energy shot into Chu Zhongshan's mind. He continued to explain. "Chu boy, I have input the secret place information that will be opened into your mind. You can read it now. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me at any time." Seeing that Zhao and Jun can directly use consciousness to transmit knowledge, Chu Zhongshan can immediately determine Zhao and Jun's cultivation, which is definitely the realm above the divine soul period. Because according to the news he got from Huang Lao, only when the martial arts practitioners reach the peak of the divine soul period can they use the specially practiced divine soul skill to transmit information. The idea connects Zhao and Jun's input energy, and a detailed message appears in his mind, which is related to the next experience. Chu Zhongshan quickly reads the message. By reading the information sent by Zhao and Jun, Chu Zhongshan learned the detailed information that the sect will open the secret territory. When it was completely read, his face showed ecstasy. This secret place, which was about to be opened, was accidentally discovered by a great power of Liyun sect, whose cultivation exceeded the divine soul period when he was traveling. When he found this secret place at that time, the great energy almost suffered a loss due to carelessness. Because this secret place is different from ordinary secret places, in addition to some precious natural materials and earth treasures, there are a group of special creatures in the secret place. This kind of creature is called Blood Devil, which is a kind of creature living on blood. The Blood Devil has a variety of attack methods, including martial arts attack and physical attack, but these attacks are not its strongest means, because its strongest attack means is soul attack. The Blood Devil has a special ability, which can evoke people's memories through screams and create a fairyland according to the memories, so that people can completely fall into the fairyland and can't extricate themselves, and it can take the opportunity to take each other's lives. The power of discovering this secret place was almost folded on it. Fortunately, the strength of the Blood Devil in the secret territory is not strong, and the highest cultivation is no more than 6 grades, which is equivalent to the soul period among human martial artists, which makes the great man wake up in a very short time. After waking up, De Nang easily killed the Blood Devil and found that there was a kind of red energy crystal in the dead Blood Devil's body. The crystal contained the energy of the Blood Devil to create illusion. Taking it can not only forge the mind, but also improve the state of mind and cultivation. I feel that this secret place has an unimaginable effect on the sect. It can easily attract strong sects in the same realm by special means. With the joint efforts of all the people, this secret place was moved to the sect. Due to the large number of blood demons in the secret territory and the unpredictable means of attack, the magic realm created by 6-grade blood demons can affect the power above the level of the divine soul period. In order to avoid the loss of sect disciples, the sect powers use powerful means to divide the whole secret territory into 5 layers. Each layer corresponds to the martial arts in different levels. The level of blood demons on the first floor is 10, which corresponds to the factotum disciples in the realm of Qi refining period. The blood demon products on the second level are 9 products, which correspond to the external disciples in the realm of body cultivation. The level of blood demons on the third floor is 8, which corresponds to the inner disciples in the realm of Qi melting period. The level of blood demons on the fourth floor is 7, which corresponds to the core disciples in the realm of Qihai period. The level of blood demons on the fifth floor is 6, which corresponds to the true disciples of the realm of the divine soul period. Blood demons rely on blood for promotion. The higher the grade, the more difficult it is to promote. The number of 7-grade and 6-grade blood demons is very rare. In order to ensure that there are enough grade blood demons in the secret territory, they can be used by disciples above Heike. The sect decided to open the first 3 layers of the secret realm every 3 years, the 4th layer of the secret realm every 10 years, and the 5th layer of the secret realm every 50 years. This can not only ensure the training of disciples in different realms, but also ensure the number and grade of blood demons in the secret realm. The blood crystal possessed by the Blood Devil can not only enhance the mind, but also improve the state of mind and cultivation. For Chu Zhongshan, it is as timely as sending charcoal in the snow. If you don't want to take the blood crystal of the Blood Devil, you can also get the contribution points of the sect to the sect, and the ratio of the sect to the sect is very high. 10 blood crystals of 10 blood demons can contribute points to a sect with 1 point. 5 blood crystals of 9-grade blood demons can contribute points to a sect with 1 point. The blood crystal of the 8-grade Blood Devil can contribute points to the sect with 1 point. It can be said that the opening of the blood demon's secret territory is not only an opportunity for sect disciples to quickly improve their strength, but also an opportunity to earn a lot of wealth. At the same time, through the information entered by Zhao Enjun, Chu Zhongshan also found that there would be no restrictions in the blood demon's secret territory, neither limiting the increase of attribute power nor limiting the potential to enhance combat power. That is, his combat power in the secret territory could be fully opened. At this time, he was already the cultivation of the 5-level peak in the training period, and his real strength reached the 9-level peak in the training period. If the saber technique is combined with the attack of attribute power, the combat effectiveness can reach the top 10 levels during the body training period. If he continues to cooperate with the power increase, his real combat power will surpass the 10 layers of perfection in the body training period and approach the point of half-step Qi transformation period. With such a strong fighting power, he can basically run through the 2nd layer of the whole blood demon secret line, so Chu Zhongshan is full of confidence in the experience of this secret realm. Chu boy, this time the Blood Devil secret realm is opened for 15 days. I hope you can make full use of the special environment in the secret realm to improve the cultivation of the realm, and strive to break through the 7 levels of the cultivation period and reach the peak before the sect competition. With your own combat power that can surpass several levels of yourself, if you can break through the cultivation to the top of the 7th level in the physical training period, your real combat power can almost compete with the experts at the 1st level in the Qi transformation period. At that time, you will be able to compete for the top 3, and even win the championship. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan completely digested the information of the secret realm just now, Zhao Enjun looked forward and said. Originally, Zhao Enjun's expectation for Chu Zhongshan in this sectarian comparison is only the top 10 of the sectarian comparison, or to be more precise, the last 3 of the top 10 in the bulk. As the deacon elder of the inner gate and a great power above the divine soul period, Zhao Enjun wants to know the overall strength of the outer gate disciples. It's very easy. He knew that there were many geniuses among the tens of thousands of external disciples of the sect, and there were also many geniuses who could surpass their own several realms. It was very difficult for Chu Zhongshan to stand out from these people. However, after a period of contact, he found that Chu Zhongshan was like a spring. The more heavy pressure he put on him, the more powerful his rebound was. Therefore, Zhao Enjun put forward the goal of surpassing the top 10 sects. He just wanted to use this goal to give him heavy pressure and let him continue to maintain the speed of breaking through the realm. Even if Chu Zhongshan loses in the top 10 in the sectarian competition, he will not give him too heavy punishment. Chu Zhongshan's next performance not only met his expectations, but even far exceeded his imagination. At this time, he hopes to further oppress Chu Zhongshan's potential by setting higher goals and let him burst out more power. 7 levels of peak in the training period. Hearing Zhao Enjun's expectations for himself, Chu Zhongshan fell into a state of hesitation. Chu Zhongshan had only a certain degree of confidence in breaking through the 6 levels of cultivation in 1 month and raising his cultivation to the peak of the 6 levels of cultivation. But when he learned that he would open the secret realm, he even had blood crystals that could improve his state of mind cultivation. He immediately had 100% confidence in raising his cultivation to the peak of the 6 levels of cultivation. However, he was not confident enough to break through the 7th level of the physical training period in just 20 days and ascend to the peak of the 7th level of the physical training period. Because the 7 layers in the exercise period is not simply a small realm, but a process from the middle level of the exercise period to the high level of the exercise period. It not only exercises and strengthens the 5 organs and 6 internal organs and blood in the body, but also needs deep understanding. Elder, I can only say try, but I can't guarantee 100% confidence. Zhao Enjun's expectation is a good thing for Chu Zhongshan, which shows that he attaches great importance to himself and will take special care of him next. But everything should be done according to his ability, so Chu Zhongshan dare not say too full. Chu boy, if you can break into the top 3 in the sect Da by this time, you and I agreed on the reward for the 1st place as your reward for the 3rd place. If you can win the 2nd place, in addition to the reward for improving your cultivation talent, the other rewards will be doubled. If you can finally win the championship, not only will all the rewards be doubled, but I will give you a treasure enough to change your destiny in a short time. In order to further motivate Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Enjun began to increase the chips of reward. Really, when he finally won the championship and doubled the reward, Chu Zhongshan stood up in shock. Because according to the original reward agreement, if he can finally win the championship, he will have nearly 1,000 points of sect contribution points and improve a minor level of cultivation talent. If the reward is doubled, it means that he will eventually get 4,000 sectarian contribution points and improve 2 sketch-level cultivation talents. As for Zhao Enjun's final reward, Chu Zhongshan didn't take it to heart. The treasure that changes fate in a short time is not so easy to get. That's right, nodded. Zhao Enjun replied very rarely and seriously. Spell it. In the face of such a huge reward, Chu Zhongshan secretly decided to fight. Even if he didn't sleep for the next 20 days, he should strive to break through the 7-level peak of the physical training period, and even try his best to break through a higher level. Because only a higher level can continue to improve his strength and ensure that he can finally win the championship. Well, now that you have a goal to strive for, go back to your own place and practice hard. Seeing that his motivation had achieved his goal, Zhao Enjun didn't want to delay Chu Zhongshan's practice. He simply told Chu Zhongshan to send him back to number 9 other hospital with a wave of his sleeve. There are still 3 days to open the Blood Devil secret place. At this time, his cultivation and martial arts have been raised to the limit. There's only one way to improve his strength to a higher level in these 3 days. That is to take the risk to break through the cultivation to the 6th level of the body training period. At this time, his realm and perception have reached the edge of breakthrough. The reason why he can't make a breakthrough is that he is worried that his state of mind cultivation is too low. When he breaks through the 6th floor of the body training period, his state of mind will become a hidden danger in the breakthrough. However, this hidden danger can be completely solved by the trip of the Blood Devil secret realm in 3 days. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan has no worries at home. He decides to use these 3 days to break through the 6th floor of the body training period and promote his cultivation to the peak of the 6th floor of the body training period. Because only by breaking through the 6th level peak of the body cultivation period, his combat effectiveness can reach the half-step Qi transformation period. In this way, it is unimaginable to help him on his journey to the secret realm. At the end of reflection, Chu Tianzhong looked up at his own number 9 other courtyard, and a trace of firmness flashed in his heart. He strode to the other courtyard. Chu Zhongshan wanted to open the gate to enter, but unexpectedly found that the gate of number 7 other courtyard was opened. Then, Zhang Exing, who was full of book breath, walked out of number 7 other hospital. Seeing Zhang Exing walking out of the number 7 other courtyard, Chu Zhongshan gave up the idea of entering the other courtyard and hurriedly greeted him. At this moment, he can finally call younger martial brother Zhang Exing in a proper way, because he is already the peak cultivation achievement of the 5th layer in the body training period, and Zhang Exing has just barely broken through the 4th layer in the body training period. Although compared with other disciples, Zhang Exing's entry speed is also very fast, but for Chu Zhongshan, his entry is obviously much slower. Elder martial brother Chu, I'm just looking for you. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's greeting, Zhang Exing said with a smile. Younger martial brother Zhang, talk inside. Hearing that Zhang Exing had something to do with himself, Chu Zhongshan temporarily put down his impulse to make a breakthrough and invited Zhang Exing to another hospital on the 9th. Then bother elder martial brother Chu. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's initiative to invite himself into number 9 other courtyard, Zhang Xingxian was very happy. After passing the 3rd round of disciple test of Ligun sect and assigning a separate courtyard belonging to an individual among the 6 elite disciples, except Chu Zhongshan, they all walked around each other. The only other courtyard that didn't walk around and never entered was number 9 other courtyard in Chu Zhongshan. Because since Chu Zhongshan entered number 9 other courtyard, he either practiced in the secret room of practice or went out to practice. He has never invited anyone to enter, and he is the first guest to enter the number 9 other courtyard besides the host. Zhang Exing feels very proud. Younger martial brother Zhang, I'm really sorry. I came to the living room for the 2nd time. It's a little messy. Looking at the tables and chairs covered by dust, Chu Zhongshan said shyly. After living in number 9 other courtyard, Chu Zhongshan entered the passing hall once except for observing the pattern of other courtyard on the 1st day. After that, he only lived in the bedroom for sleeping and the secret room for practice. It's only these 2 places that he occasionally cleans. As for other places in other hospitals, he doesn't pay too much attention at all, so he's embarrassed when he enters the slightly messy living room. It doesn't matter. Elder martial brother Chu is a madman of cultivation. It's normal to concentrate on cultivation and don't care about the side details of life. Shaking his head, Zhang Exing said he didn't care about the environment in the living room and helped him clean it up himself. According to Zhang Exing, the slightly messy living room is normal. After all, Chu Zhongshan gives outsiders the feeling that he is a madman of cultivation. In his life, it seems that there is only one thing about cultivation. If the living room was clean at this time, he even doubted whether Chu Zhongshan knew in advance that he was going to come and clean it up. Or don't keep a charming little woman in the yard and help him clean up the yard. Seeing Zhang Exing cleaning up himself, Chu Zhongshan couldn't be idle, so he immediately stretched out his hand to help. In fact, there is only some dust in the living room, which can be cleaned simply, so the 2 people didn't spend much time to clean it up. Sitting on the chair in the living room, he moved the nearby tea table in front of him, and then took out a set of exquisite tea sets from the storage bag. Zhang Exing explained while carefully cooking tea. Elder martial brother Chu, when I first went to Purgatory City, I once told Elder martial brother Chu that when I came back from Purgatory City, I must take time to have a good chat with Elder martial brother. At this time, you and I are free and can have a long talk. There are still 3 days to open the secret place. There's enough time to break through the sixth floor of the body refining period and improve the potential of various items. Moreover, Zhang Exing is an alchemist and he will definitely use it in the future, so he will calm down and wait for him to carefully prepare fragrant tea. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, please. It took nearly half an hour to cook it, pour it, then cook it, and then pour it out. Zhang Xingkai indicated that Chu Zhongshan could drink fragrant tea. He took a small teacup and smelled it between his nose. An attractive fragrance entered his body along his nostrils, which made him feel shocked and refreshed. The cup touched his lips and tongue. The entrance of fragrant tea, and the feeling of fragrance not only made his spirit more refreshing, but also greatly improved his state of mind. Good tea. A fragrance of tea was able to improve the state of mind and cultivation. Chu Zhongshan was surprised. While praising, he motioned Zhang Exing to continue pouring tea. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, don't worry. Zhang Exing clearly saw Chu Zhongshan's performance just now. Zhang Exing was very happy that he liked the fragrant tea he cooked himself. He felt as if he had met a confidant. However, the fragrant tea he just cooked is not ordinary tea, but a top spirit tea. There are strict procedures in the tasting process to achieve the best effect. Seeing that Zhang Exing was not pouring tea, Chu Zhongshan was embarrassed to brazenly continue to ask for it, so he had to put down the teacup and wait for Zhang Exing to speak. Brother Chu, the cup of fragrant tea I just brewed is called Qingjing Wuwei. It comes from the distant kingdom of the great Zhou dynasty. It is a top tea spirit with a grade of 9. It is difficult for the world to get it. Zhang Exing did not explain what happened to Chu Zhongshan, but opened his mouth to introduce the specific origin of tea. Jiu Pinling tea. Hearing Zhang Exing's introduction that the tea he drank just now reached 9 grades, he was surprised and solved his doubts just now. How can tea that can improve the state of mind and cultivation be ordinary? Elder Marshal Brother Chu, please. After explaining the origin of tea, Zhang Exing shut up and waited for another 5 minutes. He indicated that Chu Zhongshan might continue to drink fragrant tea. After receiving the teacup, Chu Zhongshan didn't smell it. He poured it directly into his mouth and closed his eyes to experience the improvement of Lingqia's state of mind. Chu Zhongshan was pleasantly surprised to find that after 2 cups of spirit tea, his state of mind cultivation was fully improved to a higher level. At this time, he can not only rest assured and boldly break through the 6 layers of the body training period, but also improve his cultivation to the peak with the help of the power of Dan medicine, which is unimaginable help for his next trip to the Blood Devil's secret realm, and breaking through the 7 layers of the body training period in more than 20 days. Younger Marshal Brother Zhang, thank you. Put down the exquisite teacup in his hand, and Chu Zhongshan thanked sincerely. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, you're welcome. Wash the tea set used by the angel in Chu, put it away. Zhang Xingting got up, looked at Chu Zhongshan with appreciation and said, Elder Marshal Brother Chu, I left the Purgatory City 5 days ago. On the way back, I accidentally met Elder Marshal Brother Dongfeng Yangping. I learned from Elder Marshal Brother Dongfeng about Elder Marshal Brother Chu's performance in the Purgatory City. I sincerely admire it. Younger Marshal Brother Zhang, I think you came to me today not only to invite me to tea but also to praise me. You can directly mention anything. If Chu Zhongshan can do it, I will do my best. The improvement of mood cultivation made Chu Zhongshan full of confidence in the next breakthrough, so he was anxious to practice and had no time and patience to continue chatting with Zhang Exing, so he bluntly interrupted his praise. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, in that case, I will tell the truth. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's outspoken interruption of his flattery, Zhang Exing immediately knew that he didn't like hypocrisy and liked to be straightforward, so he put away his hypocrisy. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, I don't know if you know that the sect will open a special secret realm in 3 days' time for the disciples below the realm to experience and refine. I know, Chu Zhongshan nodded. In the secret territory opened 3 days later, there are countless blood demons in the 1st and 2nd layers. Although the blood crystals in the blood demons can improve the state of mind cultivation, the strength of the blood demons is not only extremely strong, but also proficient in all kinds of magic tricks, which is very difficult to deal with. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, do you know? In fact, every time the blood demon's secret territory is opened, it represents a lot of losses to the lower-level disciples of the sect. At this point, Zhang Exing's face showed a trace of fear. No, younger Marshal Brother Zhang, the sect I remember doesn't require every disciple to enter the secret place. You may choose not to enter the secret place. In order to make up for the mistakes of the experience of Purgatory City at the beginning, The information of the Blood Devil secret place provided by Zhao and Jun is very detailed, including not only the detailed map, but also the requirements and qualifications of the experience. The blood demons in the Blood Demon secret territory are not only powerful, but also cunning and difficult to deal with. Therefore, the sect clearly pointed out that entering the Blood Demon secret territory is entirely voluntary. Wealth and wealth move people's hearts. The blood crystals in the Blood Devil can not only improve their state of mind and cultivation, but also contribute to a large number of sects. As long as they are sect disciples, even if their lives are in danger, they will scramble to enter the secret realm. Zhang Exing looked very helpless and explained, "Younger martial brother Zhang, I think with your ability and the forces behind you, there should be no lack of cultivation resources. You don't have to risk entering the Blood Demon secret place." Zhang Exing's helpless explanation not only didn't make Chu Zhongshan understand, but even made him more confused. "Elder martial brother Chu, you are not an alchemist. You don't understand the difficulties in the practice of alchemist. A Dan master wants to quickly improve his Dan cultivation. In addition to rich Dan medicine materials, a large number of medicinal materials, and Dan prescriptions, it is more important to refine a large number of Dan medicine by himself. In the process of refining pills, in addition to the need for sufficient spiritual power as support, the requirements for the mind are more important, so I urgently need the blood crystal to improve my state of mind." Zhang Exing finally spoke out his needs. He is also very helpless about this. Although his cultivation is not low, and he also has the combat effectiveness of surpassing his own realm, he doesn't like fighting, but likes refining pills. Especially as an elite disciple, after dealing with the tasks assigned to him by the family, he spent most of his time refining pills and making every effort to improve his Dandao cultivation, and almost completely fell behind in the cultivation of martial arts. At this time, he has no confidence in whether he still has the ability to challenge the higher level. "Younger martial brother Zhang, please clarify your request directly. Do you need me to take you into the secret place to hunt blood demons and harvest blood crystals, or do you want blood crystals from me after the secret place is completely closed?" Zhang Exing pointed out his attitude, which made Chu Zhongshan secretly relieved. The remaining half-tone was worried that he would form a team with himself to hunt blood demons. With his current cultivation and strength, he can go through the Blood Devil secret place alone, and he will gain more alone. If you carry an oil bottle, it will not only affect the speed of hunting blood demons, but also make it difficult to deal with emergencies in time. No, as long as Elder Martial Brother Chu can sell me the surplus blood crystals after the secret territory is closed, I will pay a high price. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's request for his blood crystal, Zhang Exing quickly waved his hand and indicated that he would pay a high price. "Younger martial brother Zhang, if your price is higher than the purchase price of the sect, many disciples must be willing to sell you the blood crystal in their hands. Why do you beg me so seriously?" Chu Zhongshan is not the kind of person who loses his eyes when he sees wealth. Although the conditions given by Zhang Exing are very attractive, he must figure out whether there is any trap. "Oh, forget it. I won't hide it from Elder Martial Brother Chu." Chu Zhongshan's question put Zhang Exing in a dilemma. After some consideration, he finally said ruthlessly and gnashing his teeth, "Elder Martial Brother Chu, you must also know that Ligun's sect is a sect that gathers the strengths of hundreds of families and develops in an all-round way. There are not only senior elixirs with advanced cultivation, but also a large number of Dan masters. These Dan masters usually improve their Dan cultivation by refining pills for the sect. The auxiliary effect of blood crystal in the Blood Devil's body on Dan division is far more than that of other martial artists, so the sect has a great demand for blood crystal, which is why the sect is willing to pay a lot of contribution points and buy blood crystal. If I buy Zujing blatantly, I will certainly offend those Dan masters in the sect. At that time, I will not only be unable to buy Zujing, but even be driven out of the sect by those Dan masters." "I see." Zhang Xinggang's explanation made Chu Zhongshan understand why he asked for it. First, he has a close relationship with himself. If he buys through personal relationship, he is safer in concealment and will not be found. Second, if the East Window incident finally breaks out, with Zhao and Jun's expectations for himself, he will certainly suppress it, and finally make it big and small. All right. After the secret place is closed, if there are enough blood crystals in my hand, I'll give them to you for free without you paying any price. Zhang Exing is a Dan master obsessed with Dan Tao, a promising Dan master and a friend who can make deep friends. Chu Zhongshan has been trying to get close to him, and this time the Blood Devil's secret realm is perhaps the best time for him to get closer to Zhang Exing. As for the contribution points of using blood crystal to change sex, it is not urgently needed for Chu Zhongshan, because as long as he achieves better results in the next sectarian comparison, the sectarian contribution points rewarded by Zhao Enjun himself are enough for him to use for a long time. It's not allowed. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan was going to give him Zujing for nothing, Zhang Exing was unwilling immediately. Chu Zhongshan hasn't seen the mystery of blood crystal and doesn't know the real value of blood crystal, but Zhang Exing has long experienced the power of blood crystal mystery through special means, so he doesn't want to and can't take advantage of Chu Zhongshan in vain. If you don't want to be able to give a reasonable explanation in case of being discovered by the sect afterwards, you can pay for it. In addition to trying to get closer to him, it is also a way back for yourself. At that time, while asking Zhao Enjun to testify, the Dan masters of the sect must not dare to continue to study deeply. If so, Elder Martial Brother Chu, you will suffer. Chu Zhongshan reminded Zhang Exing that this is a good way. However, Zhang Exing was embarrassed to accept the blood crystal presented by Chu Zhongshan for nothing. Younger Martial Brother Zhang, if you feel embarrassed, then take advantage of the time when the Blood Devil's secret place is opened and try your best to help me find some pills that can improve my high-level cultivation during the training period. Although I haven't seen the real effect of blood crystal, considering that it can improve mood cultivation, it must be of extraordinary value. If you give it to Zhang Hang for nothing, he will have doubts in his heart and may even doubt his motivation, so he took the opportunity to put forward some requirements that are not excessive. What's more, in the collection in his storage bag, there are only 2 kinds of pills that can assist high-level cultivation during the body refining period. They were forcibly taken from Lin Aoquin in the cave left by the Peerless Strong in the secret realm of Purgatory City. Elder Martial Brother Chu, please don't worry. Before the Blood Devil's secret place is closed, younger Martial Brother will find you some pills that can improve your high-level cultivation during the body refining period. Chu Zhongshan's request was not excessive, and Zhang Exing immediately promised. Younger Martial Brother Zhang bothered. Seeing that Zhang Exing was finally able to accept his proposal, Chu Zhongshan was also relieved. Elder Martial Brother Chu, it's getting late. Elder Martial Brother Chu is not delaying his cultivation. I'll leave first. After solving the biggest problem at present, Zhang Exing immediately relaxed. He wanted to continue to talk with Chu Zhongshan about medicinal materials and pills, but seeing Chu Zhongshan look up to the outside from time to time, he knew that he intended to see off the guests, so he asked to leave. Okay, younger Martial Brother Zhang, when the sect contest is over, you and I will reschedule a time and let's have a long talk. After solving Zhang Exing's problem, Chu Zhongshan found that he did not continue to cook tea, so he knew that he could not drink spiritual tea that could improve his state of mind and cultivation. At this time, his state of mind cultivation can make him break through the 6th layer of the body training period and improve his cultivation to the peak with the help of various pills, so he doesn't want to continue talking nonsense with Zhang Exing. However, he was embarrassed to take the initiative to ask Zhang Exing to leave. He could only remind him through some small actions. Fortunately, Zhang Exing was quite knowledgeable. He understood his mind through his little moves just now and immediately said goodbye. After seeing off Zhang Exing, Chu Zhongshan went straight to the secret room of practice. The 6 layers in the exercise period is the last small state of the middle stage of the exercise period and the last exercise of the body. After 2 days of continuous exercise in the gravity pavilion and the assistance of various pills, the strength of the body has completely exceeded the 6 layers in the exercise period. Next, he only needs to make a breakthrough in the spiritual power in the Danshan, and then he can successfully reach the 6th floor of the body refining period. This time, in addition to breaking through the 6 levels of cultivation, he also wanted to improve his cultivation to the peak, so he took out 1,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones at one go, and then placed them according to the simplified spirit-taking array. Then, he sat on the futon, operated the Taikshuan Heart Sutra skill, and began to improve his cultivation with all his strength. Ligyun Sect, Trial Peak. Recently, the number of external disciples of the trial peak has suddenly soared. In places where people can't be seen at ordinary times, one after another external disciples dressed in blue clothes have reached the middle and high level of physical training. Most of these disciples are beaming, and their purpose of moving forward is the task hall. On the way to the mission hall, if you meet disciples who know each other and have a good relationship, both sides will stop and talk to each other for a while. Then the two sides hugged each other and gathered together. More than 200 miles away from the test peak, there was a mountain that didn't look very high and had abnormal aura. At the foot of the mountain, which was rarely visited at ordinary times, a group of about 20 people suddenly came. These people are all dressed in uniform blue clothes. They are all full of energy and their temples are raised. At a glance, they know that they are experts with high cultivation. Elder Martial Brother Zhang, there are still several hours to open the Blood Devil secret place. Why did we come so early? In the team, an external disciple whose cultivation reached the peak of the 7th floor in the cultivation period asked the Elder Martial Brother who was at the forefront and whose cultivation reached the peak of the 9th floor in the cultivation period. Younger Martial Brother Cheng, you have joined the sect for a long time. Don't you know how many external disciples there are in the sect? Elder Martial Brother Zhang, who was asked, glared at younger Martial Brother Cheng with great dissatisfaction, as if he felt that his question just now was very retarded. However, dissatisfaction was due to dissatisfaction. He explained in detail why he came in advance. Younger Martial Brother Cheng, every time the secret place of blood demons is opened, those blood demons who want to break away from the secret place and devour the creatures outside will flock to it. And the blood demons gathered at the entrance of the cave are often a group of 10-grade blood demons with no reason and low cultivation. At that time, we only need to try our best to attack, and we can harvest countless blood crystals. Although these blood crystals are of little use to us, they can be used to contribute to more precious sects. Elder Martial Brother Zhang's explanation, not only the younger Martial Brother surnamed Cheng suddenly realized, but also other disciples showed a surprised expression. Among the tens of thousands of external disciples of the sect, many people think like Elder Martial Brother Zhang. When Elder Martial Brother Zhang's team has just selected a position, more than a dozen teams with different numbers come at the same time not far away. These people see that people have begun to occupy a favorable position in advance and have accelerated their speed to seize the remaining favorable position. As time went by, more and more people gathered at the entrance of the Blood Devil secret place. At the forefront of the secret place were a group of external disciples who reached the middle and high level of physical training. The number reached tens of thousands, and the number was still increasing. Behind the disciples of the outer gate, there are a group of disciples of the inner gate who are dressed in blue and strong clothes. They are self-contained and have a long breath. At a glance, they know they are experts. At first glance, the number of inner disciples exceeds 1,000, and the number is also increasing. Unlike the external disciples who want to hunt and kill the low-level blood demons and collect the blood crystals of the 10 products to change the contribution points of the sect, the internal disciples usually get very high treatment. It's not very difficult to earn enough contribution points of the sect, so they don't care about the blood crystals of the blood demons of the 10 products. What's more, the exchange value of 10 blood crystals is not high. 1/8 blood crystal is enough to exchange for 110 blood crystals. They just need to keep the peak state, and then go to the third layer of the secret place to hunt and kill those 8 blood demons. Among the thousands of inner disciples, more than a dozen are prominent. The reason why it is outstanding is that in addition to the fact that the first young man has reached the half-step Chi-Si period and is the most powerful expert among the inner disciples, there are 2 outer disciples in the crowd who have only the first level of cultivation. One of the 2 external disciples has a silk veil on his face and has an outstanding temperament. He knows the beauty with peerless appearance without looking at his appearance. She received no less attention than the young master who reached the half-step stage of cultivation. Different from other inner disciples, these 2 people who have attracted much attention either pay attention to the outer disciples or the factotum disciples behind them, as if they were looking for someone. Qianlong Peak, number 9 Other Courtyard. It's still 1 hour before the Blood Devil secret place is opened. In the secret room of cultivation, Chu Zhongshan, who sat on the ground to absorb Reiki, suddenly increased the speed of absorbing Reiki by nearly 3 times. When the speed of absorbing Reiki soared 3 times, his momentum suddenly began to soar nearly 3 times, and the soaring momentum began to stir the Reiki in the secret room. The rich aura gradually began to rotate under the stirring of power. However, just as the aura had just turned, a strong suction sucked it away, so that the breeze formed by the aura could not be completely formed. Who spit out the turbid air in his chest? Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes, and a trace of love and sadness flashed on his face. The reason why he was happy was that he successfully broke through the 6 layers of the body cultivation period in 3 days, and raised the potential of his body to the limit with the help of various pills and sufficient aura. The reason why he was worried was that he spent a full 3 days with the help of sufficient elixir and aura to reluctantly improve his cultivation to the 6th-level high stage of the body training stage. There was still a distance from the peak, and he did not complete the goal he had set. You know, his cultivation talent at this time is already the 6th grade, and he once took Xuanlongguo and Renlingjin. With the improvement of these 2 top spiritual fruits and elixirs, his cultivation speed is dozens of times that of ordinary martial artists. If the cultivation talent and physical quality he has at this time are put in the stage of qi refining, he can almost improve 2 to 3 small levels in 3 days. Of course, Chu Zhongshan also knew very well. It only took 3 days to improve 3 small stages in a small realm. It's not that his cultivation speed is slow. His cultivation speed is at least 10 times faster than before, but because with the enhancement of the realm, it takes several times, even more than 10 times, hundreds of times as long to break through a small realm and a small stage in a small realm. To solve this problem, in addition to continuing to improve the cultivation talent, we also need to find pills with better grades as auxiliary. At this time, the goal of making good Bankshang is more clear. Because it was only the promotion of a small realm, the time consumed by Chu Zhongshan was not long. It took only half an hour to fully consolidate the cultivation after the breakthrough. Not good. After fully consolidating the cultivation achievements after the breakthrough, Chu Zhongshan calculated the time and found that there was only half an hour left from the opening of the Blood Devil secret place. Even if he did his best to display the high-level body method and martial arts, he was not enough to arrive on time before the Blood Devil secret place was opened. Leaving the secret room of practice and number 9 other courtyard, Chu Zhongshan looked up at the peak with a trace of determination in his eyes. Take a deep breath, then use your body method and martial arts, and Chu Zhongshan runs to the peak quickly. Elder, are you there? Rushed to the other courtyard at the top of the peak, Chu Zhongshan shouted nervously. If Zhao Enjun is not in another hospital at this time, he is likely to lose the opportunity to open the secret place. Fortunately, Zhao Enjun's voice from the hospital let him breathe a sigh of relief. Chu boy, it's less than half an hour before the Blood Devil secret place is opened. Why are you still here? Don't be in the hospital, Zhao Enjun asked in surprise. Since today is the day when the Blood Devil secret place is opened, the remaining 5 of the 6 elite disciples will enter the Blood Devil secret place, except Zhang Exing, who likes Dandao, who is sure not to enter the secret place. Therefore, he turned his attention to the Blood Devil secret place hundreds of miles away and did not pay attention to the hidden Dragon Peak. That is, he did not find Chu Zhongshan in number 9 other courtyard. Alas, it took time to break through the realm. With a sigh, Chu Zhongshan said helplessly, when he breaks through the realm, he can't feel the passage of time at all. I'm afraid this is a detail he needs to pay attention to in the future. You boy. When his mind swept over Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Enjun was surprised to find that Chu Zhongshan not only broke through the 6th floor of the body training period, but also promoted his cultivation to the 6th floor of the body training period, which was only 1 step away from the peak. Zhao Enjun understood that Chu Zhongshan forgot the opening time of the Blood Devil secret place at this time, so he was not angry but very happy. He waved his sleeves directly in other hospitals, wrapped Chu Zhongshan with a gentle force, and flew towards the Blood Devil's secret place at a speed faster than the speed of sound. In front of the Blood Devil's secret territory, one of the inner disciples. Elder brother, has Elder brother Chu come yet? Because there were tens of thousands of people on the scene, and Dongfeng Yun'er's cultivation was low, she couldn't check all the people in a short time, so she had to interrogate Dongfeng Yangping, who had the highest cultivation. Shaking his head, Dongfeng Yangping motioned that he didn't find the figure of Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, there is also a trace of complaint about Chu Zhongshan. Since the end of Purgatory Pavilion, Dongfeng Yangping did not continue to go out to practice, but returned to the sect with Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan. After returning to the sect, he first found Dongfeng Yuner. First, he met his sister, whom he hadn't seen for several years, to solve his brother's and sister's lovesickness. Second, I also want to talk about Chu Zhongshan and see Dongfeng Yuner's attitude towards Chu Zhongshan. Compared with the acting skills of Emperor Tianying in Central Chu, Dongfeng Yuner's performance is too inferior. Dongfeng Yangping simply asked a few questions about Chu Zhongshan and found that Dongfeng Yuner's heart was already in Chu Zhongshan. In this regard, he is both pleased and angry. Chu Zhongshan is the most outstanding genius in the southern region in terms of talent, potential, savvy, mind, and perseverance. He is very satisfied to talk to such a genius. If Dongfeng Yuner can combine with Chu Zhongshan, she will not only be very happy in the future, but also be of great help to herself. The only thing that worries him is that the Chu family behind Chu Zhongshan is too weak to give him strong support and even drag him down in the future. Fortunately, Chu Zhongshan himself is more enterprising. He earns enough spiritual resources by himself and basically does not rely on his family. When his sister mentioned Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yangping was more angry than pleased. In the secret realm of Purgatory City, in the cave left by the peerless strong man, he once formally interrogated Chu Zhongshan and the relationship between him and his sister. Chu Zhongshan made it very clear at that time that the relationship between him and his sister was just an ordinary friend, without a trace of love between men and women. That's why Dongfeng Yangping was so angry. After returning to the sect, he personally went to Qianlong Peak, number 9 other courtyard, and looked for Chu Zhongshan. One is to thank him for saving his life and give some pills that can improve his cultivation. Completely original promise. Second, he asked him face to face why he had deceived himself and concealed the relationship between him and his sister. However, he went to Qianlong Peak 3 times in succession, and Chu Zhongshan was not in number 9 other courtyard, so at this time, he wanted to see Chu Zhongshan more than Dongfeng Yuner and see this boy who made him respect and angry. Eldest brother, you are a half-step Qi cultivation. You practice Xuanpin body method and martial arts at an amazing speed. I think you'd better go to Qianlong Peak and have a look. If elder brother Chu is delayed, you can bring him in time. You can't let him miss the chance of the Blood Devil secret place. Dongfeng Yuner pleaded. Dongfeng Yangping, who reached the half-step Qi period, did not find the figure of Chu Zhongshan, which means that he still did not appear in front of the secret realm at this time. It was less than half an hour from the opening of the Blood Devil secret place. Basically, all the disciples participating in the training of the Blood Devil secret place had arrived. At this time, Chu Zhongshan didn't appear and must have been delayed by something. Therefore, Dongfeng Yuner was worried that Chu Zhongshan would miss this opportunity, so he asked Dongfeng Yangping to pick him up. For the requirements of Dongfeng Yuner, Dongfeng Yangping's teeth are itchy. At the same time, she believes in the outward words of girls. Although he is a half-step Qi cultivation, it takes at least 10 minutes to go to Qianlong Peak, and it takes almost half an hour to come back. Sister, you're worried that Chu Zhongshan can't participate in the experience of the Blood Devil secret place in time. Don't you worry that your brother will miss the experience of the secret place. However, seeing the plea in the eyes of Dongfeng Yuner, Dongfeng Yangping couldn't refuse ruthlessly. Finally, he decided to go to Qianlong Peak in person at the expense of Zhenyuan. Just as he was about to leave, he accidentally found that Chu Zhongshan was flying rapidly at a speed he completely illegally imagined. He's coming. As soon as his chin was raised, he motioned Dongfeng Yuner to turn his head and wait. How can brother Chu fly? Turning his head, Dongfeng Yuner found that Chu Zhongshan was flying and landed behind the factotum disciple. He asked in a puzzled way, Dongfeng Yangping can't fly in the half-step Qi period. How can she not be surprised that Chu Zhongshan, who is in the state of body training, can fly alone? There are experts to help secretly, Dongfeng Yangping explained. As for Chu Zhongshan's flight, Dongfeng Yangping didn't need to think much about knowing that Zhao Injun was the one who helped him fly, because only Zhao Injun had this strength on the Qianlong Peak. However, Dongfeng Yangping was very surprised that Zhao Injun could personally help Chu Zhongshan. After all, Zhao Injun, whom he knew well, was a proud man who was not easy to accept. Chu Zhongshan, who fell to the ground, had no time to observe the situation around him. First, he patted his chest hard to calm the heart that was about to jump out of his chest. he turned to Jiao Injun for help. He just hoped that he could make his speed faster and reach the Blood Devil's secret place on time without delaying the opening of the Blood Devil's secret place. What he didn't expect was that Jiao Injun's random power seemed mild, but the flight process was very violent. Flying alone in mid-air, he not only can't feel the fun of flying, but also needs to wrap himself with spiritual power to avoid being hurt by the impact generated in fast flight. At this time, Chu Zhongshan suspected that Jiao Injun wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to retaliate against himself and his casual attitude in front of him. He didn't pay attention to the Blood Demon's secret place before. As Chu Zhongshan flew to participate in the experience of the Blood Devil's secret realm, he immediately absorbed the attention of most of the disciples present. Among these disciples, no matter the inner disciples of the realm in the Qi transformation period, tens of thousands of people paid attention to it at the same time. Even the cheeky Chu Zhongshan felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, he just wanted to find a quiet and remote place to avoid the eyes of attention for the time being. Brother Chu, here. When Chu Zhongshan was looking for a quiet and remote place, Dongfeng Yuner suddenly shouted in the crowd of inner disciples. Looking up, Chu Zhongshan found Dongfeng Yuner standing in the crowd of inner disciples. Around her, he also found 4 acquaintances, namely Dongfeng Yangping, Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan, as well as the prince of the imperial dynasty who took part in the test together. What puzzled him was that Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan showed a kind smile to him, but Dongfeng Yangping had a black face. Chu Zhongshan was already concerned by the public. At this time, Dongfeng Yuner's loud cry raised the public's attention to him. However, in the eyes of these concerns, in addition to the naked envy and jealousy, there are more than a dozen eyes full of strong murderous spirit. According to Chu Zhongshan's original intention, he doesn't intend to go to Dongfeng Yuner because he will receive more attention. However, seeing Dongfeng Yangping's black face like an iron pot and thinking of his cultivation in the period of half a step of Qi, he finally had to step towards Dongfeng Yuner reluctantly. Chu Zhongshan has seen all the senior brothers. Chu Zhongshan saluted with both hands. In Dongfeng Yuner's team, he didn't know the rest except Dongfeng Yangping and the royal son who joined the sect with Dongfeng Yuner, but most of their accomplishments were in the Qi changing period, so Chu Zhongshan honestly called them senior brothers. However, for Chu Zhongshan's greeting, except for the warm response from Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan, the rest didn't pay attention to him. Dongfeng Yangping is angry that Chu Zhongshan cheated him at the beginning and temporarily plans to ignore him and let him accept some lessons. The other Tianlong Emperor's children disdain to pay attention to him. After all, Chu Zhongshan is just an external disciple in the period of physical training, and his accomplishments and identity are far away from them. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Zhongshan was personally greeted by Dongfeng Yuner and Dongfeng Yangping didn't object, they would have kicked Chu Zhongshan out of the range of inner disciples. Brother Chu, why are you so late? The elders of the family didn't answer Chu Zhongshan. Dongfeng Yuner was very angry, but she couldn't make her face to the elders in front of Chu Zhongshan, so she had to take the initiative to talk to Chu Zhongshan. It took some time to consolidate the state after the breakthrough. Dongfeng Yangping was eyeing around at this time. Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to lie and could only answer truthfully. Then, Dongfeng Yangping opened his eyes and showed a shocked expression on his face. Yue Zhangzong and Zhang Yanan opened their mouths in shock, and their faces showed an incredible look. When they first came into contact with Chu Zhongshan was a 3-tier peak cultivation during the physical training period. In the cave left by the peerless strong man, he spent only 2 days to improve his cultivation to the 4-level peak of the body training period. At that time, although they were also surprised, they thought that Chu Zhongshan was likely to get some pill and spiritual fruit that could improve his cultivation in the secret place, and they found a reason from their heart to explain the rapid improvement of his cultivation. It is only more than 10 days since the seclusion of Purgatory City. At that time, the cultivation of the 4-tier peak in the cultivation period has broken through to the 6-tier peak in the cultivation period. I'm afraid the improvement speed of this cultivation is not inferior to those demons with 3-tier cultivation talents in the sect. At this time, Dongfeng Yangping's anger at Chu Zhongshan weakened. Oh, haven't you fully consolidated your breakthrough? Dongfeng Yangping and others were shocked by the speed of Chu Zhongshan's breakthrough. Dongfeng Yun'er's response was surprisingly peaceful, because at this time, she thought that the realm of Chu Zhongshan was the fifth floor of the physical training period for a long time, and she still didn't consolidate the cultivation after the breakthrough. Yes. Knowing the misunderstanding of Dongfeng Yun'er, Chu Zhongshan nodded. Then, he suddenly remembered that Zhang Exing had proposed to buy blood crystal to him because he was afraid of the blood devil in the blood devil secret realm a few days ago. Zhang Exing is now a 4-tier cultivation in the period of physical training. He has the strength to surpass his realm. A genius like him dare not enter the secret realm of blood demons to hunt blood demons. Dongfeng Yun'er is just 3 layers in the body training period. The state after the breakthrough has just been consolidated. He does not have the strength to surpass his own state. At this time, entering the blood demon's secret realm is not a way to die. From the perspective of care and love, Chu Zhongshan bluntly advised, Yun'er, there are many crises in the blood devil secret territory. It is very dangerous for you to enter the secret territory with your current strength. I hope you can consider whether to wait for the next time after the blood devil secret territory is opened, and you will hunt and kill blood demons in the secret territory. Brother Chu, you need to ask my brother about this. I can't decide by myself. Shrugging his shoulders, Dongfeng Yun'er raised his chin and pointed to Dongfeng Yangping with a depressed look, indicating that he could decide for himself. Women are different from men in character and habit. Men like violence, advocate force, and like a passionate life. Women prefer quiet, elegant, and quiet life. As the most beloved princess of the Tianlong dynasty, no matter what she wants to do, someone will help her complete it, which makes her more like a beautiful and quiet life. She knows nothing less about the blood devil's secret place than Chu Zhongshan. She knows that there are many crises in it. Moreover, from her heart, she is unwilling and doesn't like to enter the blood devil's secret place to hunt blood demons. However, her eldest brother Dongfeng Yangping didn't allow her to object, and strongly demanded that she must enter the blood devil's secret place to practice killing experience, so as to improve her cultivation and strength. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, you must know more about the situation in the blood devil's secret territory than I do. You know how dangerous the situation is. Entering it with Yun'er's current strength is even a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Don't you worry about Yun'er's safety. In his heart, Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to face Dongfeng Yangping directly at this time, especially when Dongfeng Yun'er is around. Some things are more difficult to explain. However, after testing Feng's solitude some time ago, Chu Zhongshan has decided to accept it and began to try to communicate with Dongfeng Yun'er. In this case, he has to seriously consider Dongfeng Yun'er's safety, so he can only face Dongfeng Yangping. Dongfeng Yangping did not answer, but looked directly at Chu Zhongshan. After looking directly at Chu Zhongshan for nearly 3 minutes, he finally said, Chu Zhongshan, do you owe me an explanation? Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, there's nothing to explain. At the beginning, Yun'er and I didn't make clear the relationship. Even now, we just have a good impression on each other, and we also didn't make clear the relationship, so I didn't deceive you at the beginning. Although Dongfeng Yangping didn't say it clearly, Chu Zhongshan knew the meaning of his sentence just now, so he explained the real relationship between him and Dongfeng Yun'er. Really, what do you want to do after that? Chu Zhongshan's explanation did not confirm his real relationship with Dongfeng Yun'er, which made Dongfeng Yangping very dissatisfied. He asked after a long time. Mutual understanding, mutual respect, and deepening feelings are natural. In the face of the lingering questioning of Dongfeng Yangping, Chu Zhongshan finally expressed his attitude, that is, continue to understand and contact each other, and finally determine the relationship between lovers after feeling a certain procedure. Your answer passes the test temporarily. Chu Zhongshan's 4 short answers just now made Dongfeng Yangping nod and barely pass the pass. At this stage, it is really difficult for 2 people to disclose their relationship. Even if Chu Zhongshan wants to establish a romantic relationship with Dongfeng Yun'er, Dongfeng Yangping will persuade him to consider it and postpone it. After all, Dongfeng Yun'er is not an ordinary person. The person who can decide her life is not Dongfeng Yangping, but the real overlord of the Tianlong Emperor, Dongfeng Xingba, and her biological mother. At this time, Chu Zhongshan is just a small martial artist in the middle stage of physical training. Although he has outstanding talent, no one is sure about his future achievements. Only when the cultivation of Chu Zhongshan breaks through the Qi-Si period and becomes a top expert in the southern region can he be qualified to pursue Dongfeng Yun'er. Only when the cultivation of Chu Zhongshan breaks through the divine soul period and becomes a peerless strong man in the southern region, can he be qualified to be with Dongfeng Yuner? Elder Marshal Brother Dongfeng, you haven't answered my question just now. Don't you worry about Yuner's safety. After the misunderstanding between them was lifted, Chu Zhongshan was no longer afraid of Dongfeng Yangping's question, so he continued to ask the question just now. I am the Emperor's son of the Tianlong Emperor. Everyone is a strong person who is not afraid of challenges and life and death. This is not only the root of the founding of the Tianlong Emperor, but also the foundation of strength. Without answering Chu Zhongshan's question, Dongfeng Yangping said some heroic words of passionate Peng Bai. Hearing that Dongfeng Yangping raised the experience of a secret place to the national level, Chu Zhongshan knew that it was impossible for him to dispel Dongfeng Yangping's decision, and said helplessly, "Forget it, after entering the blood demon's secret territory, Yuner still follows me and I will protect her safety." Although there is no clear relationship, Chu Zhongshan has accepted Dongfeng Yuner as a beautiful princess. Since he accepts that she is the partner of his future life, her safety is naturally ranked first, so Chu Zhongshan would rather hunt less blood demons and ensure her personal safety. Although Dongfeng Yangping was satisfied with Chu Zhongshan's proposal, he resolutely rejected Chu Zhongshan's proposal. Zai Ocean, after entering the Blood Devil's secret realm, you will try your best to kill the Blood Devil, collect enough blood crystals, and strive to improve your cultivation. Whether the two people can finally walk together is not up to Dongfeng Yuner, but Chu Zhongshan. As long as Chu Zhongshan continues to maintain the speed of rapidly breaking through the realm, and continues to have the strength to surpass his own realm, the resistance of the two people to decide to be together will be much smaller in the future. Therefore, the most important thing for Chu Zhongshan now is not to show his loyalty, but to improve his cultivation. As for Yuner's safety, you don't have to worry at all. I'm her brother. Can I watch her fall into danger and ignore it? I've already arranged everything. Glancing at Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yangping couldn't help complaining that he despised himself too much. That's good. Hearing that Dongfeng Yangping had already made arrangements, Chu Zhongshan immediately relieved himself. However, considering the unknown danger in the Blood Devil's secret territory, Chu Zhongshan was still worried that Dongfeng Yangping's arrangement was not comprehensive enough. After thinking over and over again, he took out a jade pendant from his intimate underwear, quietly handed it to Dongfeng Yuner, and told him thousands of times, "Yuner, keep this jade pendant close to you. If you encounter unstoppable danger in the secret territory, this jade pendant can save your life. Brother Chu, I have many treasures left by the powerful imperial family. There is no problem in safety, so you should take this jade pendant." Dongfeng Yuner not only didn't receive the jade pendant from Chu Zhongshan, but directly returned it to him. Chu Zhongshan's concern made her feel happy, which she had never felt before, but considering that Chu Zhongshan hunted blood demons alone, the risk was much higher than herself. If there were no outsiders around at this time, she even thought of giving her life-saving treasure to Chu Zhongshan, so how could she accept the jade pendant of Chu Zhongshan? "Yuner, this jade pendant is specially made by Jiao Changlao of Qianlong Peak. It contains his true yuan, which is enough to resist the blow of the strong at the peak of the divine soul period. I have another one, so you can take it with confidence." Seeing Dongfeng Yuner's considerate refusal, Chu Zhongshan felt warm in his heart, but he continued to persuade. "Yuner, this is Zai Ocean's intention, you stay." Chu Zhongshan didn't really know Zhao Enjun, but Dongfeng Yangping, who was born in an extraordinary family, knew something about Zhao Enjun. He knew his origin and real strength. The jade pendant retained his genuine, which was far more powerful than the life-saving card left by the powerful imperial family, so Dongfeng Yangping put in a reminder. "Thank you, Brother Chu." Dongfeng Yuner didn't care who left the real yuan in the jade pendant. She cared that Dongfeng Yangping just said that the jade pendant was the intention of Chu Zhongshan. Since it was the intention of her sweetheart, she must accept it with joy and hang it directly around her neck in front of everyone. Seeing that Dongfeng Yuner accepted the jade pendant, Chu Zhongshan was finally relieved. Next, he had to put aside all his thoughts and try his best to improve his mental cultivation and strength with the help of the special environment of the Blood Devil's secret place. 5 minutes before the secret place of Blood Devil was opened, 7 sect masters dressed in yellow and 1 in orange flew from a distance. Being able to fly off the ground represents the cultivation of these experts, at least in the period of Qi Si. The originally messy scene was immediately quiet with the arrival of these people. "Hello, all disciples of Liyan sect. I'm the person in charge of opening the blood demon's secret territory this time. My surname is Wu and my identity is the Deacon Hall leader of the sect. I've seen Lord Wu. After Wu Hall leader introduced himself, tens of thousands of people in front of the whole blood devil secret place saluted loudly at the same time. Nodding at tens of thousands of disciples in front of him, the leader of Wu Hall continued, "There are 5 floors in the blood demon's secret territory. This time, the first 3 floors are opened, and only disciples below the realm of Qi transformation period are allowed to enter. If there are disciples whose accomplishments exceed the Qi transformation period, they want to sneak into the blood devil secret place. After being found, they can directly abolish their accomplishments and throw out the sect." Speaking of this, a powerful momentum suddenly rose on the leader of Wu Hall. At the same time, Ling Li's eyes began to shoot all the disciples at the scene. The time for the blood devil secret place to open is 15 days, and it will close automatically after an hour. That is to say, no one can leave the secret place in advance within 15 days after entering the secret place, so disciples who know they are not strong enough can leave by themselves after the secret place is opened. After a few simple instructions, Hall leader Wu stopped talking, but stood at the entrance of the blood devil secret place and waited. When the secret place can be opened, the Lord of Wu Hall takes out 7 storage bags and gives them to the people around him, and then takes out a spirit weapon shaped like a piece of cloth from the void. When the same door holding the 7 storage bags stood in different positions, he threw the cloth-shaped spirit instrument in his hand towards the mountain in front, and shouted, "Take the thing." Hearing the greeting from the leader of Wu Hall, 7 experts holding the storage bag took buckets of liquid from the storage bag at the same time, and then threw the bucket to the mountain with genuine. When those wooden barrels were thrown over the mountain, Lord Wu hit dozens of strength with both hands, which directly broke the barrels. Bright red blood flows out of the broken barrel. The blood scattered from the mid-air drops on the cloth-shaped spirit instrument and quickly integrates into it. When all the blood in the air melted into the cloth-shaped spirit weapon, the original gray cloth-shaped spirit weapon suddenly became unusually bright red, giving people a kind of flirtatious feeling. The bloody cloth-shaped spirit instrument slowly fell on the mountain. The originally quiet mountain suddenly shook. With the shaking, it gradually cracked a gap from the foot of the mountain to the mountain. At the same time, bursts of harsh sounds came from the gap. The harsh voice seems to have a kind of magic, which makes the disciples who are below the middle level of body cultivation fall into a kind of illusion. "Bark!" Just then, the leader of Wu Hall suddenly roared, and the disciples who fell into the illusion suddenly woke up. Those screams just now are the least powerful blood demons among the 10 blood demons. If you know you can't deal with these blood demons, you can choose to leave after the secret place is completely opened. No one will laugh at you. With the second reminder of Lord Wu, many disciples in the Qi refining period showed hesitation on their faces. The scream of the blood devil with the lowest strength makes them fall into fantasy instantly. Moreover, the scream is so powerful after being shielded by the natural barrier of the blood devil's secret place. If it is a face-to-face challenge, the final result can be imagined. Thinking of this situation, at least hundreds of disciples at the scene withdrew. When the cloth-shaped spirit instrument completely falls into the mountain, the split gap can accommodate dozens of people to enter the secret place at the same time. 30 seconds later, the secret place of blood demons will be completely opened. At that time, a group of blood demons with the lowest strength will want to take the opportunity to rush out of the secret place and rush out of Lian's sect. At that time, the disciples at the forefront of the secret place will be responsible for eliminating these blood demons. When the split gap was completely static, the leader of Wu Hall warned loudly, "Elder Martial Brother Zhang is really powerful." He thought of this method in advance. The younger martial brother surnamed Cheng, who was among the first to arrive in the secret territory, immediately felt admiration for Elder Martial Brother Zhang after hearing the instructions of Hall leader Wu. 30 seconds later, the stationary gap suddenly began to be hit violently. Every 5 seconds, the impact force doubled. After 3 impacts, the gap was completely knocked open. Then, countless red shadows sprang out of the gap, accompanied by a very harsh scream. The most advanced disciples in the secret territory listen to the order and try their best to kill the blood devil who rushed out of the secret territory. Just as the red shadow was about to rush into the gap, the Lord of Wu Hall shouted. The middle and high-level external disciples who had been ready to pick up cheap in the body training period held weapons one after another, exercised different martial arts skills, and began to kill the blood demons who rushed out of the gap with all their strength. A bunch of idiots. Seeing those disciples in the cultivation period, they rushed to the blood devil with excitement and stood next to Chu Zhongshan. A royal son, whose cultivation reached the Qi transformation period, said scornfully, "Zai Ocean, blood demons are produced by the most filthy power in the world. Low-level blood demons in the secret place of blood demons can produce thousands of blood demons every day. The first 3 layers of the blood devil secret place are opened every 3 years. In 3 years, the number of blood demons at the lowest level has reached a frightening number. The number of blood demons attacking the entrance of the secret place is only 1% of the number of blood demons on the first layer of the secret place, because of intelligence and other reasons. Even so, I'm afraid it will reach hundreds of thousands. Zio Tian, you need to know that when people exceed 10,000, they are boundless, and when people exceed 100,000, hundreds of thousands of blood demons appear at the same time. That kind of impact can't be stopped by external disciples during the period of body training." Dongfeng Yangping knew that Chu Zhongshan was the biggest weakness in knowledge and experience because of his birth, so he explained from the side. "Elder martial brother, since these external disciples in the cultivation period can't resist the blood demons who rush out of the secret territory, why don't the sects stop them in advance to prevent casualties?" The explanation of Dongfeng Yangping made Chu Zhongshan not understand the practice of sects. Liyun sect has many means and channels to recruit disciples. Setting 3 rounds of tests to recruit disciples is only one of them. Otherwise, there can't be tens of thousands of disciples in the cultivation stage in front of the secret realm. Even the tens of thousands of disciples in the cultivation period are only more than half of the external disciples. Many disciples are either unwilling to enter the blood devil secret realm or have something to delay and have no time to enter the blood devil secret realm. Although there are many external disciples in the physical training period, each disciple can cultivate to the physical training period, especially the middle and high level in the physical training period. He is also a commendable genius. Watching these geniuses die for nothing, Chu Zhongshan doesn't understand the practice of sex. All ants are in the air. Dongfeng Yangping didn't explain the problem of Chu Zhongshan. It was the royal children who just laughed at those external disciples and said something that seemed ruthless but very realistic. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan felt a chill. For the giant sect like Liyun sect, the disciples in the cultivation period may be unimportant little people, or they may be mole ants who are not valued. However, those big people in the gasification period, Qihai period, Shenhun period, and even above the Shenhun period of the sect, who are not from the miscellaneous disciples in the cultivation period and the external disciples in the cultivation period, step by step. Do they ignore the life and death of these low-level disciples after they become masters? Moreover, if the high-level external disciples in the period of physical training are placed in a remote place like the state of Qi, everyone is the top level of the family and the cornerstone of the prosperity and development of the family. The heart is cold. Chu Zhongshan also knows that he is unable to stop this thing. He can only watch the upcoming tragedy. At the beginning, the gap to break through was not very large, and the number of blood demons who rushed out of the secret territory was not very large. The disciples in the body refining period standing in the front row of the secret territory could not only successfully kill the blood demons and harvest a large number of blood crystals, but even hunt them in the end. The number of blood demons was not enough for them, which almost led to disputes and battles between them. However, as the second wave of blood demons expanded the scope of the gap, the number of blood demons who rushed out of the secret territory reached tens of thousands at a time. Behind tens of thousands of blood demons, more and more blood demons rushed up desperately. At this time, thousands of inner disciples dressed in blue were suddenly calm and attentive, a posture ready to participate in the battle at any time. Zio Tian, pay attention. Wait until the third wave of blood demons rush up, you will stay back for a while. After the blood demons that rush out of the secret territory are completely eliminated, you are taking the opportunity to rush into the secret territory. Before preparing to start, Dongfeng Yangping specially told Chu Zhongshan. Yes, nodded. Chu Zhongshan said he knew, but he decided not to arrange Dongfeng Yangping's instructions. It was the first time he saw the blood devil. He wanted to see the attack means of the blood devil in advance, and adapt to the power of the Blood Devil in advance, so that he could better arrange his actions after entering the secret territory. Although he decided to take the shot, Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry, but waiting for the opportunity and the best time to take the shot. Seeing the second wave of blood demons rushing out of the gap, the external disciples, who were almost in physical conflict due to the rapid reduction of the number of blood demons, were refreshed and rushed up with boiling blood. After fighting with each other for a while, these external disciples gradually felt that the situation was not normal. Because when slaughtering the first wave of blood demons, each person will be divided into 3 to 5 blood demons at most. At this time, the number of blood demons faced reached more than a dozen, and the number of blood demons was increasing. At the same time, the strength of the increased blood demons was becoming stronger and stronger. Among the external disciples on the scene, the discerning and knowledgeable disciples consciously killed the Blood Devil while approaching the range of internal disciples when they felt that the situation was bad. Those disciples who have no eyesight, only know how to kill and collect blood crystals, are gradually besieged by dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of blood demons, and finally become their food and nourishment to enhance their strength. As more and more blood demons rushed out of the secret place, the number of external disciples killed at the scene soared. With the rise, the gap in the secret place of blood demons was gradually shrouded by a layer of color. As for the remaining 2/3 of the disciples, they either quit in advance or broke through with their strong strength. The inner disciple listened to the order and tried his best to kill the Blood Devil. Seeing thousands of external disciples slaughtered by blood demons, the head of Wu Hall didn't have the slightest expression on his face. Some were just indifferent, some were just numb, and some were just ruthless. After the last external disciple was killed, the leader of the Wu Hall shouted to the internal disciple to get ready. Chinese letter. After killing the only besieged disciple outside the body refining period on the scene, hundreds of thousands of blood demons were excited to howl up to the sky. The howl was deafening and rang through the night, which made the disciples at the beginning of the body refining period and the chi refining period suddenly change their faces and retreat. After the Blood Devil rushed out of the secret territory, he directly fought with the disciples outside the secret territory. The chaotic scene made Chu Zhongshan unable to carefully distinguish the appearance of the Blood Devil. At this time, the blood demons stood in place and howled excitedly so that he could finally see their real appearance. And Dongfeng Yuner, standing beside him, turned his head to retch. The shape of the Blood Devil is similar to that of human beings. It has clear facial features and limbs, but its head is slightly shorter. At the same time, their whole bodies are bright red, as if their bodies are not covered by skin, and their blood vessels are directly exposed on the surface of their bodies, giving people an abnormal feeling of terror and nausea. If the most absorbed place on the Blood Devil is not the blood vessels exposed on the body surface, nor their ferocious appearance, but an eye similar to a crystal block between their foreheads. This crystal-like eye is the most precious place on the Blood Devil, the source of storing their strength, and the foundation for them to display their illusion. At the same time, it is also the most important goal of Chu Zhongshan this time: blood crystal. Kill! While Chu Zhongshan was watching the Blood Devil carefully, Wu Hall leader suddenly burst into a violent drink. The inner disciples who had already prepared waved the spirit tools in their hands, like a wolf with green hungry eyes, rushed into the sheep and took the lives of one blood demon after another. The number of hundreds of thousands of blood demons is really terrible, but when facing a group of experts in the Qi transformation period, the number is no longer threatened. Because in the Qi melting period, after using attribute power, a sword, a knife, a gun, and a stick will take the lives of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of blood demons. In just 20 minutes, hundreds of thousands of blood demons were slaughtered, and the most powerful half-step Qi period and high-level disciples in the Qi transformation period rushed into the secret territory through the gap. Seeing this, Chu Zhongshan took out the barely refined spiritual power from the storage bag, mobilized the 7 layers of spiritual power in the Danshan, and rushed directly to the blood demon. And his actions attracted a lot of people's attention. Because thousands of disciples in the cultivation period who were slaughtered by the Blood Devil, just now, have frightened many external disciples and factotum disciples. They already have the idea of retreat in their hearts. At this time, an external disciple who was wearing the clothes of an internal disciple and had only 6 layers of physical training, unexpectedly rushed to the Blood Devil on his own initiative. How can he not attract the attention of the public? The leader of Wu Hall, who was guarding the periphery of the secret territory, flashed a trace of admiration in his indifferent eyes after seeing Chu Zhongshan rushing towards the Blood Devil with a spirit knife. Most of the blood demons who rushed out of the secret place were irrational lower-level blood demons. The reason why they slaughtered thousands of disciples in the training period just now was that they were caught off guard because of the sharp increase in the number. At this time, hundreds of thousands of blood demons have been slaughtered, and after the impact of thousands of Qi melting period experts, the whole formation has been rushed to pieces, which is difficult to form an effective siege. Therefore, at this moment, it is the best time for the disciples of cultivation period to rush to kill. What's more, the time for the Blood Devil secret place to open is only 1 hour. At this time, more than 50 minutes have passed, and there is less than 10 minutes before the channel is closed. At this time, we don't seize the time to rush to kill. After the secret place is completely closed, if we want to enter the Blood Devil secret place, I'm afraid we have to open the next secret place in 3 years. At this time, he was faced with 10 low-level blood demons, and he was also killed by experts in the Qi melting period. Chu Zhongshan didn't use his full strength, but gave full play to the strength of 7 layers, and the combat power was increased to 8 layers in the body refining period. Even so, none of the blood demons in front of him was his enemy. If the number of blood demons blocked in front is 1, take millet from the fire and take the blood crystal between its forehead. If there are more than 3 blood demons blocked in front of them, they will be blown to pieces. As for the blood crystals between their foreheads, don't worry, because the blood crystal is the hardest thing on the Blood Devil. Even if it is only the blood crystal of 10 low-level blood demons, it is difficult to break it with the full strength of the peak experts in the Qi transformation period. He killed more than 200 blood demons and collected more than 200 pieces of 10-product blood crystals in just 5 minutes. At this time, he was less than 20 meters away from the secret place. Many disciples in the body refining period and Qi refining period outside the secret territory felt very envious and jealous when they saw the great power of Chu Zhongshan. They easily killed blood demons and collected precious blood crystals at the same time. They also thought of killing blood demons easily and collecting blood crystals that could contribute to changing sex. However, they thought of the thousands of external disciples who had been killed just now. These people were worried and didn't know whether to go forward. Kill! At this time, Huang Fuqi suddenly burst into a violent drink in the crowd and directly rushed to the secret territory with his long gun in his hand and to the blood demons who stood in front of the secret territory, followed by Lin Dong and other 3 elite disciples. The 6 elite disciples who studied with Zhao Enjun, except Zhang Exing, who was obsessed with Dandao and didn't want to enter the blood demon secret realm, all the remaining 5 disciples participated in the secret realm experience. Before the secret place was opened, Huang Fuqi and Lin Dong, who learned the news in advance, also planned to occupy a favorable position and compete for blood crystal in advance. However, due to their small number and low realm, they do not occupy an ideal position and are very far from the entrance of the secret realm. Because of this, under the second wave of terrible Blood Devil attacks, they can finally return to the range of inner disciples safely and finally save their lives unharmed. They have seen the horror of blood demons, and there is a trace of terror in their hearts. However, no disciples took the lead to withdraw at the scene, leaving them reluctantly here. However, when Chu Zhongshan, who was in the training period, took the lead to rush out of the crowd and kill the Blood Devil, which immediately aroused the pride of Huang Fuqi and Lin Dong. The actions of Huang Fuqi and others seemed to suddenly ignite the inner impulse and desire of most of the disciples on the scene. Many disciples on the scene rushed to the secret place and killed the remaining blood demons. The closer to the secret place, the more blood demons there are. Although hundreds of thousands of blood demons were slaughtered by the experts in the gasification period in the early stage, blood demons rushed out from the gap, resulting in a large number of blood demons on the scene. The only good thing is that the number of blood demons rushing out of the gap is less and less. Otherwise, Chu Zhongshan should also consider whether to retreat and whether to give up the experience of this blood demon secret place. Looking at the hundreds of 10 low-level blood demons in front of him, Chu Zhongshan improved the strength of the second floor, directly displayed the high-level body method of Huang Pin, and rushed into the blood demons at a speed that ordinary people can't imagine. In the face of the encirclement of hundreds of blood demons, any martial arts move is difficult to give full play to its power, and the use of martial arts wastes spiritual power, which is far better than the direct use of basic saber technique. With the cooperation of Lei Feng's legs, the power of several basic sabers, such as cutting, winding, and splitting, is no less than that of medium-level martial arts. At the same time, it can also save a lot of spiritual power, which can ensure sufficient spiritual power to deal with the siege of more blood demons. In just 1 minute, with the basic saber technique and Lei Feng's leg, Chu Zhongshan killed at least hundreds of blood demons, and the number of blood crystals in the storage bag also reached more than 300. However, seeing the blood demons around him, Chu Zhongshan knew he couldn't continue to delay, otherwise he would lose the chance to enter the blood demon's secret territory. Fully display Lei Feng's legs and mobilize all the spiritual power in the Danshan at the same time. Use the sweeping power of the basic saber technique to sweep tens of millions of people with an unstoppable momentum straight to the gap leading to the secret territory. Even without the increase of attribute strength and the cooperation of potential, his own strength has reached the 10-story high stage of body training period. Under his full offensive, he soon rushed to the edge of the gap. Turning around and looking behind him, Chu Zhongshan found that more and more external disciples and factotum disciples rushed to the Blood Devil and the secret place. At this time, there was less than a minute left before the secret place was closed. Without any hesitation, he jumped directly into the gap. As for Dongfeng Yuner, he was already brought into the secret territory by Dongfeng Yangping and others when his inner disciples started to fight. Because the 10 low-level blood demons desperately want to rush out of the secret place and out of the channel, coupled with a large number of massacres by experts in the Qi melting period, the number of blood demons in the channel to the secret place is very rare. Because the passage to the secret place will be closed soon, and the remaining blood demons in the passage are all 10 low-level, and their use value is not very high, Chu Zhongshan is too lazy to hunt them, so he continues to exert his body method and martial arts to rush into the secret place. The passage was not very long. In only 30 seconds, Chu Zhongshan smoothly entered the Blood Devil's secret realm. After entering the Blood Devil's secret place, the first thing he saw was a blood-red world. God, bright red. Ground, blood red, blood red. It seems that there is only red in the whole secret territory. At the same time, the whole secret territory exudes a bloody smell that makes people vomit. Frowning, Chu Zhongshan's face showed a trace of doubt, because the environment and smell in front of him are very similar to the Blood Prison Pavilion, the treasure of the Chu family. Can it be said that the Blood Prison Pavilion, owned by the family, is inextricably linked with this secret place? However, this time, he entered the secret place to hunt and kill blood demons and improve his state of mind cultivation, so he left his doubts behind, and then set out towards the second floor of the secret place of blood demons, according to the map presented to him by Jiao and Jun. Due to the special environment of the Blood Devil secret place, a large number of blood demons are produced every day. Even if more than 100,000 blood demons were slaughtered in front of the entrance of the secret territory just now, the number of blood demons on the first floor of the secret territory is still large. Fortunately, most of the blood demons on the first floor act alone. Even if they gather together, the number will not exceed 10. Unlike thousands or tens of thousands of blood demons in front of the entrance of the secret territory. The secret place of blood demons was open for 15 days, and the time was still sufficient. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry to enter the second floor, so he hunted and killed the blood demons he met while on his way. The blood demons on the first floor of the blood demon secret realm have a grade of 10, which is equivalent to the cultivation of human martial artists in the Qi refining period. Therefore, at the beginning, Chu Zhongshan suppressed his strength on the first floor of the Qi refining period. While killing the blood devil and collecting blood crystals, he honed his knife technique and felt the spiritual power in his body. Since his cultivation broke through the body training period, he had to mobilize nearly 30% of the spiritual power of Danshan every time. He hadn't really felt the power of a trace of spiritual power for a long time. This rare opportunity not only gave him the opportunity to re-experience the feeling of using spiritual power during chi refining, but also harvest valuable blood crystals. He was not happy with each other. 3 hours later, hundreds of 10 low-level blood demons were slaughtered by him, and the number of blood crystals in the storage bag had exceeded 500. Cut. A blood devil whose strength reached the low-level peak of 10 products was cut in half by Chu Zhongshan's knife, and then put away the blood crystals that fell to the ground. As he continued to go deep into the secret realm, Chu Zhongshan found that the strength of the blood devil he met was getting stronger and stronger. With the strength of the first level in the gas refining period, he could easily kill the blood devil with the basic saber technique. At this time, he must raise his strength to the peak of the second level of the gas refining period. Otherwise, it is difficult for him to easily kill the blood demons he meets. At the same time, if the blood devil cannot be killed within the 3 moves, the blood devil will use the special energy contained in the blood crystal between his forehead to create a fantasy that can make people fall into memories. Just now, he has tried the means and power of blood demons to show magic. The strength of 10 low-level blood demons is equivalent to the existence of the early stage of gas refining period among human warriors. The illusion created by blood demons with this strength almost plunged him into it, so he dare not be careless at this time, so as to capsize in the gutter. 7 hours later, the original strength of the second floor peak in the gas refining period has been promoted to the 6th floor peak in the gas refining period by him. Because the blood devil he met at this time has reached the peak of the middle level of the 10th grade, the blood devil at the peak of the middle level of 10 products not only has diversified means of attack, but also has more and more powerful power in the illusion. Chu Zhongshan doesn't dare to continue to suppress too much strength. Within 3 moves, he solved the 5-10 grade middle-level peak blood demons in front of him. Chu Zhongshan temporarily stopped in place. First, he observed the surrounding environment, and then compared the map in his mind. He found that he only wanted to kill the blood demons and feel the changes of his spiritual power along the way, without realizing that he had deviated from the established route. Choosing the direction again, Chu Zhongshan continued to move towards the 2nd floor of the Blood Devil's secret realm. 10 hours later, Chu Zhongshan has raised his strength to the peak of the 9th level of the Qi refining period, because the blood demon level he is facing now has reached the peak of the top 10 levels. Each blood demon is equivalent to the strength of the peak of the Qi refining period among human warriors. Kill. Just killed the 3 top 10 high-level blood demons in front of him, picked up the 3 blood crystals that fell on the ground, and Chu Zhongshan suddenly heard a tearing sound on the right. Turning around, Chu Zhongshan found that 2 men and 1 woman, 3 high-level factotum disciples in the Qi refining period, were being besieged by 8 head and 10 grade high-level blood demons. Why are there factotum disciples in the blood demon's secret territory? Looking at the besieged 3 factotum disciples, Chu Zhongshan flashed a doubt in his mind. At the beginning, he had a look at the situation outside the secret territory before rushing into the secret territory of the blood devil. At that time, although the factotum disciples and external disciples tried their best to kill the blood devil and took orders to rush to the secret territory, it was too late. At most, hundreds of middle and high-level external disciples, such as Huang Puqi, who rushed to the front, can rush into the secret realm before it is closed. As for those factotum disciples in the Qi refining period, it is absolutely impossible to rush into the secret territory. Although he also knew that when the inner disciples rushed into the blood devil's secret territory, they not only slaughtered the blood devil, but also tried to bring their younger generation and people into the blood devil's secret territory. Dongfang Yuner and the royal children on the 2nd floor of the cultivation period were brought into the blood devil's secret territory by Dongfang Yangping, but the younger generation and people helped by the inner disciples are basically the cultivation achievements of the cultivation period. Because on the 1st floor of the blood devil's secret place, only the disciples in the cultivation period can ensure their safety. It is difficult for the disciples in the cultivation period to survive safely, so Chu Zhongshan believes that there can be no factotum in the cultivation period in the blood devil's secret place. However, the 3 disciples in front of him broke his belief. It's only 1 day since the secret place of blood demons was opened. Chu Zhongshan has plenty of time to hunt blood demons, and the 3 factotum disciples in front of him are younger martial brothers, and younger martial sisters of the same school. They should help each other in love and reason. With the basic saber technique, Chu Zhongshan struck 8 moves in less than a second, directly killing the 8 blood demons who besieged them. Thank you for your help, elder martial brother. The 3 besieged disciples saw 8 blood demons attacking more and more fiercely around. They thought they and others would die here today, but they didn't expect to meet experts to save them, so the rescued 3 quickly thanked the heaven in Chu. When they looked up and saw the face of the sky clearly, their faces immediately showed an expression of shock and surprise. At the beginning, in front of the Blood Devil's secret territory, thousands of disciples in the cultivation period were slaughtered, which led to the withdrawal of all the factotum disciples and external disciples on the scene. No one dared to continue to hunt and kill the Blood Devil, let alone rush into the secret territory. Chu Zhongshan was the only one who dared not only kill blood demons, but also rushed alone into the passage and into the secret territory, which made the factotum disciples and external disciples admire him and impressed him deeply. Don't you know how dangerous it is in the blood demon's secret place? After saving the 3 people, Chu Jingxiangxia glanced at them consciously and was surprised to find that the girls of the 3 people, both in appearance and temperament, were somewhat like the one he had been in love with before he crossed. He didn't know what was going on in his heart. Suddenly, he couldn't suppress his anger and spoke in a strict tone. You are really brave. During the Qi refining period, high-level accomplishments not only dare to enter the secret realm, but also dare to go deep into the range of 10 high-level blood demons. Are you impatient? The 3 rescued disciples didn't expect that the noble people who helped them would criticize themselves indiscriminately, but they didn't dare and couldn't be angry. Not to mention that Chu Zhongshan just saved their lives. His criticism just now is also anxious for their safety. The starting point is good. Elder martial brother, my name is Zhu Weiying. I'm a factotum disciple of the Peak Kung Fu Pavilion. I've been a beginner for 5 months. Zhu Weiying, the only girl among the 3, felt that she was a girl. Chu Zhongshan may be embarrassed to criticize herself, so he summoned up the courage to introduce herself to him and explain why they appeared here. Elder martial brother, you misunderstood us. We don't want to enter the secret realm, and we don't want to haunt in the range of Shippen high-level blood demons. There are reasons for all this. With Zhu Weiying's explanation, Chu Zhongshan's inner doubt was solved, and a bigger question arose at the same time. Because according to Zhu Weiying, hundreds of thousands of blood demons slaughtered the disciples during the body training period in front of the entrance of the secret place. They had been scared out of their courage, and had long decided to give up the experience of the secret place of blood demons. Since the leader of Wu Hall didn't order the people to leave, they had to stay where they were for the time being. I plan to leave the secret place together and return to the trial peak after the entrance of the secret place is completely closed. However, less than a minute after Chu Zhongshan rushed into the channel, the gap that should have been closed was not closed, but a terrible suction came from the gap, inhaling all the disciples in the Qi refining period and body refining period into the secret environment. The reason why they appear in the range of 10 high-level blood demons is that they are directly thrown to this place by the terrible suction. If it weren't for their extraordinary origins and many life-saving treasures, they couldn't have lasted so long. Even so, after nearly a day and a night of killing, their life-saving treasures were basically consumed, which made them trapped by the Blood Devil. I ask you, has Lord Wu and 7 other experts in the Qi period been sucked into the secret realm? Chu Zhongshan didn't expect that the Blood Devil's secret place, which has been opened for thousands of years and has never made any mistakes, would change in this opening. At this time, he first considered Wu Hall leader and others. Because the Lord of Wu Hall and the 7 masters of the sect are all cultivation accomplishments in the period of Qihai. If they are also sucked into the blood demon's secret territory, even if there are any changes in the secret territory, their strength is enough to cope with, or hold it for a period of time to give the sect's powerful people time to help. I don't know. The suction at that time was so terrible that we didn't react at all, so we were sucked into the secret realm. As for whether Lord Wu was sucked into the secret realm, we don't know very well. Shook her head and remembered the sudden horror attraction in front of the secret place. Zhu Weiying still showed a trace of fear on her face. You go in this direction next. The strength of the Blood Devil in that direction is lower than the top 10. With your strength, As long as you are more careful and don't fall into the illusion created by the Blood Devil, you can basically protect yourself. Since it was impossible to confirm whether Lord Wu and others entered the Blood Devil secret realm, Chu Zhongshan gave up the idea for the time being. Later, he thought of Dongfeng Yuner, who was led by Dongfeng Yongping in the Blood Devil secret land.